Hello everybody, and welcome back to Sim Racers World TV, and welcome back to the live pictures of the DynamiXX Racing Simulators 6 hours of Spa. Sorry about the connection issues, let's hope that everything is back sorted and back running. And Ed May, you join me in the commentary box once again. Give us a run through of what we missed.
Yeah, well, as we had those issues, we were actually focusing on the fight for third place in this LMP2 fight. We're seeing the leader now, Marcus Deck, getting a nice clear gap to Jordan McClone behind, but it's actually Cedric Wouters in the Traxxas eSports car that's now ahead just about from Keanu Bourguignon. Bourguignon did actually gain in that fight and was in third, but since coming into the pits, all of the cars in that fight came into the pits. Keanu Bourguignon was leading, but then Martin Deckens just was able to recover his car, take the fast repair, and since then he's been able to show massive pace and get back up into third place, and now just needs to focus on trying to catch back up to second, because that Traxxas eSports car was usually at the front of the field. They just saw them have a moment with one of the GT3s. I think you remember you caught that incident, Jack, didn't you, when they just collided into what I know it was an Audi, I'm not sure which one it was, but it was a hefty impact, wasn't it? And that really did impede their straight line speed.
Yeah, it was. I think it was that car there of Dennis Laux in the fast racing silver Audi. I think that car actually ended up on its roof on the run up towards the bus stop. You can see on the left hand side of your screen the timing tower, and you can see the various painted strips relating to their classes and the car's various classes. Towards the bottom of that you can see a couple of LMP2s. So this is Jesse Hendricks and Ives Fredericks, both very far way down, 14th and 15th in class, 40th and 41st on the road. So the pair of them coming to a little bit of strife. Joel Eulenbrock out of place from his GTE class, trying to get past Kamil Yagizoglu in the DynamiXX Racing AMG GT3 Mercedes. 14th in class is Joel, 33rd overall, and then it's Ronald Moons and Jean van Lijpt in the number 40 BMW. The pair of them battling away while also trying to get back up into their various positions within class. Changing position further back, I think that might have been Joel Eulenberg working his way past Kamil Yagizoglu. It was indeed. Every car or every class on show just in that singular shot there. So you can just see how busy it is for the drivers. 50 minutes of the race gone. Lap 24 is the leader. We've got the NSD Racing Delara number 19, Jason Ashfield in the pit lane, and that's something we saw at the 24 Hours of COTA, about 40 to 50 minutes on an LMP2 tank of fuel. And then at these sort of temperatures this late on in the day, you can pretty much double stint the tyres. So strategy once again already slowly starting to show its hand. And this is when the teams go, well, if we take tyres now, we might be able to double stint them at the end, or if we just double stint them now, we might have to take tyres at the end. It's a weird little concept, but you never really stop trying to figure out the strategy.
No, you don't, and that's something to think about as well. I was actually having a look at some of the strategies that were playing out, and it was actually Hasaroma that was able to go a little bit longer than a lot of the competition. I think Jason Ashfield, that was their second stop of this race, because I think they had to take a stop earlier for damage, which is why they're so far down the order. And again, there's contact with a GTE car with cars just trying to get through. So again, Glass is still not trying to figure out how to race and how to get through each other cleanly, because it is a circuit where it's not the widest, is it, as Jason Ashfield makes the track wider, picks up a 1X for trouble, managed to use that extra speed to get through ahead of the GT3 car. That was one of the Flemish Sim Sports cars. I think that might have been Christoph Reyes that you just saw, and Christoph Reyes is actually, I believe, I'm having a look through, I think they're in 4th position. It's hard to tell with all of the cars all in their not proper orders, shall we say, but they're all getting through just about. Jason Ashfield now trying to get up to Jon van den Akker, the BMW just in the front of the shot, now going to go through. Oh no, that's a different BMW, I think, that he's getting through. That might have been, who was that? That was one of the cars. That might be Van Lijpt just getting past there. But now Jason Ashfield needs to focus, just coming out of the pits, got a fuel tank, and just focus on getting up to some cars in front, as there's a lockup from one of the Porsches just ahead. That's not going to do him any comfort whatsoever.
No, it definitely won't. And tyre management is something that needs to be addressed as well for a lot of these drivers that have got to decide what they're going to do with the tyres. And somebody who is going to be using up all his tyres defending is Hasse from Robbie Janssens in the Fast Racing Gold entry, the number 7 getting past the number 272. So the Simpact racing machine losing out there to Fast Racing. For the moment though, Hasse will have the draft assistance, of course, so he might be able to save a little bit of fuel, which might not add up to a lap, but it could add up to a couple of seconds less in the pit stall. So that can very quickly swing in the way of his strategy. However, he's starting to drop back already, 6/10 the gap between the pair of them. So whether using up all of his tyres or using up all of his fuel might have hurt him a little bit going into the next stint. I'm not sure, but Hasse dropping back once again. Go on.
I believe, sorry, I forgot to mention it earlier, but I think in the pit stop phases, Robbie Janssens might have taken tyres because he was in that third place fight, and since coming out of the pits, he was behind the likes of Hasse Romme and Jeremy Hessels down in 8th place. So I think he fought his way through the field after that point, and then is just trying to look after his tyres, I think, Robbie Janssens.
It's not showing me what I wanted it to show. There we go. Matthias Sufi sideways.
Wow.
Yes, very sideways through Lecombe. Such a tricky part of the circuit. Wow, that's heart-in-mouth moment for Matthias. So going through the latter part of Lecombe, the car just switches round as soon as he pitches the car in, holds the brakes, pulls the car forward to try and get out of the way as best as he can. Blind apex, LMP2 car nearly collects the tail end of it.
It was all because he just reversed. He needed to just stay and wait for the other cars to go past. I don't know if he had a spotter that was calling out for him or not that there were cars coming through, but you don't reverse when there are cars coming through a corner, especially when it's tricky to spot the car. I think he's just out of view when you start turning in for the corner. So then all of a sudden you start to make it the apex, and then you see a car there. That's when you need to back out of it, as we see Didier Denif having some strife. I'm not sure what happened here, Jack.
Oh, hard into the Armco. Goes to number 41. I think that's through Podium. He just maybe used a bit too much curve, tapped the Astro, and it fired him into the wall. We'll go back live with him to see how he's getting on. He's still sat there trying to get pointing the right way again. The trouble is, it's just such a busy track. There's never really any free tarmac for you. Lots of damage on the front of that Audi. Gets back going again without too much of an issue, but a very heavy hit into the wall. That might mean that they have to use their iRacing fast repair. This is, who is this? This is Thies van den Berg for Team Thies, who has got behind the wheel of that car, and he is slowly starting to work his way back up through the order. He's showing up as a GT3. He is actually in a GT, so I'll get that fixed on the fly. Who else have we got battling away? I think we've got Hans Polmans trying to mount a challenge on Joel Eulenbroek, even though they are in different classes. There is Hans Polmans. Actually, no, it's Hans Polmans trying to defend from Ross Nicholson, so it's Audi versus Audi once again.
Yeah, Ross Nicholson now needs to get his sights to try and get his head down and focus on catching up to the Flemish Sim Sports car. It's so difficult though to stay behind. Even in a GT3 car, you notice that you lose a lot of your performance through the corners. The dirtier does affect as well these GT3 cars. They don't have as much downforce as, say, an LMP1, but it's very much noticeable as they come down through No Name on the run towards Podium. We're going to see an LMP2 car dig its nose in the mix, and is that going to cause some drama for the Flemish Sim Sports car? We've seen it time and time again. It seems this time they're wise to it and able to navigate it nice and safely. Again, there's another LMP2 car keeping itself safe out of the way, and that was our race leaders coming through this fight. It's all up to Hans Polmans now though, just to try and keep a good run, try and keep the space through this technical twisty bit of the circuit, just so he's got enough breathing space when they come on to the long straights, as we see now just coming through long right-hander flat out section of the track, and we're going to see that gap slowly but surely come down. Hans Polmans in the Flemish Sim Sports white car under pressure from Sim Stickers Racing Red, as I think other cars are having a little bit of trouble. I think that's linked, Jon van Liemt in the pits ahead of them. That's the GTE car that again we've been seeing having issues. I'm not sure if that's for another related incident or if that's just them coming in for their scheduled pit stops. We're seeing a lot of GTEs actually coming in before the hour mark, and usually I'd be expecting them to make the fuel last all the way up to the hour, so we might be seeing some drivers having to make splashes and dashes.
Yeah, that's something to bear in mind as well. If they're pitting early now, does that mean that they will have to go in for a quick pit stop towards the end of the race, or is this just part of their strategy, pit under the hour, so then when it comes to the end, instead of just a quick splash and dash, they take what is in theory a normal pit stop. They can just go to the end and look for the overcut in that strategy. However, it will all come clear in about 5 hours' time when we find out who is doing what, whether it be going into the pit lane for a quick splash and dash, or they've been out for a while, they took a full tank, they've got a fresh set of tyres, and they'll be able to go to the end. So once again, it seems like endurance racing, although you want to stay clean and consistent, and that tends to be the general rule of thumb with this, strategy seems to be what wins or loses you the race. In this case, these pair are the closest on circuit, 3/10 separating them, shortly followed by Martin Deckens and Robbie Janssens, a pair of them half a second separating them, and these two have been together for a little while, and looking at it, traffic might have opened them up and then it's sort of closed them up once again. Is still the Fast Racing Gold number 7 entry chasing down the Dynamics Pepe's number 22 machine. 2:10 separating them. You can see weaving left and right is Martin Deckens trying to break the draft. Slightly late there from the pair of them, but Robbie Janssens had a little look to the outside, didn't get the move done just as yet, but that seems like if there's going to be a move, it's going to be there. Somebody who was nearly moving towards the barrier was Martin Deckens. A very sideways moment through Les Combes, gets the moment collected up into Brussels. It looks like the pair of them have managed to continue on. Another sideways moment for Martin Deckens, a very slidey setup on the number 22 machine, and I think that could also be to do with the intense pressure being mounted on him by Robbie Janssens behind.
I think Robbie Janssens has got fresher tyres. As I mentioned, he took the pit stop and took tyres early, which meant he was dropped down the order, having to take the longer stop, but that means that he's going to be clawing all that time back with the likes of Robbie Janssens, not Robbie, this is Martin Deckens, just losing tyre grip. I think that's what we're seeing at this stage of the race. Just the rear of the car braking traction, not feeling like it's going to be able to go as flat out as it once was. That really hampers the exit speed, which is crucial in these LMP2 cars, especially with long, straight, flat out sections. So they're coming now through Stavelot, long, flowing right-hander of Paul Frere to go. And then are we going to see him close up through Blanchimont and make a daring move? I think he's going to just try and bide his time, get a good exit through here, and focus on sending a move potentially into the bus stop, or will he be smarter about it and just wait until afterwards, get the run down the Kemmel Straight? We're seeing a GT3 car in the mix, and oh, that GT3 car wants to go into the pits, but he's got 2 LMP2 cars on his outside. That was just unfortunate. I think it might have been smarter if the GT3 car just took it a bit slow, it made his intentions clearer to go on the right hand side, because that has really thrown a spanner in the works of the Fast Racing Gold car. They've dropped back heaps of time now because of that.
They have indeed. I'm trying to figure out who it was. It was the Dynamics Bell Speed entry, the number 251. So that looks very bad on his side because it's a Dynamics Bell Speed car. His teammate gets through, however, the Fast Racing Gold car does not. So, although it doesn't look intentional in any way, shape or form, clearly the number 251 wanting to get into the pit lane, not being as sharp on his mirrors as possibly he should be. So that is going to be something for the steward to look into. Bearing in mind it was the Dynamics car being the offender, and it just so happens that his teammate manages to build a gap from that. 1.7 seconds between the pair of them now. So I'm sure in the Dynamics team there's laughs, but in the Fast Racing Gold team chat there is a few explicit words being mentioned.
It seemed just too chaotic to be coordinated. I don't think you can pull off a move like that looks so disorganized and actually secretly be planning it. It just looked like the GT3 car just wasn't really paying much attention to the cars behind. He wasn't maybe keeping an eye on the relative and keeping to the right-hand side after the first of the 2 corners of the bus stop chicane. So maybe that's something to work on. Maybe something the other drivers might take heed of, is just being a bit more clear of your intentions if you're going to be pitting this lap, or if you're going to be taking the corner normally, because of course if you're in the car behind you won't be able to tell it. But look again, this is Martin Deckens. His rear of the car is just so loose, and that's opened the door wide for Robbie Janssens. They're going side by side, wheel to wheel. This is going to be a side by side moment through, oh, it's going to be side by side Blanchimont, but I think it's going to be Deckens around the outside. Yes, oh no, Deckens is not going to be able to hold it. It's going to be Robbie Janssens around the outside. Brilliant move. That was heart in the mouth stuff, but I think, yes, Fast Racing Gold have gained that position, and now with the fresher tyres, you can focus on clearing that gap and focusing on the fight that he was once in, which was the fight for third.
Yeah, so the gap has now opened up between Robbie Janssens and Martin Deckens. Already half a second deficit between the pair of them. So it looks like Robbie Janssens may be being slightly held up, and everybody in chat is letting them know what is going on. And I can 100% understand what Seb Herber is saying. Almost, why would you go around the GT3 when you would want to go for the apex and get the better run out of the two, or out of the bus stop? And it's yeah, an odd little incident possibly to be looked into, but I think everybody's continued on, and Robbie Janssens isn't holding it against anybody, because he's, like you say, up into 5th position, chasing down Keanu Bourguignon. 25 seconds up the road is the Flemish Sim Sports driver, and the leader has done a similar performance, 21 seconds to the good now over Jordan McLean. So Marcus Deck really has got the bit between his teeth now, and he's definitely pushing forward behind the wheel of that RLR Abruzzi Esports GT entry. It should be LMP entry, but sadly it's showing up as GT. I will get that fixed as we go on. GTE is coming into the pit lane. Steph Del News, Jordan Hayes, Ronald Moons. We've also got a couple of GT3s in the pit lane. Ross Nicholson has peeled his way in as well. So that does now mean that Kevin Onk will inherit 3rd position for DSCDA Esports Silver. Or will he? Where is Ross Nicholson? There is Ross. So yes, it will be Kevin Onk in front just about though. Ives Fredericks has had an incident. What has happened here? Through Blanchemont once again. We've already seen one Audi fall foul of that, maybe just touching the AstroTurf, holds the brakes, makes it nice and predictable.
No.
Well, so I thought, yeah, Ives was safe there. We'll have another look. So there's nothing which you can do there. You don't want to reverse into the line of somebody. You don't want to go forward into the line of somebody. So the safest thing to do, just sit still, let everybody go around you, and just unsighted. The LMP flicks out from the side. I'm trying to figure out who that was. That was a very, very, very big hit in that Audi. I'm trying to figure out who that was. Any ideas?
Was it Jesse Hendricks potentially, DynamiXX Racing Optica? I can see them in the pits at the moment. They might have had to pull into the pit lane after that one.
We will get it slowed down, and then we will ride on board with Jesse Hendricks. So behind the Porsche you can't see anything. See the brake lights pull out, and there's nothing you can do at this point. It's a one-way train into the side of the Audi, and the Audi goes skywards, all falls off the ground. Jesse Hendricks with the blown engine
immediately explodes as well.
Yeah, very big incident there. Thankfully, as this is sim racing, everybody should be okay, unless they've got a direct drive wheel, then I'm sure that will give you quite the fright. But it does now mean that Ives Fredericks and Jesse Hendricks both in the pit lane. Greg Parmenter, the last of the GT3 runners by the looks of it. I tell a lie, we've still got Dieter Denif outrunning after that earlier incident. He's still staying on the road after struggling to get the car pointed the right way. We've had another couple of incidents as well. This is Stephen Verlust. What has happened into the bus stop? The number 40 BMW sideways. He jumps on the brakes and ends up just giving him a little kiss for his troubles and gets back going again. But there's a few little mistakes, a few little incidents creeping out, and let's hope that they start to clear up towards the end of the race.
Yeah, with an hour gone in this race, they're still treating it like a sprint event. This is tight racing, and I think there's tight racing as well further up the field in LMP2. I can see Martin Deckens is involved with Robbie Janssens not too far behind. I think they're just behind Keanu Bourguignon, if my timing is right. Let's see if we can follow this. Deckens is here, just behind him, Robbie Janssens, and then Hasso Roma's in the picture there.
He is indeed. He's definitely looking to get up through the order. Oh, BMW in the middle of the road. Great avoidance driving from everybody involved. There we go. We do have the number back to what I wanted it to be. Sadly, it's just going to stay as is. But Hasse chasing down Robbie Janssens. That little bit of a moment with the BMW in the middle of the road means that Martin Deckens has extended his gap 3 wide up the road, past the GTE, past the GT3, the number 22. Traffic management has been very good throughout, and another little bit shown off there. Of course, he's dealt with it very quickly. However, Robbie Janssens and Hasse Roma have both got to deal with it. However, it might not go as smoothly for the pair of them. Through Russell's hairpin. There's another car off the road. That's one of the Audis. I think that was Dieter Denif. Let's have another quick look back to see what happened there. In towards the hairpin. Does he get help from behind? No, it's going, and gone onto the grass, and just stays out everybody's way, making sure he can rejoin as safely as possible. We've had an incident for Jo Leulenbroek. This was the BMW in the middle of the road. The rear tried to overtake the front, held the brakes towards the wall, and then didn't look at his delta straight across the front of everybody else. Probably not the wisest move there from the number 369, the Radeon Motorsport by QSR2 entry. And it's these few little bits, maybe just not checking your delta or maybe not holding your brakes, that can add up to making quite a sizable crash.
Yeah, as well, they might not be having their teammates spotting for them, which is a big thing. There's only so much the iRacing spotter can do for you, and it's very difficult when you're trying to focus on getting the car pointing the right way. You can't really look every direction. You can't look at the track. You can't also keep an eye on your relative. If you did, you'd be a spider with about 8 eyes. So you need to be able to have people in your ears feeding you all the information you need to get on track nice and cleanly as well. If you're a car trying to get through a yellow flag zone, it's better to have someone able to tell you where the car is off and what the car ahead is doing, if they're reversing or not. The car that's not needed really any help at all is Jacob Stesky, though. The RLR Esports GT car has basically led this from start to finish. They did have a slight moment when they were down in third from the beginning, maybe not getting the best getaway they were hoping for, but since then they've been far and ahead with the class of the field. Focusing though on this is Matthias De Haan. They're in first place in GT3. They've been, well, class of GT3 field, as we said, the Manti Racing red car leading from the beginning. They've got an hour gone though, so anything can happen. And just behind them actually is Kevin Unk. I think the gap is roughly, actually 20 seconds potentially the margin. So he's cleared a decent enough margin. In fact, yes, this is Kevin Unk. He's actually going through Podium now. So that gap's actually a lot bigger than I was expecting at this stage of the race. Only an hour gone. The Manti Racing red car already up to the bus stop now.
Yeah, I think in the background you can see this is Bod Boland. Although this isn't a change of position in class, it will be a change of position overall. Bod making up for the incident that the number 169 was caught up in on lap 1, going over the top of Radeon. He ended up skywards and almost over the barrier. So Bod Boland carving his way back up through the traffic, being followed by Kjorn van Limpt in the number 40 BMW. He's had a bit of a few little moments here and there as well, so he's trying to work his way back up through the order. We've had an incident for the number 6 machine in towards the hairpin. Later on the brakes, does the car just swap ends? Yep, typical of the LMP2. So easy to do, and does the right thing. Reverses, grabs first gear and makes sure he's out of the way before anything comes along to crash into the side of him. Gets back going again without too much of an issue. We've had an incident for Jordan Hayes through Podium. The car just swaps ends once again, with the Ferrari being rear engine. There's a car on the way. There definitely is. Maybe just once again a driver not being as quick on their delta as they should be, but grabs first gear and gets back going once again. These few little incidents, they look quite, yeah, like I say, they look like little incidents on the face of it, but if something were to go wrong, if you were to pull forward a little too quickly in the line of somebody, it can very quickly turn out to be what is a very, very sizable incident.
Well, it takes us one mistake either from you or another car, and a small incident becomes a big one, so it's good to see the cars getting through that one, at least in one piece, and has been getting through one piece is Hasse, just ahead now of Jeremy Hessels. So Jeremy Hessels trying to get up through the field, and I'm having a look actually, at least in this LMP2 class, of who the biggest gainers are, and actually Martin Deckens gaining 7 places, so the DynamiXX Heavy's car up into 4th place at the moment, so they've been able to do well. I think maybe that could be to do with the potentially the fuel stopping, because I think they are still yet to pit. But further back we're seeing Vic de Blick going side by side. Who was that with? That was with Frederick Verviche, and again the GT3 cars actually getting held up by LMP2s now. They're battling through Les Combes, getting up in the mix. And again, there's 2 wide moments further back. That's a Ferrari just going down the inside. And then there's again the class leader in GTE making its way through that traffic, focusing though on this fight. Hasse just ahead of Jeremy, but Jeremy's going to be able to get the slipstream. Not going to make a move just yet, but he's going to try and set it up, I think. The out of Eau Rouge Radion and focus on the Kemmel Straight, because that's really where we've been seeing moves being made this evening, Jack.
Yeah, this is where they've got to decide where they're going to shape up the move. There's an incident up the road. Heard a car collecting another. I think that was actually a bit of GTE traffic getting caught up or getting caught out by some LMP2 traffic. Let's hope not, but I think that was the case. The only GT3 I can see there, oh, there is the GTE, the Ferrari just caught up in there. Look at that. Jeremy Hessel's defending hard from Hasse, elbowing him out wide, showing him the track limits. So Jeremy, while he's done that, it's probably not going to work for him that great. I know he will have the draft assistance of the cars ahead. That's going to be very brave, very late through there. Hasse following him through, following the gap, and that might have played into the hands of Jeremy actually, because that's given him just enough of a margin to build out some daylight between himself and Hasse. So Hasse won't be able to gain as much as he'd like in the draft, but you've got to think that is the line, that you can't really go much braver. And sometimes, yeah, there is a thin line between bravery and stupidity, but going too wide up Eau Rouge, that's, yeah, it's a difficult one really, isn't it?
Yeah, I feel a bit for Hasse, because if I know him, he would not be wanting to make that move. It was kind of forced into it when he saw the car he was battling with go down the inside. He thought, if I don't go down the inside now, he's going to be hampered even more, potentially have another accident. So he needs to try and follow the tracks of the car in front, make himself predictable, because otherwise things could be ending in tears. Following Sven Calvert, though, the one and only Corvette in this field, just getting ahead of Dirk Bailey there in the United Motorsports Porsche. That was a change of position for, I believe that was 10th place in class. Dirk Bailey down in 10th and Sven in 9th now, and they're going to try and focus on keeping themselves where they need to be, trying to focus on, actually there's been a bit of a gap increasing actually. I didn't realise how quick Sven was getting through this sector, but look at the gap he's made already, just over a second through the space of what, 4 corners.
Yeah, he's really going for it around here, knows what he's doing behind the wheel of that Corvette. Very wide in the background for Dirk Bale. Whether that has hurt the underside of his car, because I know there is a very, very violent exit curb through P1, so let's hope that hasn't done any damage to the underside of that Porsche. Martin Deckins in the pit lane now for Dynamics Peppies in the number 22 machine. In the background, or up the road, sorry, is Vic de Blick under pressure from Frederick Verviche. So the number 15 mounting a challenge on the number 34. We saw the pair of them swap positions a few laps ago. Deep on the brakes, a car in the background. Frederick Verviche, he does have the draft assistance from the car ahead. He will be gaining time as it goes towards La Source. However, the 34 will be able to sneak his way up the inside of the GT3 traffic. I think that's the 666 machine. And now it's Frederick Verviche who will reap the benefits from the draft assistance on the run towards Eau Rouge, down the hill, in towards the left-hander of Eau Rouge, then up through Radion, over the top, on towards the Kemmel Straight, through the quick right of Kemmel Corner. Frederick Verviche, he's lost out a little bit there, purely because I think Vic de Blick has also got the draft assistance of the GT3s as well. And the closest cars on circuit are just slightly up the road. That's Hasse Lema and the Simpact Noises Purple, number 272 machine. Under pressure from Jeremy Hessels. He's managed to get back past as Hasse, but Jeremy definitely showing his intentions, trying to get back by. Let's have a look at how that overtake came about. How did Hasse end up in front of Jeremy? So he had the draft assistance down the Kemmel Straight. Look at the overspeed from Hasse. Around the outside, later on the brakes. Great move from himself and up into 4th overall. We'll go back live just to see how they're getting on. The pair of them still nose to tail. Hasse might lose out here on the run up towards Blanchemont. You're going to have to be brave to get through there, too wide. However, we know what Hasse's like. He's thinking, oh, well, if I've got the move, I've got the move. Didn't really elbow him out wide there. I think that was both drivers giving each other a bit too much room and leaving the bit in the middle with nothing to fill. However, the number 32 very late on the brakes, has a little look up the inside. Once again, Hasse being very sportsmanlike, giving him as much room as possible into the pit lane come the pair of them. However, they're the wrong way round. sadly losing out into the bus stop.
I think he was just a little bit too late at the brakes. He seemed to overshoot his marks. He would have been fine, I think, if he was going through the left-hander right afterwards. But no, he had to slow down even more to get the car turning in time for the pit entry. He doesn't want to get unsafe pit entry because that would give him a hefty 30-second time penalty, as now we're seeing the LMP2 pit stops starting to come on in. Frederick Ravish joining the pit lane now, and I think we're going to be seeing Matthias Mass, Traxxas Esports car. It was actually going for third place at one point. I think they took an earlier pit stop, so now they're going to try and catch back up. Marcus Deck, though, ahead, clear air, nothing to worry about until they come into the pits, but the gap is so substantial that, well, second place is just now in the pit lane.
Indeed. There is Jordan McLean. So a full lap ahead almost for Martin Deck, obviously with the gap in between filled by the pit stop. We will keep an eye on Matthias Mass, who has just passed the pit lane, or passed the first part of the pit lane around La Source, back down the hill on the run up towards Eau Rouge. Where will Matthias Mass come out? Lots of LMP2s in the pit lane. You can see on the left-hand side, he's carving his way through the order, up into third place once again, just as Diego Hames leaves the pit lane in the background for Flemish Sim Sports Yellow. So, LMP2 strategy starting to play a part already. Martin Deck still in the pit lane. Very long pit lane here at Spa, using the full length, not just the GP side, but the old GP pit lane as well, all grouped together. You can see a train of LMP2s all sat there, and for the moment everybody is staying as is. We've got Jonas Holm in the number 272 now, who's leaving the pit lane for Dynamics. It's Gregory Vranks now behind the wheel of the Dynamics Racing Green number 32 machine, and that gap's come out a little bit as well. So whether it was the slower pit stop, it was, so a couple of seconds slower for the Simpac number 272 machine, so I'm not sure what happened there, whether they took a little bit of extra fuel, maybe they took all 4 tyres, I'm not sure what happened there, but Simpac losing out to the tune of a couple of seconds just in one pit stop.
Yeah, it's just these little things as well that can do a lot of times for getting down to the limit early enough. And oh, Jonas Holmes spins around, the cold tyres not working in his favour. It was just a through-leg con. We just left it, but now we're back to it. We can see exactly what happened. Jonas Holmes, just the cold tyres, a little bit of a bump, unsettling the car, spins all the way around, managed to get the car up onto the grass. Might have damaged the floor a little bit, but not too much. I think he'll be fine once he gets the grass off of those tyres and gets the heat back into them. But that's just the sign in these LMP2s, is that on cold tyres, they are a real handful, and Jonas Holm has found that out firsthand now, just through the first few corners he's done on this new set. And it's actually the beginning of his thing, because he's taken over from Hasser. In fact, they were seeing a lot of drivers taking over, because now it's in the lead of the race, Daniel Butcher in the RLR Abruzzi Esports LMP car that I think now is just about to leave the pit lane. If it hasn't already yet, it's going through Lake Com now. And what is the gap to second place? I think it's only a few seconds.
Yeah, 3 seconds separating Busher and McClone. So they pitted 2 laps up, or 1 lap apart. So the lead gap has come down very, very marginally. Jordan McClone catching up. You can see that just the ferocity of Daniel, the number 13, sweeping his way past the GTE traffic. There's a little bit more to contend with. That's one of the Sim Racers World esports entries, the number 64 machine. Daniel Butcher making easy work of that. Closest cars we've got out on circuit right the way back in the GT3s. This is Ross Nicholson chasing down Gregor Ajd in the IES Sim Racing Schweiss entry, the 666 Mercedes, just in front of that Corvette. You can see that is Sven Kalbert for Dynamics Endurance working his way past. We've had another incident for Dieter Denis. We'll have a quick look back at that just to see what's happened there. So this is going through No Name once again, typical of the Audi. The tail end just overtakes the front, backwards into the wall, and I think that car has already taken its iRacing fast repair. So if they haven't, they might have to think about using it pretty soon. However, that car is looking damaged once again. We'll go back live to the battle we were just looking at. This is Ross Nicholson, only 1 second back from Gregor now, 9/10 between the pair of them, and I've got a feeling this battle is going to close up very, very quickly. We know what Ross is like behind the wheel of a Formula 3. He's raced in both Season 1 and Season 2 of the SRW Sim Stickers Formula 3 series. So we know he's quick there, but what can he do behind the wheel of a GT3?
Hopefully catch up and put some brilliant racing on show for us. He just needs to navigate this sector of the track, which is, I think it's what the Audi's best at, is these sort of slower speed corners, whereas the Mercedes being a bit heavier, a bit bulkier, you need to do a lot to get it to turn in. You need to sort of sweet talk it, wine and dine it, and then it might feel like turning in. Because again, Ross Nicholson actually losing out a little bit on traffic as he was closing in on Gregor ahead. He's actually lost out because of the just how the traffic's gone. And Dirk Bale and Joel Ullenbroek, the Radio Motorsport by QSR car, the BMW catching up. You can see just how strong the slipstream is down the Camel Straight, but it's not enough for Joel to just catch up and make a maneuver. He's going to have to wait, bide his time, stay behind, maybe look after his tyres, maybe try and figure out where he's going to be quicker, where potentially Dirk could be coaxed into making a mistake. He's just locked up a little bit, this Dirk, actually, so that could give Joel a bit of a sign that the move is on if he's able to make it. Going down through No Name, though, and we can see there's a GT3 in front that these two will have to negotiate. That could throw up some spice into the mix. That could potentially open the door for Joel Ullenbroek behind Dirk Bale if Dirk loses out. It's all a matter of ifs and buts, though, because stuff where it race, you might not know it, but he could be a big part of this fight.
He very much could be. Just that little dab of the brakes there, he could maybe put the Porsche of Dirk Bale off slightly towards the apex, just little bits. While you're monitoring the car in front, you've got to make sure you keep an eye on your rearview mirror just to make sure that the car behind doesn't gain too much. However, it looks like Dirk will gain more than he'll lose here with the draft assistance on the run up towards Blanchimont. I don't think Joel Ullenbroek will get past by the time they get there. Maybe slow the BMW down slightly on the apex. However, I think Joel has read that perfectly. LMP2 coming into play a part now as well, and that's just all about patience in the number 6 machine. Still, Joel Ullenbroek trapped behind the Flemish Simsports machine as he peels his way off into the pit lane. We've had an incident for Jonas Holm in the Impact car. That's hard into the wall, spiralling over the road. That's Didier Denis that got caught up in that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go slightly off-piste here and see whether we can get a chopper camera of that. We will go back to Didier Denis, try and find the chopper camera before the incident happens. Don't think we managed to get there. I know we don't want to look at it much, but look at that. I think Jonas Holm, he was already out of the track. He was already off the track. And then both cars going for the same piece of tarmac. That is something for the stewards to look into. I can't put a name on whose fault that was, but hard into the wall goes Jonas Holm. Very, very hard incident. Both cars, I fear, out of the race. We know Didier Denis has already had his iRacing fast repair. There is Jonas Holm, his stricken Simpac car, sat in the pit box. And we've got to remember, Hasselheimer was on for quite a good result. As it stands, he was just looking for a nice clean stint from his teammate, and that's not what we want. I think they were in 6th, maybe 5th place at the time, now right the way down in 12th. And whether they've got the fast repair left, I don't know. I don't think the car has been involved in an incident really at all, so hopefully they can just serve the tow and get back out there. However, if that iRacing fast repair is no longer available to them, I'm afraid that might be race over.
Yeah, that could be. I think they might still have it available. I can't imagine Hasaroma being involved in any of the incidents or anything at all. So I think they've still got it in hand, but they're losing plenty of time just with towing to the pit lane. It would probably, I think, from that bit of the track, might take around about maybe 5 or so minutes. They'll be stationary for a little while, then they might potentially try and figure out, oh, do we take tyres and fuel? Or, you know, they're taking fuel, but do they take tyres as well? What's that going to do to their strategy? Can they salvage something from this race? That's going to be their biggest question now, is doing a recovery drive, as we see Didier Ertz just getting through some GT3 traffic nice and safe. This is the stage of the race where I think everyone's calming down. As soon as we say that, though, Jack, they prove us immediately wrong by having some massive 20-car incident.
Yeah, it seems like that is the way to go for some of these guys. They just go, oh yeah, well, we've calmed down for a little bit. Let's just give you a battle to watch. We might have a bit of door banging along the way and see how quick we can get your heart rate. I've just noticed on the left-hand side of your screen, Tristan Mart is showing up as a GT3. We'll get that changed to an LMP2, just so it doesn't look like there's some sort of prodigy in the GT3 class right up with the LMP2s. And for the moment, the field has started to spread out a little bit, bar one. This is Jordan Hayes looking to the right-hand side. It will become the inside up towards Lecom. That is Dirk Barlow in the United Motorsport Porsche losing out there. So Ferrari beats Porsche for the moment. We know a little overtake like that. It looks rather innocent on the face of it. And look who's back out in the background. That's the 272 of Jonas Holm with a very fresh-looking Dallara P217. So the iRacing Fast Repair clearly has been executed on that car, and they're back out. And the only thing for me at this point would have to be, if I was behind the wheel, I'd go, right, okay, so we've lost loads of time and we've had a major incident. Let's just keep it clean to the end of the race, and at that point you've just got to hope that the race comes to you.
Yeah, and I think if the pit stops are, say, around about every half hour, every 45 minutes, they could be on track still for on schedule. It's intriguing to see if that's going to be the case for these guys or not, if they would have actually lost that much or not. It's all about how, as we keep mentioning, the strategy is going to play out. So I think we'll try and figure out some permutations of that incident later on in the race when we see whereabouts on track they would be. But I'll have a look now through the field, see where some battles could be developing. I think now Dirk Baylor has caught up to Jordan Heiser further front. I think he has, yes. So Dirk Baylor, I think, is he catching up? Yes, he is. That is the Ferrari of Jordan Heiser that I think may have come out of the pits and come out just ahead of Jordan.
I think we saw the position change going down the Camel Straight on the lap prior. However, Matthias de Haan is now catching up to, I think, the tail end of a GTE car. That's the number 40 of Jean van Lijpt. Actually, the two have just swapped positions, so the Manatee Racing car losing a position overall, but not a position in class, of course. These guys being the class leader. 33 seconds to the good over Kevin Onk and the DSCDA Esports Silver Audi. And it looks like there's maybe a slight bit of fog starting to form over the circuit. We'll get the weather up onto the right-hand side of your screen. You can see now 6:45 in the evening here in Belgium. So the track will be cooling, 26 degrees now compared to the 29 degrees the last time we looked. So the track is definitely getting cooler. And it's going to be a long day, May the 15th in sim date, so we'll start to get dark in about half an hour to an hour's time, and that's the time where the drivers have got to start adapting, and that's something we didn't really bring up much. We know strategy and tyre management and fuel management and traffic management and anything else you can find that you can manage during a race is going to play a part in this race, but it's all about as well, what are you going to do during the night, because the track will change, the car will change. You've got to focus so much harder on looking for where the apexes are, look for where the track limits are, look for the cars in your mirror, look for the cars that you might be approaching. Such a busy job during the night, and with that very quickly approaching and still, what, 4.5 hours of the race remaining, could be a long race for a few of these guys.
Yeah, I tend to find when I was doing these endurance races that me and my team would build setups more for sort of the latter phases of the race when the track temperatures are cooler, and as long as we were able to keep out of trouble, that was when we found the car had much more pace than those relative around us. So that could be something that some of these drivers have thought about, was maybe trying to get the car set up for cooler temperatures, being as we're only 1.5 hours gone in this race and there's still plenty of more time to go. When the track temp's cooling down, on balance, be spending more time in the cooler track temps than you would be on the hotter. So we might be seeing some drivers that are leading maybe drop back when the setup goes away for them, and others that are further behind, maybe in podium positions. You might start to see some positions changing around. At the front now, I've noticed that gap between the Abruzzi Esports LMP car starting to increase. Jordan McClone back 8 seconds, 8.5 seconds actually, from Daniel Boucher. Our Abruzzi Esports LMP car ahead of the DynamiXX Noises Yellow. They're doing a good job, much better than their teammates, it has to be said, in the Simpact Yellow car, because as we mentioned, we saw that incident befalling, well, the the 272 car. I'm still not sure what the stewards are going to make of that incident, Jack, because it looked like it was one that was difficult to call. I think you could argue it both ways, really.
Yeah, it's one of them ones where you can only really decide if you look at it over and over and over again from umpteen angles, and you've really got to look into it to decide who is at fault at that point. And then at the end of all of this time investigating, you could almost decide that it's a racing incident. So there's lots of different ways you can look at look at what's happened. So I think for the moment that will just be looked at by the race stewards. If we have live stewards here, of course, I'm sure they'll be looking into it. And for the moment, they're going on like nothing happened in the 272 after that very heavy incident a few laps ago. And it looks like it hasn't really taken the bravery out of Jonas. You can see him just on the exit of Blanchimont working his way past some GTE traffic. The car ahead of Tristan Mart setting the personal fastest lap of the race for himself, a 2:05.23. Jonas Holm crosses the road with a 2:04.65, so definitely closing up on the car ahead. We've got Derek Robb in the car just behind them, the number 19. It says Rob Derek, but I know for a fact that is Derek Robb. I've raced with Derek before in Chaz Draycott's British Boring Car Series. I will try and get that changed as we go on. Let's see what we can do here. But Derek Robb, normally he's used to driving the Jetta in the Boring Car Series, so we'll see what he can do behind the wheel of the LMP2. It now says Rob, so I'm really not making this better. I will try and fix that as we go on. However, we do have battles forming elsewhere. Dieter Aerts and Gregory Vrank, or Dieter Aerts, pardon me, and Gregory Vranks together, the number 22 and the 32, and then just behind these guys we also have Bart Daleman and Hendrik de Graaf coming close together as well.
Yeah, Bart Daleman's putting the pressure on Hendrik de Graaf. I think Hendrik might have just got ahead down through the Camel Straight, but look at how close Bart Daleman is willing to get to the rear bumper, the rear diffuser of the LMP2 in front. Hendrik de Graaf needs to hurry a little bit now, because it seems as it stands, Bart Daleman's been able to put in the quicker lap times. His previous lap was a 2:05.1 compared to Hendrik's 2:05.7, so it's around about 6/10 the differential, which will not seem a lot, and to be fair, around this circuit it isn't, but when you're in this close fighting, that's going to be a difference between the positions changing over and not.
Yeah, you've got to decide what you're going to do at these points, whether you just fight the battle and wear through your tyres, or you just sit on. Maybe if you're in contact, or you can tell your teammates to contact the car ahead, just saying we don't want to battle you, we're happy just to sit on and help each other work up through the order and try and get a couple of positions made. Well, that's something they've got to decide on. I've just noticed a little something that's been brought to my attention by Ian Roots in the chat, just letting me know I've got to quickly change something in regards to the live stream, so let's hope that we can get that fixed pretty sharpish. But for the moment, the field is getting closer and closer together. Dieter Aerts and Gregory Franks looking at a position change here on the run towards Lecom. Bearing in mind the pair of them are teammates. Dynamics Racing Green on the right hand side, Dynamics Pepe's on the left, and it looks like Gregory Franks has got that position made later on the brakes, around the outside before he gets to Lecom. And there you go, up a position, and once again that number 22 car very sideways, so the setup doesn't just affect Martin Decken's driving style. Clearly Dieter Aerts not quite happy behind the wheel either.
Yeah, and it's both Dynamics cars that were working together there, so I don't think they were fighting it too much, but there's a fight here. Bart Daleman's going down the inside of Hendrik de Graaf. Is he going to be able to brake late enough through Lecom? Yes, he is. He's going to get it stopped in time. We've seen cars cutting across. No, he managed to get it. Nicely done. Going now on the run towards Bruxelles. I think he's got a big enough gap to not worry about Hendrik de Graaf pressuring him. So now he has not really much clearer, because he needs to navigate a GTE, and he needs to try and keep this gap building up, because as we saw, like Daleman's ease of being able to make the move down the Kemmel Straight, as long as Hendrik de Graaf is within, say, about half a second coming out of Eau Rouge Radion, he could be in charge just to take that place all the way back, and they'll be swapping places back and forth, or, well, the remainder of the race until one of them makes a mistake. Now we can see that Grave dropping back a little bit, 6/10, but then again, Bart Daleman catches the GT in the worst possible moment through the Fania chicane and loses out as they then go through this little right-hander going through Stabilo, building the gap back up. It's all about ebbing and flowing through the traffic, and Bart Daleman's just able to pace himself, get the moments right when he needs to pass. Further in front, we can see Gregory Franks ahead of Dietmar Ertz trying to keep the gap, but are they going to try and work together? This could be something that the teammates could try. They might see about swapping the draft between one another and then working together to catch up to the likes of Diego Hames in the Flemish Sports car in place.
Yeah, so Gregory Franks still the lead Dynamics Racing car. However, he's got the GT3 draft ahead. I think that's Kamil Yagizoglu's car. It is indeed the number 38 Mercedes, and that's played into the hands of Gregory Franks. However, it's massively affected his stablemate, Dieter Ertz, who's dropped back a little bit now. Just within a second was the gap going onto the straight. Coming off the straight is now over a second, so Dynamics cars getting further and further apart. Right down back to the GT3s though, we've got this battle slowly starting to spread out. I think we might have had an incident in the background, because that is a very slow Jurgen van der Peer. Let's see what happened. Apparently he went off the road down the Camel Straight. He might have had help through a Rouge over the top of Radion, just cuts the corner. Yeah, and that is a major slowdown for himself. He loses out to Olivier van Herk and Team MRS. So that is why I thought there'd been an incident, because I saw him dropping down the order. There's a battle slowly starting to open up here. This is between Christoph Reis and Ross Nicholson. And our GT3 class leader has got to let by some GTE traffic. I say it's traffic, it will be a change of position overall. Obviously not a change in class. That's Jens Goosens, the last of the GTEs, working his way through the first of the GT3s. So Jens back up where he belongs within the GTE category. Matthias De Haen now has got no worries at all. He's got no pressure from behind, apart from the traffic, of course. That is the LMP2 leader working his way through. But as it stands, he doesn't have any more positions to be changed around unless a mistake comes. And what, we're only 1 hour and 40 minutes into the race, and with it being a 6-hour race on a changing circuit with lots of traffic to deal with, a mistake is more easily found.
Yeah, thankfully the track is cooling, so maybe the cars will start to find more grip, so they'll be less likely to make these little mistakes and errors that we've been seeing so far in the first hour and 40 minutes in this race. Going to see though a battle developing actually between Bob Boland and Thies van den Berger. So Team T's car ahead, but not by much. It's only a second separating these two Porsche GTEs. You can hear them screaming and roaring their way through Puon. It's all about as well how the cars are set up, because I think Bob Boland, the SLW Race Masters car, seems to have the car set for this tight twisty bit, but then coming out of the corners, Van den Berger just has a better drive, better acceleration out of the corners, might be a more stable platform, be able to work the tyres a little bit less as well. It's all these little intricacies that go into making a setup that really pays dividends. And I think as well, if I'm right in saying that there's been a I think, what is it, ILMS is at Spa, so that could have helped some of these drivers, especially in GT and LMP2, formulate their setups.
Yeah, it's definitely good when you know you've got an endurance race on the way, and you've got the time to practice, but even more so when you can hop into one of the iRacing official series and race the car you plan on racing in that event, so you can work on strategy, you can see how the car handles it at different stages of the race, how you can deal with traffic, where you can brake later than other people, where you can maybe go for an overtake if you're being brave. And it's good to just have that little bit of knowledge. However, I don't think any knowledge of that is going to help Jonas Holm. I think he just slowly started to creep over the front of that Audi, or that Flemish Simsports Audi. I hope he didn't, but it does look like that is what happened. Yeah, so the I'm trying to figure out who that was that got caught up in that. We'll slow it down just, I don't know. It almost looks like the Flemish Sim Sport Audi creeps over to the right. Both cars going for the same piece of tarmac. However, as the LMP2, he's got way more room on the inside than I think he realised. So he could have given more room in that situation, I think.
Yeah, I think he just, as you mentioned, maybe misjudged the length of his LMP2 car. They are quite long machines, to give him credit. It's just these little mistakes have started to creep in the Simpact purple car, and it's not really working out for them. They were doing so well earlier on, I think up in 5th position at one stage, but these little mistakes have just started to creep in. Maybe the race just not going their way, getting a bit flustered, and once you make one mistake, if you're getting in the wrong state of mind, many more can come. Hopefully these drivers can stay mentally strong and fit, as we see all these LMP2 cars getting checked up, not knowing which way to go. I thought there was going to be a move being made by Bod Boland, but no, he had to wait his turn, wait and try and pick his moment, as now the 22 LMP2 car can make his way through, but it slows up Thies van den Berge. That could open the door for Bob Boland. He's going to get a better run now through the long flowing right-hander here, and this is going to help him massively when they come up to Bonchon. He needs to make sure he can get the good run through there, keep close enough to put a charge on through the bus stop chicane. He drops back though, so he's going to have to wait, bide his time, and then focus on getting the best run possible down through the Kemmel Straight.
It's all about that run coming out of La Source on the run up towards Eau Rouge and Radion. What will Thies van den Berge do? He goes defensive to the inside towards La Source, and if Ronald Moons gets the position made now, carries the momentum around the outside, does get the better run, I think. There is an overlap between the pair of them, but what are they going to do when the track narrows at Eau Rouge? Ronald Moons is in front by the looks of it. He will have the preferred line on the way through. However, on the Kemmel Straight, he won't have the draft assistance from Thies van den Berge. So the Team Thies entry, the number 27, will reap the rewards from this. However, that LMP2 could just be what Bod Boland needs to stay in front. And it looks like Bod's car is quite slippery through the air. The gap didn't come down massive amounts, but he's also very quick through the tight, twisty bits. So driving style could also start to play a part in this battle. Bod Boland's already extended the gap to 1.35 seconds, so he's definitely building that deficit up. And these two cars at the moment, 1.4 seconds separating them, and they're the closest cars on circuit. So the race started slowly, started to settle down. So looking at it at the moment, it's still these two cars, the closest out on the road, 1.5 seconds separating them, and Thies van den Berge only losing time at this point, so not sure what has happened there, whether it was just Bod Boland sitting on, saving a bit of fuel for a short while, coming into the next pit window, just getting ready to prepare himself. It looks like the last time Bod pitted was on lap 27, so expect Bod into the pit lane within the next 4 laps to get his fill of fuel, and possibly a set of tyres if he didn't take them first time round.
It could as well, Jack, sorry to cut in, it could as well be potentially what we mentioned about the difference in setup. It seems that Bod Boland's able to carry more speed through sort of the first section, sort of through Les Combes, and then down through Pau, and he's just has his car set up a bit better for that, and doesn't quite get the drive out the corners, compromises it. It's about where you can make the time, I think, so he gets the time made more on corner entry, which helps a lot through those sort of technical sectors of the circuit, whereas behind the Team T's car seems to be set up more for getting the good drive out of the corners and trying to carry the speed down through these sort of flat out sections. So now that Bod Boland's got clear air, I think we're starting to see he's able to get the downforce working for him, able to take the corners how he wants to, and this is why the gap is starting to increase, because the sacrifices he makes in straight line speed aren't really too dramatic now.
Yeah, the gap is only extending from this point up to the front of this class, though. Still Jakub Zaleski for RLR Abruzzi Esports GT, still leading the way by quite the margin as well. 59 seconds, best part of a minute back to Jorn van den Akker. So the Traxxas by JV Services car, quite the deficit back now Still having to make sure he stays out the way of traffic, but does it in such a way where it doesn't affect him to a greater length either. He is 30 seconds in front of Stephen Verlust for Reaction Motorsports. 18 seconds back from Stephen Verlust is Steph Del News. 10 seconds back from Steph is John McConville. What has happened to Jonas Holm? I hope he hasn't disconnected, but it does say he's out of the race. The last incident we saw was this one, which wasn't exactly race ending. We saw him just collect the wall and carry on. Let's see what he does when he gets to pit entry. Does he go into the pit lane? No, he continues on. So I fear possibly connection issues might have thrown the Simpac purple car out of the race, unless Hasselheimer can jump in the car quickly, but I'm not sure what the score is with that.
No, and if that is the case, that's just the race going from bad to worse for that 272 car. They were doing so well, and then this last hour has really not been in their favour, has it? They've been having incident after accident, and unfortunately that's just sometimes the way endurance racing goes. You can have such a good start for the race, but then when you start to get to the mid phase, or when you start to do the first round of pit stops, sometimes just the racing gods don't smile on you, and you just get these little incidents picking up. Sometimes they can be your fault, other times they could just be freak accidents caused by other cars, but nevertheless it's something you have to take on the chin. And if you're not able to get back out on track, which I'm a little bit worried that the number 272 car might not be able to do, you just need to take it on the chin, take some lessons learned, and then carry on going for the remainder of the season. Because of course this is just a little prologue round, I believe. This is the first of what will be many events here on Simracers World TV for the DynamiXX Endurance Series, of course, partnered with Track Racer, and I'm sure that you, just as I am, are going to be looking forward to bringing all of the action to come.
Well, let's hope so. I'm not sure how much of the season I would be able to do. Obviously, towards the start of next year, mid-January, I am stepping back from commentary duties just for a few months. Let's hope it doesn't extend further than that. However, don't rule it out of the cards. I'm just stepping back from commentary duties for the start or the first half of 2021, just so I can sort various other bits out, and then hopefully I can return back to Simracers World TV and continue to bring content to you. And for the moment, it looks like the race is staying as is. There's very few battles going on. It's quite saddening almost, because the closest cars we've got, just looking up through the timing screen, 3.5 seconds the gap between Ross Nicholson and Jonas Vermeulen. And I think those two are the closest. 3.5 seconds, the biggest gap out on the road. It is coming down, purely because it's not even a battle for class position, it's a battle for overall position. There is Jonas Vermeulen for Revolution Racing Bravo in the number 40 BMW, chasing down Ross Nicholson in the number 68. Actually, I think I've got that the wrong way around. No, I haven't.
Ross Nicholson is closing in on Christophe Reyes.
That's the one, yeah. That is what has happened. It's Ross Nicholson, yeah, like I say, 2.5 seconds back from Christophe Reyes, and that makes it even more impressive, the fact that they're in the same class, and he's taken a second out of him within half a lap.
Yeah, you're going to see what the lap times were this time around. I'm keeping my eyes on the timing sheets. Christophe Reyes needs to try and get a move on, because Ross Nicholson, that last lap was around about half a second faster. So over the, it might not sound a lot as I mentioned earlier, but over the course of an entire endurance race, if you could get to be half a second quicker than the opposition, that will add up massively. As we see Hans Holman's, oh, that was just a bit of an incident. I don't know if he was tagged or not. I think he just had a bit of an oversteer moment.
I think there might have been very, very light contact there. Let's have a look. Yes, so the Dynamics car got a bit of a wiggle on as he hit the apex. The Porsche continues on, and the Audi just ends up pointing backwards. A very, very slight touch, I think, there. Just enough to tip the Audi around. We'll get back onto a TV camera. We also have had an incident for Wim Everarts in the number 15 car. Such a typical incident in LMP2. It's so easy to do. And I think Jordan McClone wanted to get it on the mix. He says, oh, you think you can do it? Let me show you. This is Formula Drift. Tandemed his way in to the side of the number 15. Hopefully that hasn't damaged the cars too much, which that will explain why Jordan McClone is now in the pit lane, and Diego Hames is now up into second place for Flemish Sim Sports Yellow. Not just second place in class, second place overall, of course. LMP2 being the dominant class out here today. And let's have another quick look back to Ross Nicholson. 2.9 seconds, so maybe just a quick lap from Ross Nicholson, just pushing the boundaries, or traffic could play a part as well, because there's now extending even further, 3 seconds to the good is Christophe Reis. So it could just be a little bit of traffic.
I think it probably is, because Christophe Reis has got clearer and he's going to not actually lose out too much, because he's going to let the LMP2 to a nice flat out area of the track where Christophe Reis does not need to compromise his line whatsoever realistically. So now you can focus on it. She gets a little bit of a little bit of toe from the quicker LMP2 car, punching a hole in the air for him, doing him the world of good. And as you mentioned, that is starting to increase the gap between himself and Ross Nicholson. Just behind again though through this sector, it's where the Mercedes isn't quite as strong. It's not able to turn as sharply as the Audi is, but Ross Nicholson actually has to deal with a slower GT3 car as well. So Ross Nicholson's not getting the luck of the traffic at the moment. He's seemingly got good pace, but at the moment it's not really working out for him in terms of traffic. Now we can see that I think that's the fast racing car getting out of the way, which one was, I'll just have a look through. Yes, fast racing silver that was, moving out of the way. Good smart driving from Dennis Lukes there, and through Orange Radion though. It's such a nice area of the track. Even though the cars aren't fighting, it's still a joy to see a train, no matter what it is for, going up through that amazing sector of track.
Lots of battles going on, and to see these two cars slowly starting to get closer together and then slowly start to get further apart is a nice little concept to watch along with. 3.7 seconds the gap between Ross Nicholson and Christophe Reis for Flemish Sim Sports. We're seeing the GTE class cars coming into the pit lane. Bram van Uitven is just leaving actually in that number 384 Dynamics Simulators red. No stranger to Sim Racers World is Bram van Uitven. We've seen him racing in one of the Sim Racers World GT series. I think it was the GT Evo series that Bram has been racing in. Jens Goossens just going over Radion, picking up a position. I think that was Matteo Sufi, it was, for Sim Racers World Esports GTE. So Matteo losing out there. That shows the pace difference. I know Matteo has been leaving the pit lane, but you can just see the sheer speed that LMP2 approached the number 64 machine. Quite scary stuff, knowing that those cars, those rocket ships, are on the same circuit as you, and you've got to deal with them for the next, what, 4 and a bit hours. And looking at it, the field is slowly starting to open up in a few other places. However, towards the front end of the order, once again, it's slowly starting to extend a little bit. There is Bart Daleman in the Sim Racers World Esports LMP2 machine. Sadly, the livery hasn't loaded on that one. However, 2.4 seconds back is Martin van Reewijk, who's just been held up a little bit by the number 77 machine. Or was that the number 11 machine? I think it could be the number 11. They're just so similar in their makeup. But Martin van Reewijk and the number 727 continuing on, and I think that was the car that ended up in the pit lane just a few laps ago, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, and actually it's a good thing we're on board with one of the Team Simpact cars, because we do have a driver in the interview waiting room, and well, we couldn't not bring Hasaroma into the booth. They've been having a torrid time though in the 272 car, and Hassa, it's unfortunate to speak to you like this, but well, just talk us through what happened this race. It was going so well until just the last hour.
Yeah. It wasn't really our day, was it? But on to the next one. I think we'll be trying to redeem ourselves with a with a 6-hour race with the ELMS here tonight, and maybe that's gonna bring better fortunes. But I felt like it was a good stint. It was tough in qualifying. There was a lot of traffic. It was really hard just to find the space to really get a good lap in. And the opening stint was chaotic as well. Quite a lot of spins on the opening laps with cold tires. Yeah, but I felt like it went good, and I really enjoyed it.
Seeing by your tone of voice and the fact that you're in the booth is that you're not going to be jumping in for your teammates, so that's going to be this race over for you boys.
Yeah, it is. That it is. We were in a position where we felt like it wouldn't really make sense to necessarily push on many laps down, and of course you can always pick something up later on, but Jonas had some really bad luck. He came in, he didn't have too much time to prepare. He had a busy day, and came in hot in the door and had like 15 minutes of prep time. So yeah, of course, I think it's understandable that he wasn't in the zone necessarily when he got in the car, and yeah, difficult track conditions. It's a bit slippery and a bit of a loose setup. Yeah, many things that didn't go our way, but I felt like it was good. Traffic was good. We had some clean racing, and at least through my stint, you could say. And yeah, I really enjoyed it. It's been a long time since I raced this type of event, so it was really nice to be behind.
Well, talk us through actually a little bit. You mentioned about the traffic. Just talk us through being an LMP2 driver, what it's like to try and navigate these two slower classes, and what you can do, especially when they're fighting as they were for the first hour of the race when you were trying to navigate them.
Yeah, it's really about patience and trying to be 2-3 steps ahead all the time, I think, and trying to always see if you can find a way through that's going to be the least hassle, if you will. I feel like that in many situations, maybe holding off coming into a corner and then just trying to take it safely on the non-exiting side of a corner is the safest way to go, and I've done that a lot this race so far. But of course, if you're holding off, sometimes you find yourself getting caught up, and I lost 5, 6, 7 seconds on some lap due to traffic. So it was difficult. I found myself getting confused also sometimes, because when you're coming up quickly behind a GT car with a big wing, you don't necessarily register immediately if it's a GTE or a GT3 car, and the speeds are quite different in the corners as well. So that's something you really need to stay with.
Well, definitely plenty of lessons to be learned from you and your teammates, but I'm sure you'll be able to take that forward into the next round, and we'll be hoping to see you here taking the fight and trying to get back up through the field. So thank you very much, Hasse. But before we say goodbye, is there anyone you want to give a quick shout out to?
Yeah, of course, you boys in the booth doing the broadcast. I know what it's like. And of course, Jochen, of course Ian, of course all the boys putting on the race, and the team Simpact, and our sponsor Noises, who's with us now as a main sponsor. We're deeply fond of that, and yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Hasse. We'll wish you, well, we can't really wish you the best of luck in this race, but we'll certainly be able to wish your car that is running the Simpact and Noises yellow car in second place. So I'm sure you'll be happy to see them, and hopefully you'll be in the YouTube chat cheering them on. But thank you very much, Hasse.
Cheers, Ed. Cheers.
So that was Hasse Roma in the 272 car. Unfortunately, not in this race anymore, Jack, but as we're coming up to the 2-hour mark, I think it's about time that we go for a quick short break. We are only human, of course, so we can have a little bit of actually a few incidents that happened before. We're seeing, what was this? That was the car in 5th place in class. Ross Nicholson having a bit of a moment trying to get the car back facing the right way. Not quite working out as he just gets the car pointing in the right direction eventually. He managed to keep out of trouble. No contact being made, which is thankfully, that's going to be, well, good news, I suppose, if any can be taken for the Sim Slickers Racing red car, and that they didn't pick up any damage.
Yeah, it's nice to see that they continue on without too much of an issue. Just dirty tyres, I think, the main issue for them, and it possibly has cooled the tyres down a little bit as they went on to the grass. However, like you said, Ed, it's about time we just go for a quick break, only about 5-6 minutes, but we'll be back with you with some live pictures, of course. We're going to stick you on board with our leader, who you've just seen go screaming past the shot in the number 13 Aralara Britsy Esports LMP2 entry. So like I said, we'll just put you on board, we'll get the dashboard up so it just gives you a bit more of an insight into what the drivers are dealing with behind the wheel of these LMP2s, and we'll be back with you in just a few minutes' time. Don't go away. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Dynamic Simulators 6 hours of Spa, and we were just riding on board with Daniel Bouchet in the number 13 RLR Abruzzi Esports LMP, leading LMP I might add, and something that we might have accidentally uncovered there, Ed. I'm not sure whether you picked up on it as well. The lifting and coasting that those guys have been doing is insane. They just put the clutch in going into the bus stop, going into La Source and going into Le Combe. You always hear them just put the clutch in, lower the revs, trying to save a little bit of fuel. I wonder how effective that is, because I know from experience it can help a little bit, but I wouldn't have thought it would make too much of a difference. But we've uncovered their little strategy, I think.
I think in iRacing it does a lot of difference. Maybe in other sims you might not get as big of a benefit, but iRacing, of course, as I'm sure you know, Jack, I think it does fuel calculations based off of throttle position, not on revs as such. So by able to lift off the throttle earlier, not on the full throttle for as long as you would be this high-speed Spa circuit, so any amount of fuel you can save just by doing that little tactic, especially into these heavier braking zones, it does the world of difference, and that's probably the reason why we've been able to see them just maybe take less time stationing in the pit stops, and that's why they've been able to extend their gap to now almost 30 seconds between the RLR Abruzzi Esports LMP and then the Simpact and Noises yellow car, which is Martin van Rijwijk. So as it seems, the RLR Esports LMP is, as you mentioned, just been able to get commanding grip just based on strategy, but then also, as we were seeing on board with them, they've just been able to carry so much more speed, and again, last lap, 2 tenths faster, and all of these little gains they've been making have been adding up.
They have indeed, definitely slowly starting to make a difference, chipping away at the gap and just, well, extending the gap, so to speak. 28 seconds out between the pair of them. I just trapped my finger trying to put something away. Sorry about that. But Daniel Bouchet really starting to extend that gap. Now we've had quite the incident for Wim Everett by the looks of it. It popped up twice on the event viewer. It might just be, yep, the typical LMP2 spin. Saved it almost and styled it out through La Source. In desperation to not get an off track, he reverses back towards the road and gets the car pointed the right way again and continues on. I'm not sure why it popped up twice. I think the first one it counted, and then the second little stop it might have counted again. And this is something, this camera angle really does it justice. That fog is starting to roll in very, very quickly. We'll get the weather up on the right hand side of your screen to another 2 degrees lower the track temperature this time. 21 degrees ambient air temperature. 96% humidity, which does explain all of the fog. So going into the night, you're not only going to have to deal with obviously an unlit circuit with very little lighting, just your headlights and the taillights of the cars in front to follow. But if it's foggy as well, that's just going to add to the complexion of the race, and it might throw a spanner in the works for a few people, because they might have done their day testing and their night testing, but maybe not their fog testing.
Yeah, that could be something, and while I don't expect it to really hamper the drivers too much, that could mean, in terms of, well, it might not hamper them in lap time, but the thing it could hamper them is just visibility of cars stopped. Maybe when you see yellow flags, it's a bit harder to see a car, especially if it's side on, you can't see any brake lights or any headlights. That might be something that could play a marker. We're going to see, obviously, later in the race, if it does, or if the fog begins to clear. I notice the wind is up a little bit. It's around about 18 kilometers an hour, which could start to clear the fog, but as it stands, it has been rolling in for a while, so I'm not sure if that will be the case or not. Right, I'll take a bit more than, I think, a little bit of fog to stop this RLR Abruzzi Esports LMP from leading the LMP2 field, because they were just to get ahead and stay ahead. They've been managing the race, managing the traffic as well. That's the biggest thing in this race at the moment, now that we've gone past the 2-hour mark, is just focus on hitting your marks. And more, I think you're racing more the stopwatch than anything else at this phase of the race, just focusing on managing the strategy, managing the tyres, managing the fuel, because that's when the bigger gains start to come through, and when we get into the night, we'll have a bigger idea of who will be on top in this race.
Yeah, you've got to decide at this point what you're going to do with strategy as well. Like you say, we're really starting to close up on the halfway point already, so you've got to decide, well, we had this strategy going into the race, are we comfortable with still running it, have we got to change this, Have we got to put another driver in maybe? There's lots of different bits that at this point in the race are so key, and by the halfway point you need to pretty much have a strategy set in stone on what you're going to do, because you don't want to start making changes in the final few minutes of, or the final hour of the race, because it could affect how you finish in quite a big way. Jordan Hayes has had an incident. We've already seen it happen once, a carbon copy of what has happened before with the number 42 machine sideways through Podium. Gets back going once again, does a good job of making sure he stays right the way off the racing line in such a way not to affect any of the approaching cars, and back going once again. And it's nice to see that the crashes have stopped and the incidents have stopped. It's just the little mistakes, which is just natural. That is a characteristic of endurance racing. There's no way you'll ever get rid of those, but the crashes, it's nice to see that they've dimmed down and there's not as many of those, touch wood.
Yeah, thankfully, of course. You don't want to be the curse of the commentator. Now that you mentioned it, Jack, I'm almost certain that in the next 10 minutes you might see an incident involving one of the cars later on. At the moment, though, we're going to follow this little fight between Ronald Moons and Quinn van Hooydonk, just going through Podium now. As it seems that was almost a loss of the rear, I think, for the Team T's car. It was a very loose moment, but now Team T's, we did see them earlier behind the SRW car, but now that position is swapped over yet again. So the strategy seems to play in the hands of Team T's, whereas the race pace seems to go more towards the SRW car. So that's going to be a fight I think we'll be seeing for the remainder of this race, and it's good to have this little fight going on, because that's going to keep us company into the race as the hours start to tick by. As you mentioned, it's closing in on the halfway mark. This is when I think Ronald Moons, we might start to see him try and get ahead, try and get track position, and focus on staying ahead now for this final half hour. He has, of course, traffic to negotiate. That's the Flemish SimSport car. That was, where was that? Was that the 867 Hendrik de Grave coming on through? And let's see what Hendrik, I think he might be fighting with potentially Yannick Lemons in the Fast Racing Gold cars. So again, it's Flemish SimSport and Fast Racing together on track. But I don't know if Fast Racing strategy has worked out for them. We did see them, if you remember, Jack, earlier on in the race, fighting for, could have been a third place, but since then they've dropped all the way back down into 8th place.
Yes, they're really starting to drop back now. Is Matthias Suki as well. You're just seeing that he has been closing up very marginally on the car ahead, and I think this is something that we might have missed out on a little bit. The number 64 machine has been working his way up from the tail end of the order, but the gap up to Jens Goossens in front has slowly started to fluctuate. Like you say, it's nice to watch these battles ebb and flow, and I think that could also be something to do with traffic, because Jens Goossens was on the tail end of Bram van Uytven not so long ago. But that gap has opened up a little bit as well. We heard Ian Roots in chat saying that Bram has done all 7 seasons of the SRW GT series, so well and truly acclimatised to the Sim Racers World Circus and knows what he's doing behind the wheel. That fog really starting to roll in thick now. You can see the light is piercing the thick layers, but up to the front. This battle that you mentioned, it's really hotting up now. The number 22, the lead car, the 34, the chase car, Bart Daleman and Dieter Ertz battling away as they cross the line now. What do the lap times look like? Dieter Ertz a 2:05.5, Bart Daleman a 2:04.5, so a full second quicker was the Sim Racers World Esports LMP2 driver, and he's in quite a nice little situation here, because the run up towards Eau Rouge, he will gain a little bit in the draft. As he goes over Radion on towards the Camel Straight, he will have a very nice little bit of draft assistance from the car ahead. So we could see the position change. Never mind on the run up towards Lake Op, we could see the position change. Now, oh, 2 wheels on the grass, cuts one way, cuts the other. That will have ruined his momentum. And Ed, I think you felt the same way about that. That could have either ended in tears or ended as well as it did.
I thought we were going to see an airplane crash. The amount of speeds they were going when they were going side by side, we saw that Bart Daleman just had to lift out of it. He got such a good run that it actually hampered him coming out of Eau Rouge and Radion. So it seems to me that Bart Daleman does have the pace. He just needs to bide his time and again try and focus on getting through the traffic, because now you can see 3, count them, yes, 3 GTE cars all fighting on track trying to get through. don't know if that could potentially be because I think Bram van Uyten is in a bit of a fight as well. So we're seeing battles start to develop all across the circuit. Didier Aerts getting through and building that gap now. Bart Daleman's stuck behind one of the GTEs and is going to be stuck behind a GTE, not a GT, a GT3 now. So Didier Aerts using the traffic to his advantage. Look at the gap he's being able to build now. 2 seconds that has opened up for him being, what, about a 1/10 of a second coming out of Radion.
Yeah, so the gap really starting to fluctuate now. I just got a couple of changes to be made on mine, so please do bear with me with those ones. I think we are about there after a few little issues trying to be solved as we go on. However, looking at it, the battles elsewhere really starting to open up. This is the Bram van Uyten battle, and Gus Franken for RP Motorsport. The pair of these pair of drivers coming together. I was slightly distracted by that Audi that just went firing across my screen. I wasn't quite expecting that. Jens Goossens following along as well in the number 369, chasing down the number 384 of Bram van Uyten. And the RP Motorsport Ferrari, you definitely can't miss that with its green and blue flashes. Number 81 putting up a nice little defensive drive from Bram van Uyten, but it could be a saving grace at this point because Bram might be quite hot on his mirrors and see Jens Goossens approaching, and maybe slowly start to get distracted and lose a little bit of time to the car ahead. And you can see the fog starting to roll in thicker and thicker and thicker as we pass the 2:20 mark. I reckon, well, by the end of the straight, we're going to see Bram van Uyten in front. That's what we're going to see. Gus Franken losing out there in the draft. And that now means that it could have opened the floodgates for Bram van Uyten to start making up time on Mark Matthijssen for race team in the number 37 Porsche. And it has also just dropped Gus Franken into the clutches of Jens Goossens. So that little overtake there has massively changed the dynamic of this little battle as they head towards Pouhon. It looks like there is a bit of an overlap. The number 369 now in front. The sideways moment for the 81. Is he going to get it collected up? No, he is, well, just about. One way, then the other. An armful of lock. Bouncing off the lock stops. Gets back going again. And position lost. Well, 2 positions lost in the space of half a lap. But I think the best thing they can take away from that is they didn't end up in the wall.
How on earth did he manage to recover that? I want to see the onboard just to see how he was soaring at the wheel. That was an amazing save from Gus Franken there, the RP Motorsports driver. Really master of the control of his car. We're going to see exactly what happens here on board with Jens Goossens. On board now with Gus Franken. He turns in, the rear of the car brakes traction. He manages to hold it again. The rear of the car, the tyres are over quickly, tries to get back the wheel on the grass. Eventually gets it pointing the right way, but oh my word, that was a Code Brown moment if ever I saw one. And, well, he's going to be breathing more than just a sigh of relief, is Gus Franken, because he was able to keep it out of the wall, and that would have been a high-speed, nasty crash that would have left him with plenty of damage. It has meant he's dropped out of that little fight that we were following, but I think he'll take that over, well, what the alternative could have been, as we now come back to this fight that starts to come back again. Bart Daleman, he's been able to catch back up. I think it was only a matter of time before it was the case. Didier Aerts tries to hold him off, break the slipstream, manages to hold the gap going through Lake Hom, seemingly keeping it ahead, going through Melbourne now. And then as we come towards Bruxelles, there's again traffic. Is that going to play into the hands of Didier Aerts? Oh, he sends it down the inside of one of the GT3 cars. That was a daring late maneuver, a bit too daring for my liking, but he got through nice and cleanly. Now that gives Bart Daleman all the impetus he needs to carry on carving his way through the traffic, as well as forced offline. Let's see what's happening here to Matthias Mass.
Typical incident of an LMP2. We've seen it so many times, not just in this stream, but in every race that we've had an LMP2 class. It's so easy to do with a lot of the weight being over the tail end of the car, with the engine and the gearbox and all the electricals and the hydraulics being put into the tail end of that car. Just on the brakes, if you turn in a little bit, put a bit too much lock on, the tail end of the car will just want to naturally overtake the front, as it is in most race cars, even more so in these LMP2s. We've now got a new driver behind the wheel of our GTE leader. It's Jake Browning now in the RLR Abruzzi eSports GT entry, so the American taking the reins of the number 730 as he's started to extend that gap very nicely. The last time they were in the pit lane, according to my timing, was lap 54, so he's probably been in the car for quite a while, I just haven't noticed. But that gap now, just to bring your attention to it, Ed, 2 minutes and 10 seconds over Pascal Nice, and a lap in a GTE for these guys is 2 minutes 13. So the average with everybody else, you're probably looking at about 2 minutes 16. So in a couple of laps' time, we could see the GTE leader lap everybody in his class. Look,
I think we can see, yeah, there he is, just going through Bruxelles. Oh, well spotted there, Jack. And if I can bring your attention to another thing other than just the sheer speed of Jake Browning in that car is that Bart Daleman, you've picked up on it, has gotten ahead of Didier Ertz, who was just using the straight line speed, the slipstream down the Kimmel Straight. We'd seen that Bart Daleman was so strong. We're going to see just how strong now going down the Kimmel Straight, holding the inside line as Didier Ertz trying to defend, but just the overspeed was too much for him to hold on to. Bart Daleman bring his way around the outside, holding on to that position. And I think as well, there's some fighting now going on in the GT3 class, and I think it's Hans Holman's potentially and Christoph Reyes getting involved. We're seeing, yes, this is a fight in T3. Ross Nicholson ahead of Christoph Reyes, Flemish Simsport car in the Mercedes, trying to get past the Audi. We did mention that he seems better over one lap over the course of a race distance. The Mercedes has a little bit more of an advantage, and that seems to be the case now coming through Pouon. Look at them, nose to tail. The GTEs are going to try and put themselves in the mix, but when you're in this situation like this, you don't want to be throwing your nose down just as Christoph Reyes makes the move stick. I don't think that was Ross Nicholson holding off too hard. I think he was more conceding that position, trying maybe to work together. But oh, is that going to be coming across the nose? Oh, he's gone wide. He's going to be going off into the gravel. Ross Nicholson losing time hand over fist there just from that little mistake, coming across the nose of a GT that I don't know if he was looking at in his rearview mirrors, or maybe focusing on the car he was just racing with.
Yeah, so another little battle changing there. Positions have changed and traffic playing a little bit of a part in that battle as well. And you can see just from this camera angle as well, the fog is getting thicker. It isn't just my eyes. It's definitely slowly starting to reel its way in, but somebody who's reeling, speaking of reeling in, Ross Nicholson, look how close he is back to Christoph Reyes again for Flemish Simsport. So the lead Mercedes in the GT3 class now under pressure once again from Ross Nicholson. Ross is in the prime spot to decide what he wants to do in more ways than one. He is in the driving seat. He can just sit on and is more than happy to save a bit of fuel, see what he can do with a bit of strategy going into the next pit window, or he can get that position made and work his way back into second place. So that's something to keep an eye on. Looking at it now, Jake Browning has now lapped everybody. There is Pascal Nice. So it does now mean that Jake Browning has lapped everybody in his class, which is definitely an achievement. And I'm guessing it'll be a similar story in the GT3 class pretty soon, because Rutger Weinen, he's now 1 minute and 6 seconds ahead of Christoph Reyes, and we're not even at the halfway point. So guessing towards the end of the race, if everything goes to plan, Rutger Weinen could be a lap ahead of everybody else in his class. Not quite the same story in the LMP2s. Well, I say slightly closer. 25 seconds is the gap between Daniel Butcher and Martin van der Ewijk, but in regards to what we've already seen and going off other gaps that are elsewhere on the grid, that's a very small gap.
Yeah, and I've just noticed as well, if you go back to Bart Daleman and Ertz, I think that position has changed around yet again. Yet we can see now the DynamiXX car is ahead of the Sim Racers World Esports LMP2 car. We're going to see exactly where it is. Is it again down the Camel Straight? Yes, it is, braking into Les Combes. It seems to be, as long as you're about half a second behind going down through this right-hander here, you're just able to catch up, get a good run down through Eau Rouge and then up through Radion. As long as you're within about half a second, the move's relatively easy to make. So it's all about trying to build that gap through the tight twisty bit, the sort of the middle sector of the circuit, and then try and streak away. But it's easier said than done.
It really is. There's so many different bits that you've got to try and change. Bart Daleman now back in front of Dieter Ertz. So Dieter losing out there to the number 34, and off the road he goes into, well, almost into the tyre stacks. Does a very good job of avoiding any damage with the wall, but all that time he's just made up, and all the time he spent battling with Bart Daleman has all gone out the window. 5 seconds adrift now is Dieter Ertz and Bart Daleman, so it means that gap has now been blown wide open. The closest cars we've got on the circuit, believe it or not, is the battle we were looking at. Ross Nicholson and Christoph Reis, 1.5 seconds apart, and for that to be the closest gap, it shows that everybody's slowly started to settle into their stint. They're happy with their strategy. They're more than happy with their drivers as well, just to keep churning out the laps consistently and cleanly, and that's all you really need in an endurance race.
Yeah, I think the pit stops are just about over. I think, well, a full fuel stint in both the GT classes is just over an hour, I think. So you won't be expecting these cars to come into the pits anytime soon. We're about in the mid-phase of this stint that we're seeing Ross Nicholson and Christoph Reis doing. So as it stands, they're fighting. I think there's a close fight between potentially Robin Daniels. No, Robin Daniels just going past Jens Goossens that was in the pit. So I thought that was a close fight, but no, it was just... Sometimes you can get a little bit confused with cars in the pit lane. So yes, this is, I'm not saying, I'm going to say sadly, the closest fight on track, because we've been treated to a great evening's racing already. Christoph Reis and Ross Nicholson. Don't forget, that was a fight for second place, so the podium's still a little bit up in the air, even if the race lead is seemingly out of reach for the other drivers. Going to see Thomas Stockman's now, the Team MRS car. We saw them have a bit of a, well, being in the wars earlier on in the race, managing to come on through, I think, is that 8th position at the moment for Team MRS, and they're going to be hoping just to keep things nice and easy, nice and calm, and just focus on gaining positions in the latter phase of the race.
Yeah, that's got to be the end goal. Just don't get hooked up on the start of the race. Don't think about it like a sprint race. You've got to make sure you've got your endurance head on. You're ready just to sit in the car. You might not make a position, you might lose a couple of positions, but as long as you keep it on the road and keep it consistent for a couple of hours, that's all you need to do. If you make positions, great. If you don't, well, what's it going to be like? If you lose a position in your stint, you'll probably just get them back in the next one when you hand over to your teammate. So it's a tricky little concept with an endurance race, and there's so many different variables that can change throughout the race. And Thomas Stockman's, I picked on him because we've seen that car, like you say, we've seen him in the wars, but he's back out looking factory fresh, and the car is looking rather balanced as well. So they've clearly started to settle in to their race as well. In terms of other little cars that we haven't seen for a while, the DSCDA Esports car, we've seen that battling for first. Now right the way down in 5th place is Jeremy van der Kratz. So the number 28 machine starting to lose out a little bit here as we close up on the halfway point in this race. And it could also mean that, like I said, if you've been battling for P2, that can get your hopes up. You've got to try and stay as cool and calm and collected as possible. You've been battling for P2, you think, oh, well, we've got the pace. Don't get hooked up on that. You just need to keep it on the road. I'm sure if you've got endurance experience, it's all well and good battling away, but at the end of the day, all you do is lose time.
Yeah, it's all about as well, I find, getting into what they call the flow state, just focusing more on taking the corner by corner, just focusing on everything in front of you and not getting too hung up on what happened earlier in the race and what's going to come later in the race. Leave that to the people that aren't in the car, leave that to your teammates who are doing all the fuel calculations, all of the permutations on what stints we're doing, if we're going to double stint or even potentially triple stint, as I remember being able to do occasionally in this GT3. You might see that potentially in the night, maybe in the GTEs, being able to triple stint. But it's all about just focusing on what you need to do and having the good team behind you to work out, let you know when the traffic comes through, as we just saw the 15 car do there. That was Wim Everett's carving his way through, and again then the Porsche RSR, I think that was Team T's, and I want to see where they are in relation to the SRW Race Masters, because I knew that fight was close, and I think actually the gap is still around about 3 seconds, so that gap's not coming down whatsoever. Yes, you can see now just about 3 seconds. Gaps are starting to sort of stagnate, stay where they are, and that's probably down to drivers focusing more on the longer game, focusing on the fact that right, we're at the halfway mark, not focus too much on the here and now, and focus more on keeping the car in good shape, keeping out of trouble, and taking a good result at the end of it. Because that's the biggest thing, Jack. I'm sure if you've got experience with endurance racing, I don't think you've ever seen a car win the race looking battered and bruised. It's all about staying out of trouble, keeping your nose clean, and working together to get that good result.
Yeah, absolutely. I've done all of the iRacing official endurance events on road courses anyway, and yeah, it's all about damage limitation and how well you can just look after your car and look after your teammates as you go on. And you may think, oh, you just get in the car, you drive around for a couple of hours, or 3 hours was the case at Le Mans, and then you just get out and go to bed. You've got to just stay up and speak to your teammates, let them know what the score is. If there's a car a lap ahead, let them know what they're doing, let them know how their strategy differs, the times they've been doing, have they been held up by traffic, have they not been held up by traffic. There's so much you can do apart from just drive in an endurance race, and a lot of that is, yeah, just helping your teammates, but the other part is what you do behind the wheel. Like you say, damage limitation, keeping it off the curbs when it's cold, and keeping it on the black stuff tends to be the way to go as well. And yeah, like you say, you never see a crumpled car cross the line in first. You always see the cleanest car on the grid cross the line in first, purely because that's the only reason why. They might not be the quickest car out there, they might not be the smoothest car out there, but just because they've kept it out of the wall and out of the gravel traps, it tends to bring them good things. And for the moment, it looks like Brant van Uytvanhout has got good things coming his way, because that's a very clean looking Porsche. Just to relate it to Matthias Sufi's in the background, you can see the left hand side of that wing, that rear wing, bent up, and I think the right hand side has got a little kink in it almost.
A little bit of a knock, I think. Yeah, it's just what's happened in the course of the race. I think it's easy to pick up though, isn't it, Jack? And I've actually just noticed as well in all this, there's been a change for, I believe, third place. I think Mark Mathiasen has just gotten ahead of Pasquino Nies in the Reaction Motorsports car. Yes, we can see the Porsche now ahead of the BMW, so that's been a change of position for third place, the bottom step of this GTE podium. And now Mark Mathiasen in the race team 37 car, hoping that they can carry on through and carry that momentum, because at the moment they've been able to actually build up the gap now to the BMW behind. So it's all about just managing the gap, keeping ahead, making sure you're not getting under pressure and getting the pass made back on you, as we've been seeing time and time again this race.
Yeah, it's so easy just to get by and think, oh great, I've got by. Somebody who isn't getting by is not quite happy with that piece of bodywork. Clearly, he saw there was a dent there, tried to straighten it back out. Did Greg? We'll see where Greg is on the timing screen, so we can go back a little bit, maybe just to see what happened. So that's already after the incident. Let's have another look back. So this is heading through Blanchemont. The car's already got that damage on the front. It looks like he keeps it all under control on the way in. What happens here? On the brakes, all safe, all still pointing the right way, apart from the bonnet, of course. Guess back going again. I'm not sure whether this was just ferocity or he turned into the pit lane. Yeah, he doesn't even really make an attempt to turn. I think he was just angry.
But it also could have been maybe that he was having stutters or something, because he doesn't make any attempt. He just goes straight on. There's no sense of braking, no sense of acceleration. It just seems to just coast into it. So it could be maybe something to do with hardware, and then that knock on the front might have made it a bit difficult to turn left potentially. So it's unfortunate. I'm not entirely sure what has happened to the Simstickers Racing red car, because again, he's having another knock on the wall there. So I think it could be maybe his screen stuttering or cutting out, so we can't see where his car is, and he collides with the walls as a result.
Yeah, I know. I've had that issue before, and it's so difficult just to make those little mistakes. And it's so easy just to nudge the wall. You think, oh well, that wasn't there when I got it here, and you just end up nudging it. And the hardware difficulties are so common here, there, and everywhere, as we've already seen at the start of this stream. Having a little difficulty of my own in the connection side. You can see there the DynamiXX cars were getting closer together, but they've slowly started to separate again as Wim Everett has pulled the number 15 machine into the pit lane. So he has gone in for what will be his third pit stop from 10th place in class. And I think we might have just seen a change of position at pit exit. Tim Rutten for Sim Racers World Esports LMP2 leaving the pit lane behind Yannick Lemons. Yannick pitted 4 laps ago. Actually, no, he didn't. He pitted quite a while ago. Look, 7 laps ago compared to the 5. Tim has literally just left the pit lane. So it does now mean that Tim is in theory in a battle for position. Whether he has got the fresher tyres on, I don't know. Looking at the pit stop time, I don't think Tim has. Yes, he has. He has been in his pit stall for 51 seconds, hence the position loss. So Tim has taken tyres, which means he will be in the quicker car when it gets up to temperature, and it's all about that, just getting it up to temperature. You may think, oh, well, I've got fresh tyres on, I can absolutely go out there and shred them to bits, but if you start to overdrive the car on cold tyres, it's only going to end one way, and that's going to be upside down in a barrier. If you give the car the time it deserves and you give it the patience to get up to temperature, you can end up with quite a quick little race car.
Yeah, plus as well, iRacing, I think, models brake temperature based off of tyre temperature, which is why we're seeing him not able to make the sends that he would usually be able to when the tyres are fully warmed up. He's not able to have the confidence under braking, a bit too worried maybe about locking up and snagging them, which is why he had to bide his time a little bit behind that. I think that might be in the Sim Race as well, GTE just being passed. Yes, that was. I think that was Matthew Sufi being passed. So Tim Rutten now needs to try and work on getting his tyres back up into the right condition. He knows he has the grip, as we see a little bit of a snag of the brakes. And again, there's those cold brakes coming into effect. He's just overshooting a little bit now. Trying to get to grips with the car. It'll come to him sooner rather than later. But while all this is going on, that's giving Yannick Lemons all the time he needs to build that gap, get a buffer for when Tim Rutten starts to get his tyres back into the right window, that he might not be able to catch up in time.
Now, we saw the gap when they came out of the pit lane was around about a second. It started to extend a little bit through sectors 1 and 2, and then through the latter part of the lap, the gap has massively opened up now. 4.5 seconds between the pair of them. A slightly slower run through there for Yannick Lemons. You can see the time dropping like a stone. Well, I can't really keep up with it. It's now down to 4.1 seconds from what was, I think it was best part of 5 seconds going on to the Camel Straight, so not the greatest run there. However, I think we actually are being treated to a three-way battle. Gus Franken for RP Motorsport in the Ferrari, Robin Daniels for United Motorsport in the first of the Porsches, and then Quinn van Hooijdonk in the Team Thies number 27 Porsche. So, yeah, we're actually getting a nice little battle
just coming out of the pits. Could be a 4-way fight. I think we've just seen Mark Mathiasen getting past now. We see him there. This could be a 4-way fight if he's able to catch up and these cars battle enough, slow each other down enough. This could put the car that was actually up into the podium positions now trying to fight back through. All the drivers still yet to pit. It was a slightly earlier stop though than scheduled, I think, for the race Team 37 car. So that's going to possibly play strategy for the likes of Gus Franken here, going up through the field, having to get out of the way for the number 16 LMP2 car. That is Cedric Wouters in third position going on by. Meanwhile, Gus Franken needs to worry a little bit because he's got not one but 2 cars up behind looking for positions, and again he runs wide through No Name, and he's going to lose out on 2 positions. Is he going to try and fight back? No, he's not able to, so he loses out just from one small mistake. He's dropped 2 positions, and that puts Robin Daniels in the front of this 3-car fight now. So this is a brilliant battle that they need to get out of the way for, because you can see the Flemish Sim Sports car trying to get down the inside, the LMP2 being held up and doing some holding up as well. This is not what you want. Where's the GTE going to go? Goes onto the racing line, but is he going to turn across the nose? Oh, there's a bit of contact, and yes, he's being spun round. Oh, he manages to collect the car though, keep it out of the wall, but this has turned absolutely dramatic. Mark Mathiasen's now in the mix of this fight. He's going to potentially have fresh rubber on board as well, so this could be his positions being made a little bit easier for him now, as he's trying to go side by side with Gus Franken, the RP Motorsports car. They're going side by side through Blanchimont. No, think better of it, but oh, there's contact. The Ferrari, is he spun into the wall? No, he managed to get onto the brakes. Is he going to be collided? Is he going to be... oh, I thought he was going to be collected there, but no. Excellent avoiding action from all of the cars involved. Just tips the wheel out onto the grass, locks the brakes up, then unsnags them, then snags them back up again. Spins all the way around, gets it pointing the right way eventually. Look at the wider angle shot here, just so you can see how close it was, both on the right and left hand side of him. Oh my word, great evasive action. But that was, I don't know if there was contact or maybe a bit of net going through Blanchimont, because it was very close between the two cars there.
It really was. Good, like you say, good avoidance driving from everybody involved. And for the moment, that 4-car battle has managed to wean itself down into a 2-car battle. Robin Daniels, however, losing time to Mark Matthijssen. So Mark, the big gainer out of all of that. He gained, what, 2 positions, and he's on his way for a 3rd. Quinn van Hooijdonk for Team Thies up the road. 2.6 seconds adrift at the moment is Mark for race team. So for the moment, everything has slowly started to calm down in the GTE class. However, back to the GT3 class, we're seeing Jonas Vermeulen for Revolution Racing Bravo in one of the BMW M8 GTEs chase down Hans Polmans in his little Audi R8 GT3. And I say little purely because in comparison, you can just see the size of that BMW chasing him down. Quite a scary prospect in your rearview mirror, knowing that they look similar on first glance, but they are worlds apart. The GT, obviously the quicker car around here. For the moment, though, the BMW struggling to get by the number 40 machine. We've seen lots of that car on stream today, whether it's for good reasons or bad. We've seen plenty of them. We've had an incident for Keanu Borgin, and we'll have a look back in a few moments' time once these two have settled down and decided what they're going to do about each other. I'm just curious to see what the GT will do about negotiating the GT3. There's no obligation for the GT3 of Jonas Vermeulen, or there's no obligation for Hans Polmans to let Jonas by, but purely because it is a battle for position, of course. Still nose to tail, and they have been for quite a while, Ed.
Yeah, I think it just seems that Vermeulen might be suffering a little bit straight line deficit. We're going to expect to see him coming through. He looks to the inside already. That's going to make him lose that potentially to, yes, he's going to be trying to get out of the way of the GTE, but there's close. Oh, the LMP2, what was that? Was that the 15 car? That's Frederick Vish. Can't be doing that. That's too sketchy, too dangerous for your teammates, not just us having our hearts in our mouths. Imagine your poor teammates seeing all of this going on. That's actually the 19 as well going through. Neil McMath being a bit more sensible about things, but oh my word, Jack, I thought we were going to see a massive collision taking, well, 3 cars out of the race. As it stands, though, they all got through in one piece. Honestly, though, that was too sketchy, especially on that high-speed run in towards Bonchemont. You don't want to be going 3 wide no matter what class you're in, as we see a plume of smoke from Jonas Vermeulen, who really seems to be struggling at the moment.
Yeah, he is indeed. He's not having a good time of it at all. All this battling, though, means that Hans Polmans is almost... Oh, he knew what he was doing there. He's like, no, you're not going for that, mate. Pulls over towards the left-hand side of the circuit just to let Jonas know, I don't mind you overtaking me, just not here. This is not the place. While all this has been going on, Jeremy van der Kratz is slowly starting to attack the cars ahead as well. The number 28 machine for DSCDA Esports. You can see the Flemish Sim Sports Audi of Hans Polmans just up the road. That is a battle not just for overall position but for class position as well. Ross Nicholson 38 seconds up the road from Hans Polmans, so quite the gap between the pair of them, and it's still, for over a lap, Jonas Vermeulen has been desperate to get by this Flemish Sim Sports Audi. He's just not been able to do it through No Name once again. He doesn't get the drive coming out the corner, and it could just be, yeah, a little bit of damage maybe, or the setup isn't quite good enough to work their way past, but he's really struggling. He's doing everything he can, and that really won't help. A very sideways moment, gets it collected up. He might even lose a position here instead of gaining one. Quite an odd one from the number 40 machine.
Yeah, this is another move for position that Joey van der Klatz could be doing. In fact, yes, he does. It seems to me that this Revolution Racing Bravo car must have picked up a knock somewhere, because it doesn't seem as confident on the brakes when compared to what should be the slower class of the GT3s. So I don't like focusing on sort of this with Jonas Vermeulen, because it feels a bit bad that we're just watching him struggle to get past these GT3s as we see. Oh no, is this the Simpac Racing car? The other car having a bit of dramas, pulling over to the side of the road and pulling into the pit lane. What's happened there? Have they got through and not calculated the fuel perhaps? Have they gone around and maybe realised, oh no, we ain't got the fuel in the car, we need to pull into the pits?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I don't have a replay close enough to see that. So whether we just sit with them for a little while, you will have to bear with us for just 1 minute. So I do want to find out what has happened to Martin van der Ewijk. Bearing in mind they were in a very, very good position And so you see the car, what looked like destined for retirement, pulling over to the left-hand side of the circuit. Whether they just haven't calculated fuel, they forgot to go into the pit lane, I don't know. Through Stavelot on the run up towards Blanchimont. I wonder what has happened here, because it's
When was
quite
the
an
last
odd
time they
little
came
incident.
into the pits?
They're in the pit lane now. I didn't see before that, but bearing in mind they're in the pit lane now, and it's saying this is their third pit stop, but everybody else has already been into the pit stop 3 times. I think, yeah, they might have just missed their pit window. Very odd from Martin van der Eyck. He's a very experienced driver. So let's see what happens. Crosses the line now. We'll ride on board just so we can have a listen. Car's not exactly like struggling to put the power down in any way, shape or form. Puts his foot to the floor. Everything still looks okay. And then just pulls off to the left-hand side of the circuit. Quite an odd little one from Martin van der Eyck. Any ideas, Ed?
I'm not entirely sure what's happening. Maybe, I mean, I don't think I've got an answer really. I don't know why you would pull over to the side of the circuit. I mean, he does it as you would normally do, going to sort of the fire escape there, the little so they could obviously pull you through back. We're going to see if they come back out on circuit or what has happened there, because that's a very strange incident. I hope we can see them on track again, but if not, that's a very weird one. But we are seeing now a fight for position. Robin Daniels having to worry about having Ronald Moons behind him. United Motorsport ahead of SRW Race Masters. P2 trying to throw itself into the mix. That is, I think, the number 14. Yes, that is of Keanu Bourguignon in third position in class. Trying to get through traffic and focus on keeping the gap, because I think not too far behind there's Yannick Lemens that will put himself coming over the hill. Yeah, there he is. He's going to put himself into the mix, but closer on, we can see Robin Daniels having to go immediately defensive, going to the inside of the circuit. Loses out to Ronald Moons. The slipstream's just too strong for him to fight back against. He's seen it time and time, and that's another move made onto the slipstream, shall we say. The Kemmel Straight. GT3, not GT3, GTE getting close to the LMP, going down through Bruxelles. It's nice and clean out of the way though, and again through No Name, no dives being sent. Going to instead save it for Huon, but that does mean that the SRW Race Masters is now ahead of United Motorsport. And will he be able to stay there, because the gap's still staying at around about half a second, so maybe in a lapse time that position will be swapped over yet again, just down to the strength of the slipstream.
Never really rule it off the cards. We've seen it so many times, just a position change one lap and then it will just change back round the next lap. Further back though, this is still going on. This is Jonas Vermeulen, this time closing up to Hans Polmans once again, but he has brought Jeremy van der Kratz back with him, so DSCDA Esports really enjoying this. He's getting double draft from the car ahead while still gaining on Hans Polmans in class. That would be third in class. That would be, like you said earlier, Ed, the bottom step of the podium in the GT3 class, if they can get the position change pretty soon. 10 minutes away from the halfway point. Jeremy van der Kratz pulling off to the right-hand side of the road. What happened there? That was a very odd one. I mean, I was looking over at my left-hand screen, looking at the timing screen. I didn't think there was any contact there. Maybe you can shine a bit of a light on this.
Yes, we're seeing him now going through No Name. Seems to be alright at the moment. Following on board with Jeremy van der Kratz. Seemingly alright as well. Onto the brakes, fine. Turns in alright. Goes alright, and then he's going through the corner, then kind of just gives up on it, pulls onto the brakes massively, drops all the way back. It doesn't seem like there was a slowdown at any point. Can't seem to imagine, unless there was one that he picked up earlier that he had to quickly stab on the brakes to serve in time. That's the only thing I can really think of causing that, because it looked like a very weird moment for the DSCDA Esports Silver car, the car that was, as we mentioned, fighting for second at one stage. Now down the order and again having some odd moments.
Yeah, a unique one there. Whether it's some sort of outside influence, something that's happened in real life, I don't know, but it does mean he's lost out to Ross Nicholson now. So he's not, well, he's lost more than just Ross Nicholson. He's lost out to Hans Polmans as well, who has now been passed by Jonas van Meulen. So the number 40 still working his way up through the order for Revolution Racing Bravo. And it's nice to see that car back up on pace and circulating as expected. The closest cars, though, are Jeremy van der Kratz and Ross Nicholson, having just had that quite odd incident for van der Kratz. And yeah, it was weird. It couldn't, like you say, you've just been an off track, which you didn't really notice until he looked up and he had, what, 5 seconds to serve a 3-second stop go, or a 3-second slowdown. So an odd little incident. I haven't really seen it before, but he is going nonetheless, and glad to see that car hasn't just returned to the pit lane for retirement. It's nice to see that he's still running out there.
Yeah, I have a look and I can't see Martin van Rooijek in the Impact X Noises yellow car back out on circuit, so I think that could be their race over with. May have been some, you mentioned for the van Rooijek, it could have been maybe an outside influence, maybe something to do with real life. But I think now they've just come back on circuit just now. I'll see if they are or not, if it's my SDK being on me. No, I think they're actually still in the pit, so unfortunate really for them. I think, yep, they're still where they were, not out on circuit, and I think actually out of the race. You can see there on the left hand side that it said that they were out, so I don't think they'll be coming back onto the circuit anytime soon, so we can focus ahead on to this fight here. Neil McMath now going through the S's, Tristan Matz as well. The gap between the two of them about 1 minute actually, so gap's starting to increase all throughout the field, as you mentioned earlier, Jack. But actually, I'm having a look. Yannick Lemens, Tim Rutten, and Stephen DeWolf all within about 10 seconds of one another. Close, but not, I don't think, close enough to see any close battling. As we see Yannick Lemens all close through Bruxelles. Sketchy moment with them and the GT3 car. I'm not sure which one that was. I think that was one of the lovely liveried Flemish Sim Sports cars. In fact, that could have been Christoph Reis, who is in second position in this race, doing a good job in the Mercedes as well. The car that isn't really deemed as being the car that's favoured by BOP at the moment in iRacing. Most of the drivers we're seeing favouring the Audi for the moment, but he's managing to make the Mercedes work for him here, the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, so big credit to him. It does use the tyres a bit more though than its lighter, more agile Audi counterparts. That could be something to factor into strategy potentially, Jack.
Yeah, it's definitely something you've got to think about. Like you say, on the left hand side of your screen you can see Martin van der Rooijek out of the race, so both Simpact cars sadly meeting their end earlier on than we'd like to see. Obviously we want to see them get to the line, but sadly retiring before even the halfway point, so not ideal. The fog really starting to close in now. You can see just the start finish straight is starting to be affected. This is Ronald Moons and Mark Matthijssen. So these two getting closer and closer together. Ronald Moons no stranger to Sim Racers World either, racing in the Sim Racers World GT series. So he definitely knows what he's doing behind the wheel of that Porsche as well. 4.5 tenths separating them now. Come the end of the straight, we'll have to have another look at, but by the looks of it, that draft is really going to start to help Ronald Moons.
Yeah, that really is. He's not, I don't think, close enough to make a move just yet into Les Combes. He'll be close enough to maybe pile the pressure on and put Mark Matthijssen potentially into make a mistake, but no, the race team car not seemingly on the threat of that, as I think I've seen Cedric Wouters do a personal best fastest lap of 2:25. He's starting to put on the pace a little bit. In fact, I've just seen that's a purple lap time. That's the fastest lap of the race for Traxxas Esports. So don't count this race done just yet at the front of the field, because LMP2s could be heating up. We're seeing Cedric Wouters now. He's able just to get such a good run and going, yes, as I was just seeing, fastest man on track at the moment.
Yeah, very quick lap time from himself, a 2:02.53. The last time that car was in the pit lane was about 13 laps ago, so clearly the car has got to that nice sweet spot where the tyres aren't too old, but the fuel has just started to wear off, so the car's nice and light. So Cedric Wouters clearly at one with the car at the moment. If you look up at the top of your screen, you'll see the class display. Those are the fastest laps set, of course. Cedric Wouters with that 2:02.530. the fastest lap time set so far in the LMP2 class. GTE class, the fastest lap time of 2:13.013, over 10 seconds slower than the LMP2 class. However, just over 2 seconds slower is the GT3 class from GTE. So you can see the GT3s, on first glance, they look like worlds apart. However, they're not too far off GTE race pace, are they?
No, they're not. It's quite close margins actually in this field, which is making it a bit interesting actually when we see the GTs catch up to the GT3s. We often see a bit of a bottleneck forming with these battles, especially as we were seeing between Mark Mathiasen there and Ronald Moons. They were just always seeming to bottleneck up and slow right back down when they got behind the GT3 car, just because the speed differential isn't that great, as we see now a close fight. Thank you very much, Jack, for catching this. This is Jeremy van der Kratz. Is he going to go down the inside? No, has to back out because there's a late defensive manoeuvre there from Ross Nicholson. Oh, that's a bit borderline. I think, Jack, you might agree with me that that was close defending from the SimStickers Racing red car ahead, and that might be frustrating Jeremy van der Kratz a little bit, because he knows he has the pace. He knows his car is good enough to be up in the podium places. It's just they haven't been getting the best of luck this race, and again he's being held up and frustrated.
Yeah, it's so easy to do. Just get maybe overly defensive. You see the car go one way in your mirror, so you follow it. And the general rule of thumb, move once and stay where you are. But yeah, very borderline from Ross Nicholson. Like I say, he's got that experience in a Formula 3, so you can throw it around a bit more while you're defending. And with these Audis being slightly wider, you don't need to move as much as you think. Just place the car. You don't need to put it right over to the white line. You can put it there and leave half a car's width. They're not going to pass in that half a car's width, and it still means your car is in the middle of the road. So good little defensive move there. However, van der Kratz having another big look up the inside, just filling the mirrors of the car ahead, and that's really all you need to do. Possibly doing the clever thing there, just sitting behind, knowing full well you've got that massive straight on its way. However, one thing that might start to play a part is the returning Manatee Racing car, currently sat in P2, losing out to Ronald van Utrecht in the RP Motorsport car. Looking at this battle once again though, however, I think van der Kratz might have got a slightly worse run over the top of Radion, as he's lost all that time to Ross Nicholson. The LMP2's only going quicker. We just had Marcus Deck post the fastest lap of the race at 2:02.39, so much quicker, or 0.2 quicker than the previous lap time set by Cedric Wouters. So the time's slowly starting to come down more and more, but this battle is still raging away. Van der Kratz and Ross Nicholson, and yeah, that what I brought up earlier. We do have a new GT3 leader. However, that car pitted by the looks of it on lap 75, and maybe losing the pit entry a little bit there, off to the right hand side of the road, very slowly rejoining. A few odd little incidents and odd little bits of driving the further we go into this race, Ed, as we just passed the halfway point.
I think he was going to go into the pit stop, and then maybe he was just doing a bit too late, didn't want to get a slowdown. I'm not entirely sure. He could have just then maybe thought he was going to get collected or collided with if he tried to make the corner. So now we're going to be seeing if he's going to be able to lift and coast all the way through Ronald van Utrecht, seemingly losing out. We're seeing, is Jeremy van der Kratz going to be able to get ahead of Ross Nicholson? I'm looking at the timing deltas as well, trying to keep my eyes on everything here. Jeremy van der Kratz still behind, but we're running a bit wide is Ross Nicholson. I think he's going to still be ahead into the bus stop. That's a bit close though, a bit close cut yet again. These cars still fighting tooth and nail, and they're going to be coming into the pits right behind one another as well. So it's going to be a battle of who's been able to save the most fuel, who's going to be able to come out of the pits ahead of the other, trying to get to the timing line as late as they dare on the brakes. I think the pendulum's going to be swinging though Ross Nicholson's way, as we see Camille Yagizulu just losing his car through Les Combes. How is he going to rejoin? Is he going to be able to get through nice and cleanly? Goes across the grass, leaves plenty of space for all the cars around him, comes back on nice and cleanly. Not exactly what he would have wanted, but thankful that there's no damage being collected up, as we see them still coming down the pit lane. It's a very long pit lane. You can see them nose to tail, the two Audis. Lucas Wergler, it seems all of the GT3s have decided now's the time to come into the pit lane, so we're going to start to see some strategies maybe coming into effect with if they're taking tyres or not, with the track temp starting to come down, because I think it's now about the low 20s.
Yeah, the track temperature is definitely getting colder. 23 degrees. It looks like 29. It is 23 degrees on the right-hand side of your screen. So the track definitely getting cooler, possibly where all these quick lap times are coming from the LMP2s. You can see they are slowly starting to eat away at what we thought was a very quick time already, and they just go quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker. Just noticed a slight inconsistency on the timing tower. I will get that fixed as we speak. But for the moment, the strategy once again is opened this race up so much. The closest cars we had going in to the pit window were it was Van der Kracht, and who was he battling with? I'm trying to look over to my left-hand screen to figure out who it was that he was battling with. I think, yeah, Ross Nicholson. Yeah, Van der Kracht and Ross Nicholson, they were together, 2 tenths separating them, and now all of a sudden the closest gap we've got has actually got a little bit closer. The battle we're looking at, while we've just been, or while I've been warbling away, this battle's opened up quite nicely. 9 tenths separating them, just over a second as we go through pit 1. But it looks like, although the battle's separated for a short while, it's starting to reignite once again between Ronald Moons and Mark Matthijssen.
Yeah, again, the Ronald Moons, he's able to build up the gap through this sector of the track, but then it comes all the way back down through the acceleration points, through these longer flat-out sections. So that's how the SRW Racemasters have set up their car. You can sort of do it in 2 ways. You can't half-ask it. You need to either go full-on, right, we're going to get the time through that middle sector, through all of the corners, or no, we're going to get the speed on these straights here. That's really the only way you can do it. You can't settle for one or the other. And it seems that the SRW Racemasters car has set up for that middle sector, because they've been able to extend the gap now to 1.5 seconds. It has been coming down on this track, especially coming out of Blanchimont, the gap coming down, but then under the brakes, Ronald Moons is much more confident as Ronald Moons then comes into the pits. That allows Mark Matthijssen to go through, and yes, that allows Mark Matthijssen to come through into, I think, up position, but we're going to see, because I think he might have also come into the pits just behind. Further in front, though, class leader, has led pretty much from the beginning, is Ruta Weinen, the Manti Racing red car. Nice and ahead of the field, actually ahead of a GTE on track as well. We can see that there's Van Uitrecht and Van Meulen just behind him as well. So that's just how strong this performance has been from the Manti Racing red car, is that they're still 3 hours into the race ahead of a few GTEs.
Yeah, they're not just ahead of a few GTEs, they have lapsed their entire class. Christoph Reis behind for Flemish Simsport. Closest car that would mount a challenge for class position, 2 minutes and 52 seconds back. The closest car that could mount a challenge for overall position is Ronald van Trecht for RP Motorsport, and then it's Jonas van Meulen for Revolution Racing Bravo, like you mentioned, Ed, in 14th position in class, 26th overall, much like the GTE leader, who is now in the pit lane. Jake Browning remaining in the car, just deciding to take a full tank of fuel. He has lapped everybody in his class. The only class leader to not lap everybody else in the class is Marcus Deck for RLR Abruzzi Esports LMP. Himself and the top 3 are all still on the same lap. Cedric Wouters for Traxxas Esports and Keanu Bourguignon for Flemish Simsports White. But as you can see there, the LMP2 of Keanu Bourguignon working his way through Les Combes, and Marcus Deck just entering Les Combes now, so that gap has massively come down. Cedric Wouters peeling his way off into the pit lane. So as it stands, the race is definitely coming towards Marcus Deck, and it could just play right to their strategy. The last time they came into the pit lane was on lap 75, so just over 10 laps ago, and for the moment it looks like Marcus Deck is more than comfortable, just sat behind the wheel turning laps of the Spa circuit.
And I've also just noticed that if we're focusing on the battle under strategy, we can see if we go to that GT3 battle we were seeing between the DSCDA Esports Silver car and the SimStickers Racing Red, it is now the car being driven by Robin van der Brink, who's taken over in that machine and is ahead of Ross Nicholson. So it seems that the DSCDA Esports Silver car was just able to save enough fuel while behind, able to worked the strategy in their favour and is now ahead of the SimStickers Racing Red. So that's going to be good news for the DSCDA Esports Silver car, that they were able to work that strategy to perfection. They didn't need to get the pass made on track, even if they would have liked to have done so, and instead focused on the longer game, focused on the pit stop battle, and they've now got clear air ahead of them just to try and build that gap up, and now focus on catching up to Robin DeVille, who I think is actually only 3 seconds up the road in the Flamer Sim Sports white car. So it's really paying good for this GT3 battle, because this is going to be our fight potentially for third place. We see what has happened here with Judelbone.
Yeah, a weird little one there. It's like he touched the apex and then the car just slingshotted round. No way he was going to save that. He couldn't pile enough lock on to stop that. Reversed off the circuit to make sure he's out of the way. Grabs first and gets back going again. John McConville has been off the road. Yeah, just running slightly wide at Blanchimont, making room for that LMP2. Nothing major there. And then I think we have also had an incident for Lucas Bergler. What's happened here? Wobbling one way, wobbling the other. Around he goes, 180 degrees, and then just waits for any traffic to come by. I'm sure he'll grab first gear and get back going again as and when it's clear. There you go. And off the track he goes, just to make sure he's well and truly out of the way, hopping over the curb and back up to racing speed. And it's nice to see that these incidents are now few and far between. They've got it all out of the system nice and early, and hopefully we can go the next 3 hours, touch wood once again, with a fairly tame race.
Yeah, and I think we can go back to Robin van Brink in the DSCA Esports Silver car, because the gap to himself and Robin DeVille, 2 Robins, one after the other. This is a fight for third place in class, the bottom step of the podium. DSCDA Esports Silver are now starting to get the race come to them. We did mention that they were having not the best of time of things. We didn't see them up fighting with second place for a moment, keeping our race leaders honest, but now they've been able to keep their heads down, charge back through, and the winners of the Dakota 24 hours just about a week ago, looking good for a podium performance, as long as they're able to keep it going for the remaining 3 hours of this race and can, of course, get the move done on the Flamer SimSport white car ahead of them.
Yeah, so all they've got to do is produce a similar performance to the 24 hours of Kota. By next level racing, that was a very dominating drive from themselves. Now chasing down Robin DeVille. 2/10 the gap between the pair of them. Coming out of Blanchimont is who's going to be braver through here. Is it flat out? Is it just a little half lift? We don't know. We'll have to ride on board with one of these GT3s to find out. In towards the bus stop. Still Robin van Brink following along. A little bit of a lock up there, I think, even with the ABS, as we see every single time the battle gets closer than ever. We see the car coming to the pit lane. So Robin DeVille peeling his way off into the pit lane, handing third place over to Robin van Brink. And although we might not see a position change now, we might see it on strategy, because although Robin DeVille has been into the pit lane, Robin van Brink will have to at some point as well, of course. So I think that if we keep an eye on this DSCDA Esports Silver machine, we might see him in front come the end of the pit lane. He's got clean air in, come the end of the pit window, sorry. He's got clean air in front of him, no major traffic to deal with. So I'm sure after all is said and done, we will see that number 28 machine back out in front.
Yes, I think we will. That's been good strategic racing from that number 28. They've been able to really look after the car, look after sort of the fuel as well, as we're seeing Robin DeVille coming on through the pit lane. Has he got a drive-through penalty? That's, yeah. Oh. Was that for contact with another car? Is that just accumulating incident points already in this stage of the race?
I'm not sure. I'll have to do a look into it. But Anton Dupin in chat saying that Robin DeVille has a drive-through penalty. Anton, if you can shine a light on that, please do let us know why you or why he has received a drive-through penalty, and that has dropped him out well and truly of the podium places. That just shows how close this GT3 class is. He goes into the pit lane in third, just from a drive-through penalty, so he didn't even have to stop. He's left the pit lane in 7th.
Yeah, that's massive. We were mentioning, weren't we, at the beginning of the broadcast here, just how punishing it would be to get any form of penalty, be it a drive-through or even a stop and go, because of how long the pit lane is, how long you spend as well on the pit limit. So you lose what feels like about a minute's worth of time going through that pit lane. So the cleaner your race is, the more sensible you're driving, and the sort of, I guess, the friendlier you are to your fellow racers. It gets paid back to you by not having to take these penalties. And I think some of the cars further back in the order might be trying to do that, but they might have sacrificed out and out race pace, out and out sort of pace over one lap, and instead of trying to have a car that's nice and stable, allows them to not make mistakes, to not sort of wash out a little bit into cars that they're racing with, and avoid these costly incidents. Because we've just seen a perfect display of how horrible it can be to get a slowdown, how much you will lose out, because we've just seen a fight taken away from us, and as you mentioned, all the way down into 7th place from being in 3rd.
Yeah, it's such a sacrifice to be made just for incident points by the sounds of it. Anton Dupin in chat saying they got a lot of incident points from contact where they were innocent, so by the sounds of it, they've just had a rotten race of it so far, and sadly it hasn't helped them in regards to the off tracks and the incident point limit. So it has put them through the pit lane once, but they've had to deal with it, so they've just got to keep their fingers crossed that everybody else has to as well, and might put them back in the running order for a podium the later the race goes on. And this fog is not coming in as quick as it came in initially, but it is still thickening. I think you can see the visibility slowly starting to be taken away from us. Right hand side of your screen, you can still see the track temperature 23 degrees, passing 8:30 in the evening, and it is such a long day in the summer. You can see the sun setting well and truly now, but I think in the final 2 hours of the race we should be heading in towards darkness, and that's the bit that I'm quite looking forward to, because it's another little dynamic which we haven't seen the drivers have to deal with yet.
Yeah, I remember when I was commentating with Hasser over the 24 hours of Kota, it seemed in the night time all the drivers just got a little bit loopy, a little bit crazy, and started to send moves that might not have been on, do some overtaking maneuvers that were really exciting to watch. So that could be something for us to look forward to, Jack, as we do get past the halfway mark of this race. We're going to see some drivers now. You can see the finish line's closer now than the start of the race. They've gone past the point of no return. They will be trying everything in their arsenal to get ahead. See Stephen de Wolf, is it again another characteristic maneuver? Yep, another sort of half spin, or a sort of a quarter spin that was, from the DynamiXX Racing green car. Again, just taking too much speed into the corner and actually deciding, yeah, that's the time to come into the pit lane now. Does Stephen de Wolf. Cars actually in LMP2 deciding now is the time to make their pit stops for the moment, trying to work out strategy. And if you are sort of pitting in time with the cars in front of you, usually that means that you're probably doing something right if it's you working in the same sort of operating window as some of your competitors, although that does mean you don't have the advantage as well over them if you're doing the exact same thing time and time again, lap after lap.
Yeah, absolutely, that's something you've got to bear in mind. Like I say, it's all well and good thinking, oh well, I've got this strategy now, I want to do this, I want to do that, but if you end up having to edit your strategy and you end up on the same strategy as your rivals, you've then got to think, well, we can't win the race on strategy anymore because we're on the same one. You've got to come up with some other way, whether it's you win it on out and out pace, whether you just win it on consistency, and it's a tidy little thing that you've got to try and get your head around as well, not just as a driver but as a team, because you think, oh well, he's the one out there, he's the one that calls the shots. If we tell him to do something, he might just not agree with us and just carry on driving around at 1,000,000 miles an hour. But you've got to come up with a way, not just to beat them over pit stops, you've got to beat them over an entire race. And with it being 6 hours, it's not the longest race in the world, but it's still enough to prove that strategy can play a massive part in a race. Yeah,
exactly. It's something that you need to always be aware of and always just try and keep your mind open to, is maybe trying a different strategy. If you're going to be settling, say, for 3rd place and you're not going to see any chance of getting ahead of 2nd place, or if 4th place is too far behind, it's probably the best time to start rolling dice at this point, because that's when you can get the biggest effect of a different strategy. The more time you spend on an alternate that could be a faster strategy as well, better to do it sooner rather than later. It's always about taking the gamble, taking the risk, and usually we find that in endurance racing, if you can take that risk and it pays off, it will pay off in a big way. So that's something to look forward to. in the latter part of the race, following Mark Matthijssen actually trying to close up on Damien Allo, as we see Jonas Vermeulen again having some troubles. That Revolution Racing Bravo car not having a good time of things, trying now to get the car facing the right direction, and just really struggling, isn't it? It's not, don't know what's happening with the car. Maybe it's something relying, maybe a bit of floor damage or something, because for me the car's looking in nearly mint condition.
Yeah, it's something that we haven't really thought about, but yeah, it could just be a slight bit of floor damage. There's lots of big curbs here which can tear apart the underside of any car. So if you're going through the bus stop, you've got the big yellow sausage curbs. You hit them too hard, that will tear apart the underside of your car. Going through Podium on the outside, if you run wide or you don't get it turned in quick enough, there's a really big curb there, and that can send all four wheels clean off the road. So you've got to be so careful there as well. There are the red sausage curbs at the bus stop, which we mentioned earlier, and yeah, it could just be floor damage. It doesn't look like there's anything major in regards to that, unless they have hit the wall, taken their fast repair, and it hasn't fixed their engine correctly. I know sometimes that can happen. It's definitely happened to me before, where I've really gone for it, hit the wall possibly a bit too hard. The fast repair does what it can, and it doesn't fix the engine back to mint condition, just down on power. There's definitely something wrong with that car. Looking at Damien Allo, who was being chased down by Mark Matthijssen. I wanted to look at this, however, in the background, John McConville in that beautiful Sim Racers World Esports GTE entry. A nice little livery, going away from the grain. Really, it's not something that not a livery that we tend to see on an SRW car. They've normally got their nice spec maps and whatnot. They've gone for something different, and I've got to say I'm quite a fan. Somebody who won't be a fan of seeing that in his rearview mirror is Steph Del News. 4/10 gap between the pair of them, and it looks like John McConville, Sim Racers World GT series driver, he knows what he's doing behind the wheel, and he's only digging away at that gap.
Yeah, it's hard to see, isn't it, where the fights are going to be made, because the fog is ever thick, isn't it? I'd say it's like pea soup, but I think that'd be doing a disservice to the thickness of pea soup. This is an immense amount of fog, and it's going to be all the drivers trying to find their way through it, trying to navigate the traffic as well, it's really what you mentioned, I think, where it's starting to possibly play an effect on how the drivers are navigating the traffic and navigating the circuit in general, because it does mean that sometimes braking markers might be that little bit harder spot. You need to focus more on finding your braking markers, and that could mean you're focusing less on actually defending from a corner, or less on sort of what traffic could be doing around you. So that's something to always be aware of, as we see coming out of Radeon. What run has John McConville got? Not a good enough one to attack Steph Del News. So Steph Del News will live to fight at least another lap, I think, because as we always see, the best chance for a driver to make an overtake is down through that Camel Straight and going into Les Combes. Seems for the moment Steph Del News is stronger on that bit of circuit, which is what you need to do. Stay ahead. It's all well and good for John McConville to be quicker through this sort of middle sector, but you can't really pass through here. The best chance we've seen drivers making moves is down on exit of Podium, if the driver ahead makes a little bit of a mistake, which Steph Del News hasn't been seeming to be able to make. But we're seeing Jake Browning, leader of the GTE class, making his way through this fight and putting yet another lap on these GTEs of Dynamic Simulators Red and Sim Racers World Esports GTE.
Yeah, really dominating the class at the moment. You see the Flemish Sim Sports LMP2 working his way through. There is Keanu Bourguignon in the number 14 machine. Ian Reid saying it's not really against the grain for an SRW car to like that. That is in fact their 2019 livery. And I have an excuse. I hadn't even heard of Sim Racers World in 2019. It's only really been part of SRW since I think it was my first commentary for you was April the 5th or something like that this year. So yeah, I've got an excuse as to why I've not seen that livery. It is quite a nice one though. I'm just wondering why you've gone away from that. I'm sure with a bit of spec map that would look really good. I am quite the fan. And once again, Steph Del News looking back from his car now, you can just see how close that Porsche is, and just from this camera angle, it's complemented how thick that fog is. Because when we get towards a rouge at the bottom of the hill. You can see you can't see La Source, one because obviously we're going around the corner, but two because the fog just got so thick. We'll stay looking back from Steph's car over Radion. Might have been a bit of a track cut there for the number 384. Used all the track and a little bit more lifting off. I did think it was a track cut. That could now mean that John McConville gets by. It does indeed. So John McConville now in front of Steph Mills. We'll look back from John's car. You can see you can't even see the start of the Camel Straight purely because it's just so thick. This fog layer, I'm not sure where it's come from, but a little off track like that. I saw Steph Mills go over the curb. I thought that's going to be on the limit, and it shows he's just pushed it a little bit too far past the limit, and it's also put him 2 seconds back from John McConville now.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we've seen Damien Allo is getting close to Mark Mathiasen there. I think Mark Mathiasen is actually putting a lot more pressure on him. So we've seen one battle develop and then build up between Jon McConville getting ahead of Steph Delnews. But I think Damien Allo might be under pressure a little bit from Mark Mathiasen. I've been having a look at the times, and it seems to me that third place is closing in on second. We're seeing now going over corner of Evolution. It seems again that Mark Mathiasen might cut the track. Is he going to get away with it? I can't see him lifting off, so he's just about gotten away with that. But the gap is coming down 1.5 seconds. The margin it was at one point 7/10. So I think there's been a little bit of a moment, I think, for Mark Mathiasen to mean him dropping back. But at the moment, he's trying to claw back some time little by little. It's working out. That race team car has been looking rather strong all race, hasn't it, Jack? And it seems that now they need to focus on catching up and trying to make the pass.
Yeah, they've got to decide what they're going to do about the car ahead. And obviously this isn't just any old change for position. This is a change for what step of the podium you get to come the end of the race. Still 2.5 hours to go, so plenty of time for everything to change around. Mark Mathiasen, the number 36, has really got to decide what he's going to do. Is he just going to sit behind and put the pressure on the Traxxas by JV Services Porsche in front? Because if he does that, he could force him into a mistake. But if not, then worst case scenario, you've saved yourself a bunch of fuel. Or do you just get the position made, try and get out into some clean air and drive your own race? Is such a tricky little concept to think about once again. It's just another thing why endurance racing, I think, can be quite a Marmite sort of series. Do you love it purely because you can race around for hours on end, or do you love it because you've got so many different things that can change, strategy, car, literally everything pretty much can change during an endurance race? Or do you hate it because, well, you just sat on your Todd for 6 hours not really having much to do? You get in the car for 2 hours and then you don't really do much else. It's such a unique way of thinking about it, and I've got to say I am very much the fan of endurance racing. I do really like it.
I much prefer endurance racing over sprint racing. Personally, when I'm in the car, it's so much nicer just to have the experience of driving a car, being part of a team that's working together in unison for the same goal, working with everyone in the background as well, helping out your teammates if you're spotting for them. All these little things that add up together, it feels that you've had a real impact on what result your team has gotten. And I just think it's more fun, especially in multi-class as well, as dealing with the traffic. I know that I'm in the car, I might not be the fastest, but I'm able to sort of pick my battles and pick my way through traffic, let faster cars through in a safer way. And that really does pay dividends. So we're seeing Mark Mathiasen actually even closing back up to Damien Allo. Then that gap starts to increase a little bit more through this sector. And it's all about the ebbing and flowing, all about trying to balance the car, balance the pace, not taking too much out of the tyres and being able to extend them for another stint. And then by the end of the second stint, your tyres in a much better condition than other cars that might have doubled and are down to sort of almost down to the rims you can sometimes get these cars to before you start to lose a lot of pace. Every little amount helps, I think, in this car, and it's all about just planning the strategy, planning the fuel as well. Now, I think if I was in Mark Mathiasen's place, I'd be sitting behind, managing the fuel, not wanting to make any manoeuvres and just minimising the risk, getting past done under the pit lane and trying to streak away after the fact.
Yeah, that's got to be the plan. I think we have had a couple of incidents elsewhere on the circuit. Kamil Yagizoglu being the first. Let's hope nobody else is involved. Sideways through Puon. On to the runoff. Please hold the brakes. He doesn't hold the brakes. I think that was Lucas Vergler that went into the side of him. It was bang into the side of him. And for me, the one thing you do when you spin the car is hold the brakes. I don't care whether you're going towards the wall or going towards another car or going into the gravel. Hold the brakes. It makes your car so much more predictable. You see a car with the brakes locked up, you know, oh, well, there's no outside forces being put through that car. And look, that car is absolutely second-hand, destined for retirement, surely, unless they have that iRacing fast repair. And for me, I know Camille made the very innocent incident. That's through no fault of his own, just maybe pushing slightly too hard. But for me, that extra incident on the end, that's 100% on him. He should have held the brakes for me. Podium sideways through La Source. Fairly innocent incident there as well. Grabs first, gets by going again, but yeah, it's just not what we like to see. You'd have thought Camille Yagisoglu, with the experience he's got, this isn't really what I'd expect from him.
Yeah, he's on the brakes, then he goes off and tries to rejoin on the circuit, but I don't know if he's not looking at his relative or if he's not got anyone spotting for him, because it has seemingly been just Yagisoglu in that machine since the beginning, so I think he's doing a solo effort, which I suppose is to be commended, but what's not to be commended is just not being able to hold the brakes, just drifting out into the circuit. And I'm certain that Yagisoglu, as you mentioned with his experience, he'll know that that was his mistake. I'm certain that he'll probably be sending an apologetic message over to the what was the car again? I think it was Lucas Vergler that he collided with, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know what Camille's like. He's got experience in these cars. I'm sure he was just thinking, a bit of panic at the moment, grab first gear, let's go, like let's get back to it, and it just yeah, didn't quite work for him. So I'm sure, like you say, an apologetic message will be sent in a short while. This battle though has been raging away in the background between Damien Allo and Mark Matthijssen. Also in the GTE class, Steph Delnews chasing John McConville once again. We saw the position change a few laps ago when it's coming back to haunt him, and this is something we've seen in every class at any point in this race. They make the position change and think, oh, okay, well there you go, got the position made, I'm in some clean air, let's get going again. And then a few laps later this happens. Look at this, John McConville doing what he can to defend, but there's no way you can stop the draft from benefiting the car behind. Steph Delnews up the inside before they come, and there you go, position made. And every time you make a position in a few laps time, we'll see Steph Delnews under pressure from John McConville, and we'll see the position change once again.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case, doesn't it? They get past and they get past right back. But Steph Delnews, I'm absolutely loving the Dynamic Simulators Red, not only as well because you can actually see it, the nice sort of day glow green yellow, or grello I suppose you could call it, shining brightly through the fog. It's about the only thing you can see of his car, to be honest. When you've got the bright orange John McConville, you can see that from a mile away. You're not going to be hitting that car and say, oh, I couldn't see him because he's bright blooming orange. He's going to have that defence at least for any instance that could happen. Of course, Steph Delnews and John McConville will be hoping it stays nice and clean. They won't need to try and get some excuses ready for the stewards, and instead can give us a nice exciting fight on track, as we see in LMP2 maybe throwing itself into the mix. That is, I think, one of the Dynamics cars. It's hard to see which one it is because usually we'd use the number on the car, but it's difficult to see. I think that was the 32, Stephen DeWolf. Thank you very much. We can see him coming all the way through, carving his way across the track to get through the two battling GTEs. Decent margin actually that Steph Delnews has been able to build up, but through the through this bus stop chicane, it's closed right the way back. And I think depending on the run out of the first corner, especially the run going through Radion and, well, Eau Rouge and Radion, that could be caught all the way back up. John McConville needs to get a good run out of La Source to keep it safe. John McConville, a little bit of a snag on the brakes, not too major. Loses a little bit of time though, dropping back a couple of tenths actually, so John McConville can breathe a little bit going down the Kemmel Straight, knowing that he's not going to have a move sent on him.
Yeah, he's got that bit of breathing room. He's got that like confidence that he's not going to have to defend in towards their car. He threw it over to the left-hand side of the circuit trying to defend, and that might have put John McConville off a little bit because that gap hasn't come down. It's extended 8 tenths the gap between the pair of them. However, John McConville may be slightly braver on the brakes, takes 2 tenths out of him, even with an LMP2 bearing down on him. So I think for the moment it was that Jens Verheek, it was for Dynamics Peppies. The Dynamics machine carving his way through nice and easy, and that's something to get hooked up on as well. If you're John McConville and you lose time to an LMP2, you think, oh great, there you go, that's even more time lost. But you've got to remember that LMP2 has got to get past the car ahead as well, so you may end up just gaining that time back. And it's another thing that the drivers have got to remember. If you get hooked up on losing time here, there and everywhere, it's just not going to work for you. And for the moment, it's definitely working for John McConville because he's staying within that crucial second margin. However, up the road, somebody who's never mind within a second, within half a second, within almost half a tenth, by the looks of it, was Damien Allo and Mark Matthijssen. Mark, the aggressor in this situation, chasing on through Les Combes, and it looks like Damien Allo has got the quicker car down the straight. However, Mark Matthijssen has got the quicker car through the twisty bits. Let's have a look just through this hairpin. The gap was 5/10 going in. They come out at a similar sort of gap, but at the apex the gap came down. So not sure what the score is with these guys, whether we're going to see a position change pretty soon. And you see the DSCDA Esports Audi there just getting in on the mix, and that has massively played into the hands of Mark Matthijssen. 2/10 separating the pair of them. I'm guessing we're going to see a change of position in the coming corners, never mind the coming laps.
It might do again. Damien Allo is trying to send the move down the inside of the GT3 ahead, but he's not able to get the finishing touch. That's, I believe, I think that could be Ross Nicholson, actually, the driver in third position in GT3, just seemingly not able to get out of the way. Of course, he's got to just keep his line predictable. He doesn't need to jump off of the circuit to let these cars by. He needs to keep his line predictable, and it's the onus on the faster car to make the pass clean and safe, which Damien Allo eventually does, going through Blanchimont as well. That's going to play into his hands because he's able to get through, get a nice gap. Meanwhile, Mark Matthijssen has to sit back and wait for a move after the bus stop, and in fact, he's not able to get the move stuck time for the bus stop, so he needs to wait even longer, and now Mark Matthijssen needs to wait even longer, and that gap's going to increase even further between second and third in GTE. Is he now going to get the move done into La Source around the outside? Yes, easily done. LMP2 going to put itself into the mix, but it's going to get past well before Eau Rouge and Radion. So we're going to now focus on the fight again, potting up between John McConville and Steph Delnue. Steph still leading this fight. John McConville runs a little bit wide through the yellow part, but manages to hook the apex a little bit later, gets a better run through the Pouhon corner, but not a better run enough to make a move into the Franja chicane. So he's going to try and bide his time, make sure he's that close coming out of La Source, and he'll be in a better shot for a position change, being up into fifth place, hopefully.
Yeah, so he's really got to shape up for this battle. He's got to decide where he's going to do it. It's all well and good getting the position made here or before the bus stop or into La Source, but you know you've got the Camel Straight to get the position back. So if you're John McConville, you've got to size everything up before you get to Eau Rouge, and then arrive at Eau Rouge and Radion ready to get the move done on the Camel Straight, and then know what you're going to do afterwards. However, in towards the bus stop, John McConville had a little look, decided maybe not this time, through the bus stop, looks for the cutback, but the Dynamics Simulator's red car gets away from the corner slightly quicker that time by. Up towards La Source now, John McConville, another big look up the inside of Steph Delnue. Nothing happens that time by. Now down the hill towards Eau Rouge and then over the top of Radion. What can John McConville do this time by? This time Steph Delnue doesn't have the draft assistance from a car ahead or any sort of traffic, so everything is swinging the way of John McConville. Once again, Steph Delnue throwing the car off the racing line, trying to make sure that John McConville has the hardest job possible. This shows just how quick these GTE cars can go, and yeah, way too far back this time by for John McConville to get a move made. So by the looks of it, it's either John McConville is maybe just not quick enough on the straight to get the position made even with the draft assistance, or he's just quite happy sat behind, saving a bit of fuel here, there and everywhere.
I think he's probably biding his time and sitting behind. I think I was watching the gap, and usually you'd expect from that distance, even if he does have a little bit of a straight line deficit from the damage, he'd still be able to gain, and we'd see it much more profound, because we can see coming out of the corner, he's so much faster, chooses to get out of the way, lifting off, saving a bit of fuel. So while he is a bit faster being behind Steph Delnue at the moment, he's being a little bit more patient. He's looking after the fuel, saving a little bit more fuel, and then when it comes to the pit stop phases, he'll be able to spend less time stationary taking on board fuel and get the pass done into the pit lane. So I think that's what John McConville's thinking of at the moment. Whether that's going to work out for him or not, only time will tell. Steph Del News, though, spending all this time in the front, is not going to be doing his fuel any sort of good. He's not been able to get any slipstream whatsoever this lap either, so that's going to be putting Steph Del News again in the driver's seat to try and make a position. And I don't think he's going to try and send it. I think he's going to be smarter, wait until the time when he needs to take a pit stop. But you can imagine any driver might be getting frustrated in this position, knowing that they're quicker, but having to sit back just on the basis of fuel management.
Yeah, it really is a tricky one for John McConville to think about. Bradford Oatford in chat saying that Team Red has lower downforce so much faster on the straight, just slower in the corners. And it seems like John McConville is doing what he can to stick with the DynamiXX car, but it's not quite happening. We've still got over 2 hours and 20 minutes of the race remaining, so plenty of time for John McConville to make this time back. Obviously, he doesn't necessarily have to make the overtake on the track. He can just wait for it to play out with strategy. However, he doesn't want to hang about for too long because he doesn't want to lose too much time to Quinn van Hooijdonk in the background. There is the Team Thies number 27 machine, only 2.2 seconds back from John McConville now. So this 2-car battle could come into a 3-car battle the deeper we go into this race. And looking at the previous lap times, last lap for Steph Del News was a 2:15.56. The last lap for Jonas van der Verbeek for Reaction Motorsports up the road was a 2:16.24, so almost 7/10 slower. So we could end up seeing a 4-car battle. Apparently Quinn van Hooijdonk has had an incident. The man we were just looking at and we were putting on for making a 3-car battle flicks one way, flicks the other, and ends up pointing backwards, coming through P1, grabs first gear and gets going again. But commentators curse for you. You say he's doing well and he's rocking up to a battle, and typically ends up pointing backwards.
He must be listening and he's like, right, no, I'm not going to do what you're telling me, Jack. I'm going to spin out, because I don't know why he'd do that, but maybe he just wants to spite you. But in the meantime, this battle is still keeping itself nice and hot as the track cools down. McConville getting a little bit loose out of the corner. Is that going to open the door for... Oh no, it's just that. Stephanie who's getting a little bit loose. It was John McConville deciding to think better of it. And again, if that's the case, that the straight line speed isn't quite in the sim races as World Esports GT favour, it could mean that they're going to have to be saving fuel and try and get the pass done, because really the only place you can see moves being made is down that Kemmel Straight, and if you don't have the speed to get it done, you're going to be having a long, tough time of things, as we see LMP2, not just any LMP2, the lead LMP2 making its way through. Is that going to impede potentially Steph Del News on exit? No, I think he's going to get through just about nice and cleanly. And again, Steph Del News, even though he might have actually picked up a little bit of slipstream from Marcus Deck, but he's able to pull a gap, and it's now going to be 1 second into Les Con. John McConville gains it all back, as you can see, through this second. In fact, he slowed right down. What on earth has happened here to Steph Del News?
I'm not sure what happened there. Literally, as I clicked away, there is Steph Del News. And we'll have a quick look back. This is a little too far back. I think this will probably be the one we need. So here is Steph Del News through Les Con. That is why. Went for a bit of a rumble through the grass, and John McConville, for me, he could have thrown it up the inside there and got the position made, but continued just to sit on. He looks like he's showing him that he wants to go by, like he's looking here, there, and everywhere into every corner, but he doesn't really have, I'm not sure whether it's just doesn't have the confidence in the car or the other driver or a bit of both to get the position made. The reason why this replay would work quite well as well is because Mark Matthijssen apparently has had an incident, and that is Cedric Wouters. That is P2 in the LMP2 class, once again a car wanting to get into the pit lane, nearly causes another incident on the way through. And Cedric Wouters locking up into the side. Oh, sorry, Mark Matthijssen locking up into Cedric Wouters. Mark had the peace of mind as well, just to slow down to let the LMP2 by. Doesn't want to block him on the way into the pits. So that's Mark Matthijssen into the pit lane, and Cedric Wouters continuing on, hopefully with no damage on that LMP2. And we're still seeing quick times being posted. That one there, Stephen DeWolf, behind the wheel of the number 32 Dynamics Racing green machine, has just set a purple sector 3. So he is definitely going quicker. 14 seconds adrift from Yannick Lemons in front and 10 seconds ahead of Jens Verhoek, his teammate behind. Closest cars we've got on the circuit, still Steph Delnews and John McConville, 7 tenths separating them.
Yeah, and this is the battle that I think we're going to be seeing, because at the moment, John McConville, to be the quicker car, he just isn't quick where it counts down this long camel straight again. In the slipstream, Steph Delnews is able to pull that gap. It was about 6 tenths going out of Rallion, but now it's almost 8 tenths going into the braking zone of Les Combes. So I'm struggling to see where John McConville can really make a move based on where he's quicker, because while he has the body language of wanting to get past, he isn't able to do it. I think his only realistic chance could be potentially through Pouon, but that'll be a big job to do, because he needs to make sure he gets the car absolutely perfect through there and see that Steph Delnews maybe makes a mistake. That's really, I think, the only chance he can do it. And then don't forget, after that, you've got not too long before you have the long sort of back stretch, the flat up section going up towards Blanchimont, and he could be passed all the way right back.
He could. It's so easy to do, just losing out little bits here and there. And like you say, as soon as John gets in front, he could lose out straight away again. So I think he's just trying to play the long game, thinking, well, if I pass you, there's no point, because it will just happen. It might just reverse itself in a couple of laps' time. So for the moment, still John McConville, the chase car. And as we approach the 4-hour mark of the race, this is when drivers and teams will know what they're going to do with strategy. Like you said earlier, just over an hour is a GTE stint. So as long as they pass sort of, well, from now, they know that they might only have to pit one more time to the end. So this is when strategy really starts to play out, and you think this is what you're going to have to do. To the end, Bram van Open in the chat saying, due to a penalty, we're going to have to save fuel at the end, and that is the Dynamics Simulator's red car. So they've got a funny way of saving fuel, flat out, or they just don't go out pretty much. They're sat there tearing around the circuit at blistering pace, defending from John McConville, and if they're doing that while saving fuel, well, props to them.
I suppose with the straight line speed they have, they are able to save a bit more fuel than their competitors, because of obviously they're able to have a much healthier gap going in there. They can afford to save fuel, and as long as they can keep the car behind, then they'll be right as rain. With John McConville, he's going to try and use every bit of pace he has. He's quick in the twisty bits, as we keep mentioning, not in the bits where it's going to be counting. And of course, on McConville and Steph Delnews, this fight will be carrying on. I think, though, if John McConville, with that bit of rear wing damage as well, that could be hampering his straight line speed even further. We see a bit of smoke from a lockup from Steph Delnews, managing to stay up and ahead. Not for a while, though. I don't think he'll be making any bigger mistakes. It seems to be just these little lockups, just trying to get as much as he can out of his car, taking it to the very limits of adhesion under braking and occasionally locking up, but nothing doing there. Again, through the twisty bits, he still seems to be relatively strong. John McConville, while his car is quicker, it's not miles quicker to be right on to the rear bumper. So for the moment, Steph Delnews and the Dynamics Simulator's red seem to have a good grip, a good handle on their car. It's looking nice and crisp and pristine for the moment, which is what you need to have, especially at this phase of the race when potentially a podium could be on the cards. Because don't forget, Steph Delnews, he's only 17 seconds behind Jonas van Verke in the Rexion Motorsports car, just ahead. Margins at this stage of the race being nearly 4 hours into the race to be only 17 seconds behind. That's going to be well, almost a tenth of a lap difference. In fact, I think a little bit under a tenth of a lap difference if you were to average out across the amount of laps done so far. So close margin still, but John McConville close to Steph Delnuz, around about half a second the margin, but they come up now to a GT3 car. Which one is that? I think that's Christoph Ray's second place in GT3. Could potentially throw a spanner in the works for Steph Delnuz going up through Eau Rouge Radion. Does he get hampered coming out the corner? We see now this is John McConville's best chance of making a move. He's right on the inside going now, cutting to the inside, but then he's going to go through. They're going to go 3 wide. Are they under braking? This is his best chance, but no, he's not able to make the move stick. John McConville, it was such a brilliant window of opportunity. Everything seemed to line up apart from that last extra burst of speed. Steph Delnuz was able to get in the slipstream behind that GT3 Mercedes. It was just not enough in the end for John McConville to make that pass, make that passing maneuver. And again, he has to sit right behind Steph Delnuz. I'm pretty sure he's going to be sick and tired of looking at the rear bumper of that Dynamic Simulator's red car. It's a pretty car, but it's not pretty when you keep seeing it lap after lap right in front of you. And again, speed differential through the corners. You can see how John McConville, even in the dirty area, is able to keep right behind Steph Delnuz, but it's just not enough at this stage of the race. The sim race as well, the esports GTE car obviously might be getting some comfort knowing that the car ahead will have to fuel save it, but now here we go, under a tenth of a second. They're going to be going side by side now on the run towards Blanchard, the headlights shining through the fog, but he's not able to carry the speed, even though he's right up behind getting a massive amount of slipstream. It's just not enough at this stage of the race, so it's going to take a lot, I think, for John McConville to get ahead, because even though he seems to be getting perfect run through all the corners, the straight line deficit is just too much for the sim race as well. The esports GTE car, just how it's set up, and also with that little bit of rear wing damage hampering the straight line speed, I'd imagine, giving it a bit of extra drag, not working in their favour one little bit. As we see now, LMP2 car, this is the fast racing goal. This is Yuri Crispien putting himself into the mix. Is that going to hamper potentially Steph Delnuz? Going to be following him now up through Eau Rouge and then over the crest of Radion. Slowed down, but now this is when his lower downforce trim setup pays the bill, shall we say, going down through the Kemmel straight. Looking to the inside is John McConville, but not enough overspeed for the sim races world esports GT car just at this moment. So it seems to me that we're going to be following this fight still, because it's these are the two closest cars on the track. I apologize if you are getting a little bit distracted, wanting to see more cars on the circuit, but at the moment this is the fight that we will be keeping on board with for the moment, because it's such a tight fight. And John McConville, he's had numerous chances to make the move, but it's just the straight line speed of Steph Delnuz that just drowns it all out of the water. It's an amazing way that Steph Delnuz is able to hold the car, especially with the lower downforce trim, but it's at the moment not enough. I think we will, as we come close to the top of the hour, I think we will be taking a short break here. So I will leave you with this little fight. Follow the camera shots here outboard to see the fight developing, and me and Jack will go for a quick short break.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to live pictures here of the Dynamics simulators 6 hours of Spa, and that battle we were looking at between Steph Del News and the Sim Racers World esports car. I'm just looking around for it now. There is Steph Del News still behind the wheel. Now instead of John McConville, it's Matthias Sufi behind the wheel of that SRW's esports Porsche, the number 63, being piloted by another familiar face of Sim Racers World.
Yeah, and now Stefan News is going into the pits. Matthew Sufi came into pits earlier on, so now we're going to see exactly what has happened under the pit strategy. Maybe we can see something happening later on in this race. Matthew Sufi, I think actually both these two cars might be needing to take a splash and dash pit stop potentially in this race, because they've both pitted just before the 4-hour mark. So that's something to consider for the Sim Racers World Esports GTE, and of course the car that they were fighting with, the whichever one it was actually, it's still Dynamics Simulators Red. There we go. Got to put my brain back in its brain box, shall we say, and got Steph Del News in the car. Is he going to be swapping out? Yes, he is. Bram van Uyten now behind the wheel of that Dynamics car, another familiar name if you've at all been watching our broadcast here on SRW TV. You know how capable he can be behind the wheel of a GTE, but now he's got to do it over the course of an endurance event. And I think at this stage in the race, the double stint could see him till the end of the race now.
Yeah, he's definitely got to think about what he's going to do into the final stages of the race. This is when the, like we said just before we went for a quick break, this is when the teams will start to understand what is going to happen with their strategy. The number 15 elbowing, the number 254 out wide there. Not 100% sure what that was about, but got shown the track limits there. Not what we were expecting. And the reason why we're looking at Podium is at the time he was very close to Luc Dies within about 3 seconds. That gap's now almost doubled after that incident. There is Luc Dies for Team Ties. So he is out enjoying the circuit on his own, not really got anybody within touching distance. You can see the lights of the cars slowly starting to take effect on the road. The fog is still getting so much thicker. It's almost difficult to see. All you can pick out in the background is headlights, and you can see now. You can see headlights on the road as well, and that tends to be when, well, in my team anyway, or in the team I drive for, if you can see your headlights on the tarmac, it's nighttime. If you can't see that, then it's still daytime. But as soon as you start to see your headlights bouncing off the tarmac and bouncing off the car ahead, you know it's nighttime. We've got to start, instead of thinking about day strategy, think about night strategy. Brake at the braking points you use during the night. Accelerate at the acceleration points you use during the night, and almost start to treat it as, I know it's not pitch black, but think you've got to make sure that you brake earlier if there's a car ahead. I know the track will be colder, so you'll get more braking performance out of your car, but you've got to think the visibility is going to be lower as well.
Yeah, and especially I think during the night, that's when you start to think more about fuel saving. At least when I do endurance racing with my team, we always sort of go a little bit harder and faster in the sort of the beginning phase in the daytime, but then in the night it's more about managing the great race, managing the tyres, managing the fuel, and then giving the drivers that come back into the morning, into happy hour, the perfect time to put some blistering laps in, not fearing too much about managing strategy, unless of course the fuel is going to be critical all race, which is of course something to worry about. I think in this event the fuel is going to be critical from lights to flag, it seems. Here we've been seeing drivers telling us in the chat that they've been having to do fuel saving measures already, and I think that's been the case all across, especially in GTE. It's something that you need to always focus on, as we see Ruta Weinen here in the Manti Racing red car. Are they out of the race? Have they dropped out maybe with some internet issues?
I think they have been disqualified. Obviously we've had live stewards and we've had varied views on the stewards today. I think it was TSR Martin van der Ewijk for Team Simpact Racing. He wasn't happy. He says he got a ridiculously harsh penalty, and then there was other little bits which he mentioned he just wasn't quite 100% happy with it, hence why he left the session. And Manatee GT3, they got a penalty. They didn't serve it, whether that's because they didn't know they had it or they just resented the fact that they didn't deserve one. And because of that, they've been disqualified. So that now means that in the lead of the GT3 class is Christoph Reis in the Flemish Sim Sport Mercedes, currently leaving the pit lane as it stands. Almost every GT3 car is in the pit lane. Then it's Robin van Brenk for DSCDA Esports Silver, which does mean that everybody back from, or everybody in the GT3 class has gained a position. More importantly, that man there in the lead, still as it stands, would finish second until now, and there is the lead change. So Manatee clearly had been disqualified just as they'd gone over Radeon. We now have a new leader, Christoph Reis, in the lead of the GT3 category, and then it will be Robin van Brink, Robin de Ville. There's a couple of drivers which are showing up in the wrong class, so it would actually be Robin van Brink, Stephen Maris, Robin de Ville, Paul Godden, and Nick Poylat. Paul Godden, another familiar face to Sim Racers World, having raced also, much like his teammate Ross Nicholson, in the Sim Stickers Sim Racers World Formula 3 series. So a lot of Formula 3 drivers and lots of talent that you don't normally see in GTs coming over to the GTs purely because they enjoy it. I think it's just that enjoyment factor that even though you might not think, oh well, we're going to win this, I want to win this. Obviously you go into the race wanting to win, but if you set your standards ridiculously high, you're never going to achieve them. But if you set them low enough, you just go, oh well, we just want to finish, and then when you do better than just finish, you get yourself quite a nice little result out of that.
Exactly. Although, go back to what happened to the Manatee Racing red card. They can't have just decided, right, we're not going to take the penalty. There must have been something else going on. Maybe they didn't see it, because that's just silly, I think. If they've got the penalty, even if they don't agree with it, you still serve it. And with the lead they had, if they had set the penalty, they probably still would have came out ahead of the rest of the field and still been leading the race by a sizable margin. I think the gap they had was closing up on 2 minutes at the stage before they got the penalty. So that's really weird, and I don't know why you would do that. Of course, if you're frustrated about getting the penalty, sometimes you might not be thinking straight, and maybe it's something for the team to look at later on in the race, maybe when their heads have cooled down a little bit. But I refuse to believe that when they were leading the race, they decided, no, we're not going to serve the penalty, we're going to disqualify ourselves from the race. There surely must have been something different going on in that car.
Yeah, you've got to wonder. Alexander in chat saying that can they still drive? No, once you're disqualified, that is you out of the session. You may still be registered, may show up that you are still in the session. Obviously, you're having your turned lap, but you will not be able to even get in the car, let alone turn another lap at the event. So yeah, like you say, Ed, it could just be that they didn't see it. Maybe they weren't notified, but I struggle to believe that as well. An odd little reason, just knowing the pedigree of Manatee racing it would surprise me if they just refuse to take it. But you never know. In endurance racing, it can be quite a high tension situation throughout. But Flemish Sim Sports now in the lead of the GT3 class, so the race has been given to them on a silver platter, almost an entire minute ahead of Paul Godden and SimStickers Racing Red. Then we get to 24 hours of COTA winners, DSCDA Esports Silver. I am a fan of that livery, so let's hope that we do see that throughout the season and more often here on Sim Racers World TV. He is 20 seconds clear of Robin de Ville for the second of the Flemish Sim Sports GT3 cars. And I've got to say, as much as I love the livery, I feel like, for me, I'm just going to swap between the two. The Mercedes looks very good in that livery, but for me, because the Audi just looks angry, I prefer the Flemish Sim Sports livery on that R8.
I do like the Audi. It does look very angry, very sort of angular, very pointy, and it's, as I think me and Hasse were mentioning at the 24 hours of COTA, it's quite difficult to make a good paint job, especially for the Audi R8, because there's loads of lines you need to accommodate into the paint job, and because there's so many different angles, how angry the car looks, it's difficult to make a nice livery. But the Flemish Sim Sport guys have absolutely knocked it out of the park, as pretty much always they do. We always seem to love it here on Sim Racers World TV. I think every single one of us here on the broadcast, no matter if it's broadcast in F3, no matter if it's broadcast in CR or whatever other, if it's sort of GT Pro, every time there's a famous SimSport car, every one of us absolutely loves to see it. They do such a good job, don't they, with the paint job? But what I was going to have a look to is another thing you mentioned, talking about paint jobs, was that SimStickers Racing red car. Me and Hassa absolutely loved how it looked during the. Actually, no, it was, yeah, I think it was the that car. Look at it now; it's just seemingly curving around the sort of the rear end of the car as well, which is very difficult to do because the rear wheel arches do sort of stick out a little bit. It's hard to incorporate that nicely into the paint, but it seems to have sort of contour the lines very well. And often you do see sort of a white and black and red car, but they've kind of changed the form a little bit by making it grey instead.
Yeah, they've done a little something that just makes that work. I am a fan of the SimStickers livery, and I've got to say, ever since I saw their first livery in their own Sim Racers World F3 series, I was quite the fan of that as well. They definitely know what they're doing with the liveries, as do, I've got to say, the car that's following along at the moment. That fast racing silver entry looks very, very good. So many good liveries on show here today, which is so nice to see. But still, right up at the front, 58 seconds clear, is still Marcus Deck and RLR Abruzzi Esports GT. They have dominated from race start to, well, 10 minutes past the 4-hour mark now, and I can't see anything really stopping them.
Yeah, the only thing that could is maybe a few off tracks. It's difficult to know what the incidents are in these cars, and in fact what the incident actually is. We've been seeing a few cars falling foul a little bit earlier. I think it was actually DynamiXX Simulators Red that had to take a trip through the pit lane because of just accumulating too many incident points. So that could potentially be the only thing that could slow down the RLR Abruzzi Esports LMP car, but their gap's so massive that I think even if they did have to coast through the pit lane on the pit limiter, they might still be able to get away and get through ahead in the lead of the race. So that just shows just the sheer pace that all of the drivers in the RLR Abruzzi Esports car have managed. And then actually as well, Jack, if we can, speaking of the gaps that people have been able to bring out, we can focus on the other RLR Abruzzi car, this time in the GT field. It's Jacob now, or Jakob, however you would pronounce that name, in the lead of the race. Margin now, 4 minutes and 46 seconds. So what is that? 2 entire laps on Jonas van Verwecke.
Yeah, definitely a very, very, very impressive margin compared to what we've seen. And yeah, 4 minutes 46 seconds. That's something you normally see at the end of a 24-hour race. A 5-minute gap is like you considered almost normal at the end of a 24-hour race. But at the end of 4 hours of driving, to be over a minute ahead of somebody is definitely an impressive margin. But to be almost 5 times that, it shows that they've definitely got something else. You just look at their last lap time, for example, when they came out of the pit lane, I think last time by, yeah, they did. So last time was an out lap, and they were only 3 seconds slower than the car behind. So it just shows that they are incredibly quick, even when the car's heavy. And by the looks of it, on fresh tyres as well. We've now got Jonas van Verwecke for Reaction Motorsports in the pit lane. Let's have a look.
So that's going to get even bigger gap.
Yes, it is, of course. Yeah, Jakob has only just come out the pit lane. Jonas has only just gone into the pit lane. The gap will probably be best part of 6 minutes by the time he leaves the pit lane. What does Jorn van den Akker do? He last pitted on lap 100, so he won't be going into the pit lane. We've got a battle up in the LMP2 class by the looks of it. This is Yuri Crispen for Fast Racing Gold, chasing down Stephen de Wolf for DynamiXX Racing Green.
Yeah, and this is the other nice fast racing car, the Fast Racing Gold now. Look at the gold shining just as the sun is setting. You can clearly see the shine through the fog. It's one of the few things you can clearly see through the fog. And look at that nice bit of contouring over the shark fin, using good real estate on the front. And then look at the front, sort of the gold shining through the matte black, and the nice way it pops out at you when you see it behind you, which Stephen de Wolf is having to look behind at the moment because getting a good run out of Radion now. He's going down the inside. Is it going to be a move under the brakes? Yuri Christensen Crispien getting it nice and stopped in time, getting over the curbs nicely, not running wide, and getting the move done and dusted. So that seemed to be a rather simple manoeuvre, but I can tell you in these LMP2s, it's rather difficult to get it stopped under brakes. You always find yourself having to be on the verge of locking up just to get the best performance in the car, keeping the nose pitched down and using the downforce to keep you turning in. But now, Stephen Wolf, look how close he is going into P1. He's looking to make a move, but thinks better of it. Smart driving from the DynamiXX Racing green car, and instead he's going to try and keep himself just about in touch in time for the next run down the Kemmel Straight. So I think that's where Stephen Wolf feels his best chance of taking that position back is going to be.
Yeah, he's done a good job to get the position made as JD. Whether that will last for much longer, I don't know, but as we've seen throughout this race, you can get the position made and slowly start to extend that gap, but then in a couple of laps time, the gap will once again close up and you'll lose the position once again. So there's so many little bits that the drivers will have to deal with as the race wears on. Look at the speed through there. It's always like blinking, you'd miss it. It's so quick, tearing through Blanchimont as they head towards the line now, out of the bus stop, towards the line to tick lap number 117 in the book, heading on to lap 118 now, and there you can see they're a lap down off the leader purely because in the back of shot there you could just see Marcus Deck creeping in through the background as well to come along and put another lap on drivers that are in the top 5 even. And I think, yeah, there's only one driver that is still on the LMP2's lead lap, and that's the driver in second of Cedric Wouters.
Yeah, Cedric Wouters, he's had to fight his way through the field, hasn't he? We saw them earlier having a bit of a battle for what was the bottom step of the podium. Since then, they've managed to get back up into the fight, but still, they've not been able to close up to the RLR Abruzzi Esports LMP. They've been absolutely, as we keep mentioning, class of the field, but it's good to keep saying it because these LMP2 cars aren't the easiest machines to handle. I'm sure Hasse, as we spoke to him earlier, spoke about how tricky it is to get it right, especially if you come in with not too much practice. It's when you really need to put the effort in to get right, to get to grips with the setup, because as well we've been seeing time and time again drivers through this corner in the LMP2 doing the typical LMP2 maneuver of doing a half spin, taking too much speed in and just the rear of the car with the extra weight on the back with where the engine's situated. It just likes to pendulum around. So even though they're in second place, Cedric Wouters and the Track 6 Esports cars, the Track 6 Esports team doing a very good job, it has to be said. Now we're seeing, though, close fights between Ronald Moons and Bran van Outen. DynamiXX Simulators Red now has the SRW Race Masters car for company, but where is the Sim Racers World Esports GTE car that was fighting with them? Oh, just a little bit further up the road. So now it's the turn for Mathieu Soufi to lead this little train. But now, will we be seeing Bran van Outen with the extra speed going down through the Kemmel Straight, able to apply the pressure on Mathieu Soufi and get a move done? He's not going to be able to do it this lap, but as long as he's close enough through the sort of twisty bits, he could be on track to gain a position.
Yeah, it could be a 3-car battle. We saw it developing just about an hour ago, and now we've been into the pit lane. We've had a couple of pit stops for all the cars involved. We are slowly starting to see a 3-car battle develop once again. Bran van Outen, the lead Porsche of the duo between himself and Ronald Moons. Then we go up to see Mathieu Soufi continuing on, being passed by his Sim Racers World stablemate Bart Daleman in the LMP2 entry, the number 34 machine down the hill, and still just trapped behind the Porsche, also negotiating. I think that might be the number 40. It is the number 40 BMW, just being negotiated along the way of Jan van Lijpt for Revolution Racing Bravo. We've had an incident for Jo Eulenbroek. What has happened here? Bouncing over the curb at the end of the bus stop, puts his foot to the floor. I think there was probably half a tyre on the AstroTurf, and it just rotated him through 180 degrees. Grabs first gear, gets going once again without too much of an issue. Quite an easy little mistake to make. However, look here, side by side through Blanchimont. This is Pasquin Alniz losing out to Mike Norby. Matthijssen. I think we've already had Mike Matthijssen in. Whether he's just got 2 accounts, I don't know. But Mike Matthijssen back in the car, the number 37 machine with the Ayrton Senna helmet, through the bus stop and charging towards the line for the 110th time for that car. So really starting to tick the laps up. But back to this battle, it's only going to get closer. Ronald Moon's half a second back from Bram van Oeven. However, while these guys have been battling, Matthias Sufi's been having an absolute day of it. 2.2 seconds to the good now.
Yeah, I think that was helped by just the sheer amount of traffic that they had to negotiate. And in fact, actually, yeah, they had to pass a slower TE. I think that might be Jan van Lent in the Revolution Racing Bravo, the car that we saw earlier having all sorts of troubles and issues, is now seemingly back on track with the rest of the GCE field, yet they're not behind Christophe Reyes anymore, so they are in and amongst the GCE fight now. Look at that. Look at that nice, lovely gold fast racing car sweeping on by. It's a lovely livery. Every time you see it, you've got to just admire it, don't you? And I'm sure if you're in the car, as long as you're not fighting with position, you might get a chance to admire it as well. Obviously, one that might not be admiring was the car we can see further back in the shot now that needs to get past Ron van Oeven, which is Stephen de Wolf. We saw him get passed by Jiri Crispien earlier, and since then he's just not been able to get the pace to stay with him and keep that fight ongoing. So at the moment, it seems that the DynamiXX Racing Green car doesn't quite have the pace in its locker and needs to just focus on keeping consistent lap times and hoping it can gain something by the end of the race, potentially just from keeping their noses clean. As we see again, the number 6 car, another one that we've been seeing having a few dramas, that is being driven now by, actually it's still Gisel Bloem, or yeah, Gisel Bloem. So that car has been ongoing for the very beginning with that driver, so it's amazing to see that he's still going to be doing. Do you reckon he's going to make the whole 6 hours? That would be an amazing achievement if possible.
I think it is possible. There isn't a rule against running the entire race on your own. I think somebody asked earlier on, and he said just for this round you can just drive by yourself. If you want to do the entire event on your own, you can, and that is the way to do it. Definitely, we are seeing a lot of new drivers out on circuit that we haven't already seen. This is Daniel Ferreira Vidal in the number 42 Schinker Motorsport yellow entry. He is out on the track for the first time today. We've seen him out in practice, but we haven't seen him turn any race laps just as yet. We've had an incident for Jean Van Liept, and it's the number 40 BMW once again. It flicks one way, a slight overcorrection at that sort of speed fires you off towards the Armco. Thankfully, there's enough runoff for him to get slowed down. Watch the curve. There's the curve that I mentioned earlier. If you hit it at the wrong angle, it can send you skywards. Thankfully, he manages to mount the curve nicely and continues on without too much of an issue. And the field is slowly starting to spread out once again. Closest gap we've got is back up to this battle. Bram van Oeven, when the gap he's got behind is the same gap he's got ahead. Matthias Sufi 1.4 up the road, Ronald Moon's 1.4 behind him. So he really is sort of the cork in the bottle at this point. Does he I mean, he's going to want to catch up and try and battle with Matthias Sufi, but the sooner he does that, the sooner he loses time to Ronald Moons, because he's battling. And he's just got to find the sweet spot where he's not putting too much pressure on Matthias Sufi, so Matthias can continue on without too much of an issue. But he doesn't want to slow down and allow Ronald Moons to catch back up, so a tricky situation for the Dynamics Simulator's red entry.
Yeah, I think that we saw earlier that this entry was quicker in the straight line when compared to Mathieu Sufi's car, the Sim Races World Esports GTE car. It does seem to be stronger through the twisties, not as strong on the straights though, so I think Van Oeven just needs to sort of play it smart, have a little patience, and wait till he's in a closer spot. Really coming through this sector as well, we're going to see him gaining the time, just going down through. Oh, as we see the number 13 car shooting down his inside and then coming through Stabilo now. He's going to try and use that slipstream to good effect, but it did lose him a substantial amount of time, actually about half a second loss just from not being able to take the apex, and that put Ronald Moons up into the mix. You can see him only 0.7 of a second behind, so a little bit of traffic just paying a bit of excitement in his ears. You see, Van Lent. Oh, I thought he was going to just avoid the wall, but no, just collides to the rear with It's luckily a soft wall though, so it doesn't seem to have dented the rear of his car. The rear wing still seems to be at the right angle, so he's just about gotten away with that. Driver that also has gotten away with something is potentially Graham Van Uyten. He's now 1 second clear of Ronald Moons, so that little bit of traffic didn't hamper him too much. In fact, he's caught up back to Mathieu Souffy by about, the gap is now 1.3 seconds, but then coming up through Eau Rouge Radion, he's going to have to try and navigate this GTE car, not GT, the GT3, sorry. That gets it nice and fun, but then there's an LMP2 car that wants to get through and all. I was worried that there was going to be collision, but no, managed to judge it right, didn't come across the nose of the GT3, and it all seems to have sorted itself out nice and cleanly.
Yeah, anything could happen like that every time. It's Bram Van Uyten still in the driving seat for this one. He's managed to pull away from Ronald Moons with the help of some traffic, of course, as well. And once again, it's traffic which has come down to the fate of this battle. 1.3 seconds back is Ronald Moons. 1.2 seconds up the road is Mathieu Souffy from Bram Van Uyten. So he's got a little bit of time to play with if he needs it. He's still got traffic to negotiate. You can see an LMP2 on the way. So he's got to bear that in mind. I think that might actually be our LMP2 leader. No, it's one of the DynamiXX cars trying to work their way through. And for the moment, it's all looking fairly tame for this battle. However, I bet if we look away a corner later, they'll all be nose to tail and we'll have missed something important. However, for the moment, it's still Ronald Moons, the chase car, 8 seconds, pardon me, 8 tenths behind Bram Van Uyten. He will be picking up a little bit of draft assistance from that range on the run up towards Blanchimont. Bram Van Uyten will have to take Blanchimont slower with the lower downforce. Ronald Moons does gain a little bit of time through there that time. In towards the bus stop, Ronald Moons once again will be able to brake later, just because he has the downforce slowing him down as well. Out of the corner, Ronald Moons possibly once again will be able to jump on the throttle earlier, but all this will probably add up to a very similar amount that Bram Van Uyten gains just on the straights. So for the moment, it's all staying pretty much as is. However, Bram Van Uyten, he's being caught by Ronald Moons, but he's also gaining on Mathieu Souffy. So these three cars only getting closer together at this point, and I'm really looking forward to this. We're going into the night, the fog is getting thicker, it's getting harder to see, harder to concentrate, and the drivers are getting closer together, so we could end up with a nice little battle on our hands.
Yeah, look how close it was. It was 8 tenths going on to the beginning of the Camel Straight, and now it's going to be 6. Is it going to be 5 tenths under braking for Les Combes? Yes, it is. So Souffy gaining so much time, 3 tenths per second just in one straight, and then he closes up even more through Les Combes. So he seemingly has the tyres beneath him at the moment to keep up and keep Mathieu Souffy honest. And now this is the time when the Sim Racers World esports driver really can start to feel the pressure. This is when we could start to see maybe a few mistakes or maybe an increase in pace from Mathieu Souffy. This is really going to be the teller, I think, of how this battle is going to develop, is just how he's able to navigate these twisty tight corners. As long as he doesn't make a mistake, he can build that gap back up, just so then he keeps the margin to Bram Van Uyten. But we did see earlier on when this fight was the other way around, it was Bram that had, or not Bram, but it was the DynamiXX car that had the upper hand, as we see the Schinker Motorsport yellow car having a bit of a moment through Pouon. Oh, gets very close to one of the Ferraris as well going through. I think that might have been Gus Franken in the RP Motorsport car, so did well. Is he going to rejoin on track safely? Oh, I can see some headlights coming. Oh, a bit close. Gets on the brakes in fear, I think, more than anything else. And then again, has to just keep himself onto the grass, keep himself out of trouble, and rejoins just about safely. I want to make sure we can see him get out onto the circuit as the LMPs sweep around with that side. And yep, nice and cleanly rejoined in the end from Daniel. But now focusing on this fight again, Bram Van Uyten, the gaps now, it balanced out both sides because it's 1.2 seconds ahead and behind this Dynamic Simulator's red car.
Yeah, once again, Bram Van Uyten has got a tricky choice to make. Does he go against, obviously, his strategy? We know he's got to save fuel, so sitting behind Mathieu Souffy is probably the best bet. But if he does that, Will Matthias Sufi see that as a challenge, start to defend, start losing him time to Ronald Moons, and then he gets caught up in a battle that he really doesn't need. So a very tricky situation for Bram van Uitven and the 384. However, for the moment, it's all looking rather tame. 1 second the gap to Matthias Sufi now. Obviously, we know Bram van Uitven gains on the straights just because the car is running slightly less downforce, so naturally slightly quicker on the straight, and the gap is once again just fluctuating throughout every single corner. And these are the closest cars we've got on circuit by a fair margin. I think the next closest is Kimber Haight and Jiri Crispinson. Crispin, pardon me. There is 4.6 seconds between the pair of them. Well, 2.2 seconds separates all three cars in this one, so I think we're going to keep an eye on this one.
Yeah, definitely. And I was having a look at some of the times coming through, and Mathieu Sufi did set the fastest lap, or at least the personal best, in that car. So, Sim Race World Esports GT currently quickest that it's ever been in this race at the moment, and what a time to do it, really. This is a moment you need to. But actually, I think, is that Mathieu Sufi fighting with the car in front of Pasquino Nays? I think that could be.
It is.
In fact, that is a fight for position. So, Mathieu Sufi, not content with just worrying about cars behind, he's focusing on the fight ahead, focusing on trying to get up into 4th position. And is he going to try it going into Blanchimont? He's close, under about a 1/10 of a second, nose to tail. He's going to try and get maybe into the bus stop. Look at the cars speeding their way through, and yes, he's got the good run out of the corner. He's going to be on the outside. Will that then turn for the inside? In fact, the BMW immediately jumps out of the way, not wanting to fight, wanting to play the smarter game, wanting to try and look up and make sure there aren't any contact being made, and instead was going to try and see if he can slot in behind the Sim Racers World GTE up in front and maybe use the slipstream to his advantage, maybe with a bit of fuel saving.
Yeah, this is where strategy can help, but how is Pasquino Nays going to affect the battle? Because Matthias Sufi 6/10 in front of Pasquino, and the number 29 Reaction Motorsports car is half a second ahead of Bram van Uitven, who is 3/10 ahead of Ronald Moons. You can see Bram van Uitven closing up on the BMW now. So that gap really starting to come down, and it seems like that BMW is destined to do one thing, and that one thing is to go backwards at this point. The Porsche seems to be the dominating car at this stage in the race. Like Bod Boland says in chat, the final hour and a half could be interesting, and this is where strategy plays a part once again in the BMW, just letting the other cars by. Maybe he just knows, yep, you're the quicker drivers, guys, we'll just let you by and see what happens, or maybe he's just really not in the mood to start a battle. But it seems like fairly easy overtakes for everyone involved.
It looks like as well, if you can just see the left front of that BMW, it seems to be suffering a little bit of damage by the looks of things. We'll see if we can get a shot of it. You can just see the intake's a little bit crumpled up, so it might be nursing some damage. It's probably the reason why it's so slow, because it can't have been up in 4th position for nothing, and it can't have just dropped down all of a sudden just out of nowhere. So it seems that that probably has something to do with a little bit of damage they have collected somewhere, but not bothering focusing on what has been, it's focusing on what will be, as we see something that has been actually. And this is Christophe Reyes. Oh, just loops it around and has contact.
That's with
the leader of the race. That was a bit of a strange one. I don't really see the leader. In fact, that was the leader of 2 classes, the leader of the GT3s colliding with the leader of LMPs.
It was indeed. Flemish Sim Sports car nearly gets collected there. Again, just 1 lap later, Wim Everarts, another typical sort of incident with an LMP team. He's clearly not exactly happy. He puts his foot to the floor and spins up the rear tyres and nearly ends up looping it again through the bus stop. But that's twice in the space of 2 laps that the GT3 class leader has nearly had a rather large incident. Got away with the first one, just about got away with the second one. We've had an incident for Diego Hames as well in the Flemish Sim Sports yellow LMP2 entry. If you're going to park it, that's probably not the wisest place. On the corner exit, there is the battle we're looking at. He does take the hint. He goes, right, okay, probably not the best spot. Gets back going once again. Another weird incident there.
Might have been serving a penalty.
Yeah, I think if you're going to serve a penalty, that's probably not the way to do it. Just sat there. If you're going to serve it, get out of the way, sort of thing. But it's like he's, yeah, that's a very long penalty, a very weird one for me. I know if I serve a penalty, I do it gradually. I do a couple of tenths each corner just to get rid of it.
Yeah,
But
I'd
yeah,
serve it going into the corner.
yeah, that's a weird one there, and definitely not the
Unless
most ideal place.
what's happened is they've just done it after pit entry. Maybe he thought, do I turn around and go the other way, or risk getting a penalty from going the wrong way and getting disqualified? So I think if we can follow them, maybe see if they're clutching in, because they're going slower at the moment than GTs in a straight line. Following on board, they're in second gear, a third. They're not going flat out, are they? Yeah, they're not flat out whatsoever.
Yeah, I think he's running out of fuel.
Ooh, that's going to be big as well, because they are third place in class, whereas the likes of Bart Nauman is actually in the pit lane in the Sim Racers World LMP2 car. That's going to be pretty big actually for this fight, because they're going to have to coast around again. You can see the difference between them going around at full, or what they can consider the fastest speed they can do while saving fuel, when compared to, and in fact, is that them coughing out now? Is that them running out of fuel already? The engine seemingly starting to splutter potentially. Obviously down that sector it's all downhill, so you can use the gravity to your effect, to your benefit, but now uphill you're going to have to try and go up the hill with all of your acceleration you can muster. But listen, they're not able to go full throttle, and they're seemingly lifting at the moment. They might have to lift all the way through the pit lane.
Yeah, it's a very long pit lane as well. The LMP2 situated right towards pit exit, puts the clutch in to minimise the revs. Anton Dupin in chat confirming that yes, he did miss his pit entry. Staying out of the way is Diego Hames. I think if you've missed your pit entry, probably not the most advisable thing to do is just stop, continue on like nothing happened, and if you need to fuel save, that's definitely the way to do it, but probably not just stop on a corner exit. I understand obviously you panic, you think, oh god, this could be race, like this could be our good result out the window, but looks like he has got back to the pit lane and he's continued on. Look how thick that fog is now, he's really rolled in.
Yeah, another thing though to think about with that car is that if sort of say the pit stall is right at the very end of the pit lane, which I think it is for the LMPs, they're going to have to clutch in all the way down the hill. And in fact, yep, they're going to have to go right in this corner. They're still using fuel while under the pit lane. In fact, I think they've clutched in, trying to coast it through the corner, clutching in down the hill. They might just be able to make it, but look at them. They're going much slower than I think the pit speed limiter is in this car. Can't hear any engine noise whatsoever.
Now let's hope nobody's coming behind, because I'm sure they would be furious. They'll probably end up pushing them down the pit lane. But it looks like, because it's downhill from here, you can see the speed picking up now, and that will be a breath of fresh air for that team. We'll see what it does though. It's all well and good getting to the pit box and getting a full tank of fuel. However, for the moment, it looks like they will get to their various pit boxes. Matthias Sufmi now 2 tenths to the good over Bram van Oudtven, so he's clearly found a nice little bit of pace. However, Ronald Moon still stuck with the number 384, 1.1 seconds back, so there's still opportunities here for a couple of nice little battles to develop as the race wears on.
Yeah, Matthias Sufmi, I'm just having a look at his times. He's again just a tenth quicker, so the margins are so close in this GT fight that the only difference is a tenth of a second between these two drivers. We're going to see what that will be, and maybe if something is going to be coming into play, as we've been seeing in the chat all race long, is the strategy. Seeing what's going to be happening, what fuel saving is going to need to be done. We do know, of course, from the chat, DynamiXX red car do need to do a bit of fuel saving, but I think so does Matthias Sufmi, and they come into the pits a little bit earlier than the Dynamic Simulators car, so that's going to be something that will play into the race, and I'm almost certain that by the end of the race that the Simulators World Esports GTE car will be needing to take a splash and dash. But it's a bit of a question mark. The Dynamic Simulators red car will also have to follow them through.
Yeah, there's lots going on, not just on the circuit as well. There's clearly lots going off the circuit by the sounds of it, is probably the best way to put it. The fast racing teams, so obviously we've got fast gold and fast silver. Neither of those cars sadly taking part in the rest of the season due to incidents that they've had today, and then the fallback from that, and the Simpact teams aren't very happy with the stewarding either, and and then how they have conducted or how DynamiXX have conducted themselves in the Discord with the complaints. So sadly, I fear that the grid is going to be ever thinning as the season wears on, which is not what we like to see, but there's evidently something there that needs to be addressed. So let's hope that that gets sorted. But in the meantime, we do have a race going on, and we're still having some very, very good battles starting to develop as well. Bram van Uitven still just about within a second of Ronald Moons, 8 tenths of a second, pardon me, separating the pair of them, and that gap is coming down very, very quickly. We know Bram van Uitven has got the quicker car in a straight line, or so we thought. Ronald Moons slowly starting to reel him in. He does have the draft assistance, of course. Look how thick that fog is. If it wasn't difficult to commentate at night, or if it wasn't difficult enough to commentate at night, they've gone, right, okay, well, we'll just give you some fog, and yeah, there you go. And that's what we've now got to deal with.
Yeah, well, it's going to be interesting at the very least, seeing the drivers having to deal with it. It seems that it hasn't slowed them down one bit, though, because still, Bram van Uitven has actually closed the gap up to Matthias Sufi. Matthias Sufi seemingly struggling a little bit with traffic, because that gap has come down by over half a second. In fact, it was about 7/10 of a second that Bram van Uitven was able to gain on Matthias Sufi. So now the gap is closing down. Slowly but surely, we're going to start seeing Bram van Uitven using that straight line speed to his advantage. The gap will come now down below the 1 second margin. Ronald Moons is going to have to sit back and watch these two cars fight, I think, and then try and pick his moment, maybe bide his time and look after the tyres, keep them in good nick while the other two fight and churn through the rubber. He's going to be in a better space to then take advantage of any scraps that might fall his way.
Yeah, so it's really just a waiting game for some of these drivers. They've got to decide what they are going to do. And looking at it, this is going to be the closest we've seen them for a while. However, closest battle we've got on the circuit is between Robin de Ville and SimStickers Racing Red, and this is going to put Flemish SimSports in a very tidy little position, because it means they've still got Christoph Reis in the lead of the race in the number 12 Mercedes, and then Robin de Ville in the second of the Flemish SimSports cars, this one being the Audi, the number 999, chasing down Paul Godden. If everything goes to plan for Flemish SimSports, they will be running a 1-2, but with still over 1 hour and 20 minutes of the race remaining, a lot can change, and this is Audi versus Audi, so it all comes down to setup, driving style, driving standards, of course. But look at this, Robin de Ville had the draft assistance. You can only just pick out which one's which in the thickness of this fog. Robin de Ville on the right hand side of your screen, he is now in front of Paul Godden, so Robin de Ville up into second place, Flemish SimSports 1-2 as it stands. Paul Godden now demoted down into the final step of the podium, but Flemish SimSports, they've really had the race come to them. It's massively helped them, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. I think the setup's really sort of, I think it's tailored more towards the night stints, towards the cooler track temps, because as you can see just through the corners, they are so much quicker, already pulling a decent margin to Paul Godden. The gap now up to 1 second. So as it stands, Flemish SimSports White looking like a very quick time, and it is actually, if we have a look at the car leading this GT3 class, it's going to be a Flemish SimSports 1-2. Mercedes leading Audi, and that's going to be a great performance if they can keep it going till the line. I know the Flemish SimSport boys, as well as the praise about their paint job, they'll be very pleased to hear that they're going to be on track at the very least, as long as they can keep it as it is for the moment, taking a first and second in their class.
It would be very handy, a good morale booster going into the rest of the season if they can manage to make this work. You can see from one Flemish SimSports car, not necessarily to another, we've gone to Matthias Sufi. It just so happens that the GT3 class leader, also for Flemish SimSports, is sat in shot as well. Pulls back in behind Matthias Sufi, so Matthias really doing well at this point. We know Bram van Uitven over a lap can be quicker, however Matthias is just doing everything he needs to do to stay where he is. 1.1 seconds clear of Bram van Uitven, which I think is just about within draft range. You'll pick up tiny little bits of draft assistance from the car ahead, but you can see in the background there's now traffic negotiations going on. Ronald Moons has dropped back quite marginally to Bram van Uitven. 1.8 seconds, not the biggest deficit in the world now as they go through Stavlo. might lose a little bit more time through there. Yeah, never mind a little bit. More like a lot. 2.3 seconds, 2.4 seconds now the gap between Ronald Moons and Bram van Oettven. So losing out through Stavlo. And once again, these guys are the closest cars on circuit. So, I mean, we haven't really got much else to look at. And not that you can see much anyway with the night obviously rolling in and the fog. It's just getting thicker and thicker and thicker, isn't it?
Yeah, but we are seeing the gaps closing down. Look at this, Bram van Oettven. Look at how close he is, about half a second, the margin between himself and Mathieu Soufi. And this is sort of the margin where we see the slipstream really favouring that Dynamic Simulators red car. Down the inside, though, goes the class and race leader in LMP2. Now he's going to try and set his sights. Is that going to hamper potentially Mathieu Soufi? Not quite. He gets through just about in one piece, but now seeing the gap again. 8/10 coming out of Radion. Then cross down of the Kemmel Straight. You can see him closing in slowly but surely, but not quickly enough. Going to be again about half a second the gap between the two of them when they break for Les Combes, but still it's just, while Bram van Oettven has the straight line speed, he doesn't have it through the corners. And while we saw that gave him the advantage earlier on in the race when he was leading, now that he's behind, he's not able to capitalize on that extra straight line speed, and instead needs to worry about trying to get the car through the corners. But then by doing so, he's leaning more on the tires, not having the downforce. He needs to use the mechanical grip, which means that as the race goes on and as this stint goes on, he'll just be getting slower and slower through the corners, whereas Bram van Oettven can kind of lean back a little bit. He's already cleared a gap to about 1 second just through the first few corners of this middle sector, and now you can see just display the difference in setup, really working wonders in the timing sheets as well. Further back as well, I think we've got who is that? That is still Ronald Moons in the picture, but dropped back by 2.5 seconds now. So it seems that when the gaps closed down, now they're starting to increase a little bit as the stints go on and as the tyres maybe start to play a factor. It means that Mathieu Soufi is just clear and ahead down the road, whereas Bram van Oettven needs to just hope that maybe something happens in terms of traffic to keep him close enough to give him the opportunity to send a manoeuvre.
Yeah, they've got to decide what they're going to do. So obviously they may end up putting their maybe altering their strategy going into the final few stages of the race, trying to get one over on the Dynamics car. Personal fastest lap for Mathieu Soufi at 2:13.896, almost a full second quicker than Bram van Oettven, and that is now representative of the gap between the pair of them. And the last thing these guys will want to do is almost fall foul of a slight strategy play here. If Bram van Oettven and Dynamic Simulators Red are discussing, right, what can we do on strategy? We need to pit once. How can we minimise the time we spend in the pit? Obviously, I'm guessing at this point it's not really worth taking tyres. Last time in the pit lane they did take them, so there's no real need to take them again into the final hour of the race. Bearing in mind the track is now 21 degrees, so a very cool track. As long as you've been nice and smooth in your driving style, you should be able to make them last at least another stint, possibly another. So they'll be able to do that, and then they'll have to try and get away with the minimum amount of fuel and see what they can do, because I think the only way this position is going to change is going to be on strategy. It's all well and good Bram van Oettven getting up close and personal with Mathieu Soufi, but we know Mathieu drives a very, very good defensive race, so we'll have to keep an eye on it. But while this is going on, of course, if they end up battling, Ronald Moons is there to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's what he's doing at the moment. He seems to be able to have the pace through the corners and able to keep up with them. It's just, I think, a matter of him choosing to keep where he is, keeping in the comfortable zone, not wanting to push, because when you do push, you are often vulnerable to making these little mistakes that will be costly towards the end of the race. And don't forget, there's still just over an hour remaining in this race. They don't need to go full-on sprint racing, pedal to the metal just at the moment. It's still in the phase where you can think about tyres, think about maybe looking after the fuel, and I think Mathieu Soufi is going to be coming into the pits either this or next time around, because I think the last time out it was around about just quarter up to the hour when this Sim Racers World Esports car made its way into the pits. We're going to be seeing if that will be the case or not this time around, but I think it'll be a matter of sooner rather than later, because we often saw that Dynamic Simulator's red car coming in with, I think, 2 minutes to the top of the hour, which is why they were concerned about taking Splash and Dash, whereas I definitely think the Sim Racers World Esports GT that we are seeing will have to take it no matter what, even if they are able to save a massive amount of fuel, which is probably the reason why they're able to go so quickly, is they're trying to keep the car behind and hope that while they need to take the Splash and Dash, that means that the car behind does as well. But look now, Brown Van Eyten, look at how close he is. He's 1/10 back. They're going to be going 3 wide, up, down the Kemmel Straight, up towards the Lecon section of track. But look at that blocking maneuver. Smart using the GTE as a bit of a sort of a mobile chicane, mobile roadblock. That kept Matthew Stuffy in 3rd position. Brown Van Eyten was probably going to be kicking himself, screaming that he wasn't able to make the move just because he was unfortunate that the GT3 was where it was. It was, of course, no fault of the GT3 driver. It was just a case of wrong place, wrong time if you're in Brown Van Eyten's seat. But maybe if you're Matthew Stuffy, you'll be saying right place, right time.
Yeah, absolutely. It really did play into the hands of Matteo there. So let's hope that this battle continues to rage on in the coming laps. 8 tenths separating them, and I want to go and have a look at something else, but there's nothing else really going on that is as close as this battle. We've got a couple of cars close together right up at the front though. Bart Daleman there in 3rd place, the number 34 machine, 5 seconds ahead of Diego Hames and the Flemish Sim Sports yellow entry in the LMP2 class. 4 seconds back is Judy Crispin for Fast Racing Gold, and then we get back to the bigger gaps between the pair, or between drivers. In the GT3 class, there is Robin Deville, 2nd in class, the 2nd of the Flemish Sim Sports cars. The first obviously being Christoph in the lead of the GT3s. There is Robin Deville in 2nd. 7 seconds back is Paul Godden for Sim Stickers Red. And then 7 seconds back from there is Robin Van Brenk for DSCDA Esports Silver. And then once again we get back to the bigger battles. And that's pretty much just covered like what's going on everywhere else. There's nothing much really going on. The closest thing is this battle here.
Yeah, and again, it started to increase, actually. It was a good lap from... Actually, no, it's not, because Matthew Stuffy is in the pits now. So we were saying it was either going to be this lap or the next. Thankfully, I got it just about right and don't have a big old egg on my face. It is the Sim Race World Esports GTE car down the pit lane now. So that means that Brown Van Eyten has some clear air. It might have been getting a little bit held up potentially through some of the corners. It was around about a second, which is when you can feel a little bit of dirty, a little bit of aero wash affecting these GTE cars. So Brown now has clear air. He's not got any traffic as well to deal with by the looks of things. So this is his perfect time to try and carry on ahead, keep the gap where it needs to be, and maybe even catch up to the Sim Racers World Esports GTE car. And then by the time that he has to come in for his pit stop in about maybe 3 or so laps time, he might be leading, but it'll be a matter of ifs and mights and maybes, and we'll see exactly what happens. No tyres need to be changed on this stop for either of the two teams, so we'll be expecting quick pit stops all around and then a quick sprint till the end. But look, Sim Racers World Esports GTE, look at the time left on the board as well. They're going to have to make sure that their last stint will extend to about 1 hour and 10 minutes, and I don't really think they'd be able to do it. The best I could imagine them getting is maybe 1 hour and 2 minutes, 1 hour and 5 minutes if you're able to save a lot of fuel and get an extra couple of laps out of it. But at the moment, I believe they'll be having to take a splash and dash.
That will be the only way that I think they'll get to the end of the race. Haven't driven a GT for a while, so I'm not 100% sure on how long the fuel tank can last once it's unrestricted. Yeah, about an hour tends to be there or thereabouts. Also depends massively on the circuit as well, but Spa is not exactly the most economical circuit, with so much of it being very fast, very flat out. So from here, pretty much, if you're brave enough, all the way down to Les Combes. So I think it's 2 kilometers, the run from one to the other. It's that's a lot of flat out driving from La Source all the way up to Les Combes. Ronald Moon's letting the LMP2 traffic by, doesn't gain much. However, if we go up to Bram van Uitven, he will be able to gain a little bit from that with the draft assistance from the number 867, I believe that is, of Kimber Haight, Flemish Sim Sports Red. So as it stands, we'll just give you a quick rundown of the order. Daniel Boucher and RLR Abruzzi Esports LMP still in the lead of the race. As of about 5 seconds ago, it's Bart Daleman and Sim Racers World Esports in second. Diego Hames for Flemish Sim Sports Yellow in the number 14, as it stands, rounds out your provisional podium in the LMP2 class. Judy Crispin for Fast Racing Gold in fourth. Matthias Maas in the pit lane for Traxxas Esports, currently in fifth. Martin Deckins in sixth for Dynamics Peppies. Gregory Franks in seventh for Dynamics Racing Green. Kimber Haight in eighth for Flemish Sim Sports Red. Wim Everett for Dynamics by WMS, currently sat there in ninth. Derek Robb for NSD Racing rounds out your top 10. And Tristan Martz rounds out your LMP2 runners for DSCDA Esports Red. And Ed, I'm going to let you run the viewers through the GTE.
Well, I just did notice something, that Matthias Maas in the Traxxas Esports car has been in the pits for a very long time, Jack. They were actually in second place, and they're all the way down in seventh. They've been stationary for a long time, and they're showing no signs of getting it moving again. They've been there for a long time. They've not pulled out of the race. They're still in the pits, so I'm not entirely sure what has happened to them at all, Jack. We're going to try and have a look and try and figure out something before we can bring you the rest of the grid. That can hear the engine make a shift note there, so it seems that something's going on. Not sure what, but something's going on.
Yeah, it's an odd one. They just sort of sat there. I'm not sure what they're waiting for. Whether they've got a stop-go penalty, I don't know. They might, yeah, like I say, just have that little bit of a penalty. P4, Anton Dipan in chat mentioning P4 or P3, P4 and P5 in the LMP2 class. So not sure what has happened there. I'm assuming it could be some sort of stop-go penalty. Back to this battle though, we can't really look away from it at any point during the stream. 1 second now separating Ronald Moons and Bram van Uitven. So the cars that started to separate earlier on after Bram van Uitven was catching Matthias Sufi has now come back to haunt him, because Ronald Moon's catching up once again, and we've now got John McConville in the Sim Racers World Esports Porsche, so keep an eye on him for to carve his way up through the order as the stints wear on.
Yeah, but I think now we can have a quick run through of the GT field before we see this action heat up anymore, and it is Jakub Slurski in the RLR Abruzzi Esports GT. So the RLR Abruzzi Esports guys are doing a very good job leading both LMP2 and GTE, ahead of Jorn van den Akker in the Traxxas by JNV Services car. Then they lead the way by a margin of 13 seconds to Bram van Uitven, and then it's this battle yet again. Ronald Moons in the SRW Race Masters car in fourth position. Then Pasquinel Nays, fifth place for Rex Axion Motorsports, and then just behind sixth place sees Mike Nordby Mathiasen in the race team entry, the number 37, followed 45 seconds back by John McConville. Sim Racers World Esports GT took the pit stop earlier on, seemingly on track to take a splash and dash at the end, sitting in seventh place currently, ahead of Daniel Ferreira Vidal in the Schinker Motorsports yellow car. And just behind them, the Porsche, Thies van den Berger in Team Thies, ahead of Joel Orlenbroek, Radeon Motorsports by QSR, Sven Janssens, GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing, and the Baylor United Motorsports. Then, last but not least, John van Lint in the Revolution Racing Bravo car, and that's all we have for GTs. In fact, no, we don't. We have Gus Franken still going around. Sorry, I didn't see him. He was behind a few GT3s on the road. So apologies, Gus, for not seeing you there, but you are still running in your class, which is good to see. The spirit of endurance racing carrying on, even if cars aren't necessarily fighting for position, they're still wanting to bring it out till the end, which is lovely to see.
It is indeed. And finally, we're just going to run you through the GT3s. This is Christoph Reis for Flemish Sim Sports in the number 12 Mercedes. Very clean car, and has pretty much kept it clean throughout the entire race, doing well at the front of the GT3 class. Then it's Robin de Ville in the 999, the second of the Flemish Sim Sports cars there in second. Paul Godden in third, who we're going to have a look at just for a short while, mainly because look who is pretty much underneath his rear wing. It is Robin van Brenk for DSCDA Esports Silver. Never mind underneath his rear wing, he's now alongside on the run up towards the chicane. Later on the brakes, Robin van Brenk up into third place in class. Paul Godden for Simstickers Racing Red, now down in fourth. Stephen Maris for Team MRS there in fifth. Nick Poilart for DynamiXX Bell Speed there in sixth. Then it's Bjorn van Impe for Fast Racing Silver there in seventh. Rutger Wijnen is the first of our retirees. Then it's Lucas Vogler, Camille Jagizoglu, Martin van Leeuwen, Dries Muusdi, Greg Parmenter, Jonas Holm, Jesse Hendricks, Ives Fredericks, Dieter Denif, Seb Herbera, and then Jori Stoop, who didn't take to the grid. But that is a very full grid, and it's great to see we are still seeing battles.
Exactly. We're about, what, into the final hour of this race, and still Graham van Uyten and Ronald Moons close, just under a second separating the two of them. But there's also an LMP2 that's separating them. In fact, that's going to carve its way through, and that is Daleman making his way through down the inside at Eau Rouge. Running that one actually hampered Graham van Uyten a little bit. He's got such a slow run out of the corner that potentially Ronald Moons could make a move, but I think it's just enough that Van Uyten is safe in third position. Intriguing though to see if he's going to be able to make it to the one out. I think he is. So at this point in the race, I think if the drivers make pit stops now, they will be safe without needing to make a splash and dash. I think they'll have just enough time in hand. That also depends when RLR Britsy Esports LMP cross the line, because if they do cross the line just before the clock ticks down to 6 hours, that means that some of the teams might be needing to run a lap longer than they anticipated, and we could be seeing some drivers having to cough the car, having to almost get out and seemingly push it over the line.
Let's hope that isn't the case, but we have had a few more incidents that I missed out on earlier on. This is Gregory Franks for DynamiXX Racing Green. I'm not sure whether there was contact there. We'll have a look back. Yes, there was indeed. The Flemish Sim Sport Audi of Robin de Ville into the tail end of Gregory Franks for DynamiXX Racing Green. Just rotating the car around on the apex of the bus stop, and then Bjorn van Impe has had an incident as well. So he's already sideways in the middle of the road. Oh, and then he gets clattered by a car behind. So this was not the one I wanted. This should be the one we need. Going through No Name, over-rotates the car, jumps on the brakes, tries to get it slowed down. Does he avoid the wall? He does indeed. Then he's being nice and patient, grabs reverse while there's an LMP2 coming. Thankfully jumps on the brakes just in time, and then he's sat there, and I think that was one of the Flemish Sims. Well, actually, I think that could be the DynamiXX car, which is very, very broken. Actually, I know what car that is. It's that one just there, which is Matthias Mas and Traxxas Esports DynamiXX, and that's why they're spending so long in the pit lane, and it's why they're still stationary.
So thank you very much for finding that one, Jack. We were wondering what happened. It seems that they used their fast repair earlier on, so they're having to repair the car, and because they're so far down the order now, I'm not sure if we'll be seeing them out until the end of the race. They work seemingly crabbing as well, so there's an entire suspension geometry that was thrown out of whack, which is a hefty repair time, and by the time that's done, I don't know if there'll be time to go, but we are seeing plenty of GTEs in the pits now. Ryan van Uyten in the pit lane currently, having to take their final stop of this race, following Robin van Brenk in the DSCDA Esports Silver car, sitting third position. Doing a good job in his Audi machine, but it's difficult to see, isn't it? Through the fog, you can just about see the headlights, and it's the one time when an Audi driver is actually needing to use the headlights and decides to use them. Usually you see them in the blazing sun right behind you on the motorway, flashing their lights at you.
So that tends to be the Audi way, and for the moment it looks like Robin van Brenk is making good use of his headlights. We've just got to go right on board just so we can see what they're dealing with. See, from a TV camera it doesn't look so
Ooh.
But, however, Robin van Brenk proving me wrong. A little bit sideways there through No Name, and you can see the fog just clears as you approach it, but before that you don't really see major amounts. So going through the left-hander of Podium, and you can't see the apex of the next corner until you're pretty much there, and then you see it. So you don't get much time to think about what's happening before it happens. You've got to pick out your spots, pick out your points on where you need to be, and as soon as you arrive at the corner you need to be 100% ready and happy that the car is going to respond the way you want it to. And for the moment, Robin van Brenk, it does look like it's responding for the most part the way he wants it to. A bit of a sideways moment through No Name. Closest cars we have out on the circuit, I think, is Robin van Brenk. 5.3 seconds back from Robin Deville, as we also have our GT3 leader now in the pit lane.
Yeah, plenty of cars now making what will be their final stop of this race. We are into the final hour, the last few moments of this race, and it's a race that has absolutely flown by as Robin van Brenk flies into the pit lane. Ahead you can see Robin Deville now, so the two Robins going into the pit lane. Christophe Ray's there stationary, taking his pit stop as Paul Godden then makes his way down the pit lane. I think now we're starting to see some of the drivers make their way out of the pits. Let's have a look. I think Ram van Uytven is out, but then having a look, where is Sim Racers World GTE? In fact, he's already jumped him ahead, so that clear air has played absolutely into the hands of Ram van Uytven. Look at what's the gap to John McConville? In fact, it's about 30 seconds, so that seems like that's an entire tyre stop, so that could have been something that might have happened. Maybe the car, the Sim Racers World Esports car, wasn't feeling confident enough with the grip and the tyres and had to take that extra 30 seconds stationary in the pit lane, because that's, I think, the only reason why that gap would be around about 28 seconds.
Yeah, so the gap has massively come out. Look how difficult it is to see there. Really struggling to see the cars out on the circuit. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly put you over onto a splash screen and see whether I can get this sorted. So it's difficult to commentate on, and it's not exactly great to watch. I'm just looking through on how I can almost raise the gamma so you can see what everything looks like at night. It doesn't look like there's a way to do it on first glance. I will have a look through as we go. Just having another quick look. I am sorry about this. I just want to make sure that you can see what is going on. Nothing is jumping at me at the moment. So, oh, there we go. I have found what we wanted. So I think if I change it that way, you should actually be able to see something during the night. We will get rid of the UI and we will get you back to some live pictures. That looks a little bit better. You can see somewhat of what's going on. The trouble is, with the fog, it's so difficult anyway. So we're just going to have to rely on good old headlights. And in theory, actually, I am sorry, that has actually made it worse. That looks horrific. I am going to have to go back because it's all well and good being able to see the liveries, but it's now incredibly bright and it just doesn't really look that ideal. So I am sorry about this. That's about as good as we're going to get without making the game look horrible. The trouble is, with the fog, it really just doesn't help at all.
No, it really doesn't. It's very difficult to see the cars, but luckily there has been plenty of action to keep us entertained, and we're going to be seeing, I think, the strategies start to come into it. So I think the last few moments of this race are going to be very tasty. It's all about seeing what the gaps are doing, who's closing in on who, and where it's going to be come the end of the race. At the moment, we can see Kevin Unk in the DSCDA Esports Silver car up into second place. So the strategy's been working out for that team, but is there potentially a pit stop that needs to be taken for them? I'm not 100% sure. Now it's Daniele Guidici in the SimStickers red car. Lovely livery. You can see it just about through the headlights from the car behind. That's the only time you can actually see these cars in all their glory, with a nice car helping us out, shining the headlights on us so we can actually see what's going on. Then he gets past, and again, we can't see anything once again. This is the joys of nighttime endurance racing, but then he repays the favour by shining a light on Daniel Ferreria's car, the Shingo Motorsports yellow car. very much yellow, but in the black, with the black paint in a black night, still not the easiest car to see. Only sort of accentuated a little bit by yellow, and then we come back up to Bram van Uytven because there's a bit of a fight going on between the DynamiXX Simulators Red and the SRW Race Masters car. That's Bod Boland in that car in 4th position at the moment, but there is a big closing speed differential between himself and Bram van Uytven. I think as long as he's able to stay close enough, we're going to start to see some tasty battles start to come, especially when we thought we wouldn't be seeing anything this evening, or in this last phase of the race, shall we say.
Yeah, it does also mean that Bod Boland and the Race Masters Esports guys have jumped the DynamiXX Simulators Red team, so it's nice to see that that is another little spanner thrown in the works, hopefully to bring the battles closer and closer together. While John McConville has dropped back 30 seconds away from Bram van Uytven, this has really started to play havoc with this battle. So it's Bod Boland leading Bram van Uytven for the moment. gonna make sure I get that in there. I'm not sure how long this battle will last the way it is, but it's looking like the field is pretty much settled down, apart from this pair. Once again, Bram van Uytven, he's really been in the limelight today. He cannot get away from another car. He's constantly battling somebody.
No, he's not. I mean, I'm sure that the team will be very happy to see that, because this car's going to be getting plenty of screen time. Not much screen time that you can actually see the car for, with it being so dark, but screen time is screen time nonetheless. Any sponsors will be very pleased to see these cars fighting and battling in this. Well, it's been a brilliant endurance race. It has to be said, there's been excitement all throughout the field, and it's not done yet. Bram van Uytven right behind Bod Boland. He seems to get such a good run through but then actually runs wide as Bram van Uytven and loses a substantial amount of time, back by 1.4 seconds now, so he's lost out actually through that corner. That's usually where we see him so strong, so now it's a little bit intriguing to see how that has sort of transpired so much, and actually Bram van Uytven dropping back, even coming out of Radion. So it seems Boland's able to use the slipstream from the BMW ahead, punching a large hole in the air, being such a chunky big boy is that BMW M8. Look at it, it's just so thick, able to punch through the air and give Bod Boland the slipstream he needs.
Yeah, it really will help Bod pick up the pace throughout. However, that time lost from Bram van Uytven clearly been playing on his mind, almost within 1.2 seconds once again. So Bram picking up the pace, having lost a little bit of time, and still 50 minutes of the race remaining, and I'm almost hoping that something goes wrong out there, and I'm hoping that everybody gets back together. Can they just throw like a full course caution? We can get a safety car out, everybody bunches up, and we might see a few more battles develop. It would be nice to see that as the race wears on. This is something we haven't seen much of. Obviously the Porsche with its glow-in-the-dark brake discs, I'm not 100% sure how they work, but there you go, it's got glow-in-the-dark brake discs, which is interesting to see. The pair of them, Bram van Uytven and Bod Boland, still separated by about 0.7 of a second, so we'll have a look elsewhere. Somebody who we haven't looked at in a while. How about, oh well, we'd struggle with that one sadly, as they've retired. So let's go up to Tristan Martz for DS-CD8 Esports Red. We've seen their Audi stablemate, but we haven't really looked much at their LMP2. Not that we can do much looking, bearing in mind it's pitch black and incredibly foggy, but it's just nice, you know, just to get them on stream. And I'm sure a couple of drivers watch this back at the end of the night, so it's just nice to get everybody on stream.
Yeah, very nice to see all the cars out on track. It'd be nicer in the day if we could see the liveries, but there's one of the few parts of the track that has a little bit of light. Is down here. You can see Tristan Martz's car vaguely in the number 6, and actually that has been a change of driver, because it has been, I forget his name. I've seen his name so much, but how has the name been forgotten? It was a name that I couldn't pronounce. I just remember referring to him as the number 6 in the end. But there's finally been a driver change in that car, getting him out of the car, and now it's going to be Tristan Martz, I think, taking it home until the end of the race.
Yeah, so as the time just wears away, so you've just got to think about what you're going to do as a team to get to the end. I think you were thinking of Gerd. I think it was Dijsselbloem, something like that.
Yeah.
So The number 6 car. We're gonna stick with that. Yeah, the number 6 car.
Yeah, it's easier.
Is still sat there in 9th place. Somebody's clearly watching the stream. DynamiXX, Gregory Franks, 2 tenths apart. Where's this come from?
Oh, what on earth is going on here? Let's have a look, see what's going on. DynamiXX, I think, has just actually come out of the pit, so maybe you'll be able to take it till the end of 45 minutes. That might be doable in an LMP2. I'll have to confess, I've not driven full tank of fuel through an LMP2, so I can't tell you exactly, but this is a fight between the two dynamic stablemates, so maybe they're coordinating it. Maybe for the end of the race, they're going to coordinate a big 3-way fight between all of their 3 LMP2 cars and put on a brilliant grandstand finish for us. That's what we'll be hoping for at the very least, because who knows, we might be seeing some last minute excitement going on. Gregory Franks just behind, trying to put some pressure on DynamiXX. And where's Frederick Vish? I don't think he's actually out on circuit. He's not actually close enough to be in this fight, shall we say. So it's going to be between these 2 cars for 6th place, seeing where they will come in the end. And it seems that I think DynamiXX just come out of the pits, going to have some fresher tyres, and I think if he's able to make it to the end, that's going to be his advantage, because I don't think Gregory Franks will be able to last until the checkered flag at this stage.
No, it will be a very, very tight squeeze. I know from racing in the Petit Le Mans with Virtual Racing Compound in the LMP2, it is around about a 40 to 45 minute stint time, and they are still outside of the 45 minute mark, so unless some incredibly good fuel saving takes place, I don't think they'll be able to get to the end. But the teammates are together, so they can work together, almost working against each other at this point. 32 now in front of the 22, so DynamiXX Racing Green leads DynamiXX Peppies for the moment. Of course, that seems to be the predominant word of today's stream. It's always for the moment, because you know they're just going to swap around in a couple of laps times, anyway. However, it seems like for a while the DynamiXX cars might try and work together, but I'm not sure they are.
I think I've seen some fighting as well for what could be 3rd place actually in LMP2. I think I can see Tim Rutten and is it Yuri Crispian? Yes, it is. So from that battle, start to move over. The 2 DynamiXX cars have traded positions. Now we're starting to see Yuri Crispian, the Fast Racing Gold car, setting its sights on Tim Rutten behind the wheel of the Sim Racers World Esports LMP2 car. So this is a battle that's going to start hotting up, especially when we come to the all-important Emerald Straight. Just got to make their way through here, get the car slowed down, not lose the traction on the rear. Good run out of the corner actually from Yuri Crispian, Fast Racing Gold car. Just about to see the nice shining coat of paint on it. Just about, shall we say, because it's going up through Eau Rouge Radion. Oh, look, he almost got into the back of the Sim Racer World Esports car. That was so close, and now they're going to be going side by side down the Kemmel Straight wheel to wheel. Who's going to be last of the late breakers? I think Yuri Crispian's going to have the advantage, and he's going to sweep around the outside. Yes, Tim Rutten not wanting to fight that, but rather playing it safer, playing it smarter, and conceding the position in the end. And now it's going to be up to Yuri Crispian to try and extend the gap, because I don't think he's going to be able to get through. In fact, neither of these 2 drivers are going to get through without a bit of a splash and dash. So now they need to just try and work out, right, can we save enough fuel to make this splash and dash shorter, or do we just go faster to get more of a margin when we take the splash and dash that we're safe?
Yeah, they're going to have to work their strategy around what happens in the coming laps, because a lap around here tends to take quite a while. 2 minutes lap, well over 2 minutes for everybody out there. Only on lap 148. I think at the Belcar event we had a while ago, the 24 Hours of Zolder, we completed over 1,000 laps of the Zolder circuit. This time not even reaching 20% of that, just because of the nature of Spa, very long circuit. And for the moment, Tim Rutten losing time from Yuri Crispian for Fast Racing Gold. 7 tenths the gap between the pair of them. The battle we were looking at earlier between the DynamiXX cars, that's opened up as well. Gregory Franks and DynamiXX have separated 8 tenths of a second now. So those guys have been getting further and further away. While we've got a bit of time, if you are a driver and you're watching along, whether you're still driving, whether you or whether the car's still running, whether it isn't, whether you need to go back out, whether you don't, anything like that. If you've been out on the track today, or you're a driver for one of the teams, please do feel free to join the Sim Racers World TV Discord. Jump in the interview waiting room, and we'll get you in for an interview. It's always great to talk to the drivers and see what they're dealing with, and it gives us a nice little insight to what's going on at the race, doesn't it, Ed?
Yeah, it does. We obviously had a talk earlier on in the race to one of the people we actually occasionally have in the commentary box with us on Sim Racers World TV, Hasse Romer, who was telling us a little bit about how his experience was driving the LMP2 car. Unfortunately, his team was not able to make it past the first hour and a half. They were plagued by a few little issues, a few little moments that unfortunately put them out of contention for the race, and I think they decided that with the upcoming round of the ILMS, they would just decide, you know what, let's just do a 6-hour official iRacing race and see what we can get out of it. So it was unfortunate to see them not able to make it till the end. We would have liked to see them carry on and see what they could have salvaged, but took a fast repair and then got more damage after the fact. So it was sensible, I suppose, for them to not carry on nursing around a broken car that could have caused more harm than good. Further in the race, though, we're still seeing this battle developing between Didier Ertz and Gregory Ranks, keeping the margin around about half a second between the pair of them. Two DynamiXX Racing teammates trying to work together. It's DynamiXX Peppies ahead of DynamiXX Green, seeing if they can work together. But we saw earlier, weren't they? They were kind of tripping over each other, trying to get past, trying to get into clear air ahead, and now it's maybe something that we could see them holding each other up. Whereas at the front, actually that move made by Yeo Crispier ahead on Tim Rutten, that gap's been increased by about 2.7 tenths of a second. So, not 2.7 seconds. So, that margin is slow but surely increasing, and with the splash and dash looming ever present in the minds of these drivers, that could be a crucial margin that is building up at the moment.
Yeah, so it's going to come down to the strategy, of course, and how that will affect some of the drivers. Anton Dupan in chat saying asking if the team crew chief is allowed in the interview. Anton, you're always welcome in the interview waiting room if you like. We'll bring you in, because obviously you get to see something that some of the drivers don't. You see exactly what's going on everywhere else. You can see the bits we've missed and give us a nice little insight into the team as well. So if you do want to hop in, please do feel free. You can add something else to the stream as well, of course. So it will be nice to speak to you. Closest cars we've got on the circuit are the cars we're looking at. The DynamiXX cars, 4 tenths separating them. Greg Franks will ride on the nose of Gregory's car. You can see just how quickly he's going. We'll get the dashboard up. 300 kilometers an hour. That's almost Formula 1 speed in towards Les Combes. Very, very quick stuff from these Dallara P217s. They just lack the I'm not saying they lack mid-corner speed. They are incredibly quick through the corners. Just compared to Formula 1s, they can't quite keep up to that level. But Gregory Franks still chasing hard to his teammate, the 32, chasing down the 22, having swapped positions throughout. So I think that we will end up seeing a position change once again, getting closer than ever. As always, I think that was the SimStickers GT3 running very, very wide. Let's have a quick look. Was it Daniele Gadici? It was indeed. So the number 68 running very wide through P1, just to try and give the LMP2s room. And that's brought the DynamiXX duo even closer.
It's how the battles start to ebb and flow, isn't it? We always see occasionally with traffic some cars getting involved with a few instances, a few little moments going on. I'm trying to have a look here. My SDK is throwing up a little bit at the moment, but now it's back to normal. And yes, Gregory Franks, he's trying to get through the traffic, so is Didier Ertz, but going through 1-1, it's not something you want to be going too wide. And I think in the background, we saw Gregory Franks going too wide with one of the GT3, so the traffic's starting to increase this gap. And I think now that Didier Ertz has got that clear air, that margin of about 2 seconds, I think he won't be worrying too much about the slipstream now, and he'll instead try and focus on having a good run, maybe starting to put a little bit of pressure on some of the cars in front, especially if they need to make splash and dash pit stops, like for the likes of Gianni Borgignon and Tim Rutten, and especially in the LMP1 field, because all of the cars are relatively close on circuit, all on the same lap. If there's a splash and dash that needs to be made by any one of them, could throw all sorts of permutations. The only one that I think would be safe to do a splash and dash and not worry about losing a position would be Daniel Boucher in the RLR Abruzzi Esports LMP, still leading the field. They've got about 35 minutes to go in this race, or if you want to be more pedantic on the money, it's about 37 and a bit minutes to go in the race. Still though, Daniel Boucher, nice clear gap. That's what, closing in on 2-lap gap.
It is indeed what has happened here to Brent Verheyen into the hairpin. Does the car swap ends? Does it ever? 90 degrees to the wall, parks it in the middle of the road, does the right thing though, just leaves the car exactly where it is to make sure that everybody knows what's happening. Grabs reverse, make sure he's well and truly out of the way. Great stuff from Brent Verheyen. Clever driving from the GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing number 66 Porsche. It's nice to see that those guys are still running after a little incident. Matthias Mass, I fear they're still in the pit lane. Oh no, they are out of the race. Traxxas Esports are sadly, yeah, no, they are out of the race. I think. I was getting confused with Jorn van den Akker and the other Traxxas team. Their GTE team is in the pit lane, but their LMP2 efforts have sadly been nullified. Matthias Mass and Traxxas Esports after that incident, sadly out of the race.
Yeah, so we're going to try and see where well, the nearest rival is. I think it's the number 37, the race team car, driven by Mike Lodi Mathiasen, just behind them. Where are they on track now? They are just going through what would be the start. Yep, just on the run towards Blanchimont, aren't they? Yeah, coming out of Stavelot, I believe. That
is correct. On the run towards Blanchimont, like you say, for race team number 37. It's taken me the entire stream just to realise that I know obviously race team, it's a nice little play on words with the numbers. It's taken me the entire stream to realise that their car number also reflects their team name. So a bit slow on that one, but
I'm not going to bully you for it. I'm not going to bully. It's been a long evening commentating, and I'll let that one slide just this once. But you're on thin ice here, Jack. You're on thin ice.
I've got to make sure I don't miss a thing. Make sure I'm always good on the cameras from here till the end now. But the closest cars we've got, Bram van Uytven and Bod Boland, separated by 5 seconds now. So that gap massively come out as well. However, closest cars on the road, the DynamiXX duo, Dieter Aert and Gregory Vranks. Still 22 leading the 32, and that gap's coming apart even more as well. So I fear that nothing much is going to happen there. We haven't had anybody pop into the interview waiting room, so if you didn't, if you missed what we said, and you are in the Sim Racers World TV Discord, I did post the link in the chat as well, so feel free to join if you are a driver. And you've been out today, or you're going to be out today, or you're a crew chief for the team, whatever. Just please do feel free to join the interview waiting room, and we will grab you in as and when we can. It's always great to hear from you. It's a nice little insight into what's happening in the various teams as well. There's nothing much going on really. I'm looking around for something to look at, but the trouble is there's gaps everywhere that I can't really fill.
Dieter Aert gets a little bit of a slide on actually and drops back into the clutches of Gregory Vranks. So you might have been asking for something, and it seems your request has been granted, because this battle is going to start heating up eventually between the DynamiXX duo, as you mentioned. DynamiXX Pevies ahead of DynamiXX Green. Dieter Aert leading Gregory Vranks down through Eau Rouge, up the hill, over the crest at Radion, making sure that the downforce is working nice and cleanly. But look at the slipstream, look at how much you're able to gain just behind the gap, coming down from about 5.5 tenths of a second to now just being 3 tenths as they come under the brakes. That was an entire 1.5 tenths gain. It looked like it could have been even more potentially, just from the amount he really closed up down that sort of quick straight moment. And now Dieter Aert, he's going to have to start worrying a little bit, because Gregory Vranks, while they are teammates, they might be talking together in Discord. Both of them will want to finish as good as they can. Both of them are going to be trying to aim for a top 5 position, but only one of these drivers at the moment is sitting in that top 5 position, and that's Dieter Ertz. So you always as well, I just thought about as well with teammates, whenever you're fighting on track, you want to win because of bragging rights, isn't it? That's the biggest trophy of all, has been to say, yes, but I'm the fastest, I beat you in this race, and then you'll never let them live it down, isn't that right, Jack?
Yeah, I mean, we've, I know at Virtual Racing Compound, the team I drive for, we entered 2 cars into Le Mans, and both cars, I think, at one point or another ended up on their roof. They'd got through engines that hit like nobody's business. But obviously, the winning car, it's the bragging rights until the next special event, and then everything goes back up in the area. Like, who's going to be the quickest? Like, which car is going to be the most competitive? Things like that. So I think little things like that, on the face of it, you think, oh, well, why do they do it? But it's quite a clever little thing that teams can do, because it motivates the team that maybe didn't do as well, sometimes through no fault of their own. They just didn't really have the best of days, whether they had an incident with somebody else or they just blew an engine or something like that. But it gives them the motivation, which is key to getting those better results, and then having the motivation to have the bragging rights and to prove people wrong in a sim racing team can be really valuable, because you can then end up with an absolute weapon. You can have a really quick driver combo in a really quick car as well, and that's I think that's what RLR Abruzzi Esports LMB have been doing today. They've just been they've said, right, okay, whoever wins gets bragging rights. So both RLR Abruzzi teams have gone, all right, well, let's see who can do it if we both win.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is those are the only 2 Abruzzi cars out, and they are doing a brilliant job. As we said, maybe if they get a GT3 car out for the next round, they'll be able to lead all 3 classes and just mean that no one else will have a chance in this league. Of course, we'll be hoping for close fighting throughout the remainder of the season, as we're being treated to now. Close fighting between Dieter Ertz and Gregory Ranks. Still these 2 within about half a second of each other, and going through this tight twisty bit of the section, going down through Pouon. You would have expected actually Gregory Ranks to lose out more, but he's still within about half a second, even with the aero push. So it seems that Gregory Ranks is able maybe to keep his tyres in better condition, get the mechanical grip to compensate for the aero loss. Going to be seeing exactly how that will transpire, because I do think both these 2 drivers will need to make a splash and dash at some point during the race. It's all about when you decide to do it, and if I was Gregory Ranks, I'd try and take it a little bit earlier, get a bit of clear air potentially, and then try and focus on using sort of the extra downforce you'd get from having dirty airs. Ooh, for a moment, Dieter Ertz doesn't know which way to go, left or right, eventually decides on going to the left, around the outside for the first of the bus stop chicane, and then on the inside ahead of the BMW M8. I can't quite see which one that is. That might be Jonas van Verwecke in the Reaction Motorsports car, or potentially it might also be Ullenbroek further back. In fact, that was Jonas van Verwecke there, so did well to keep out of the way. It was just a little bit, I think, more of Dieter Ertz getting a little bit confused, a little bit too distracted maybe about which way he wanted to go going into the bus stop.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. You've got to decide which way you're going to go, and with it being obviously at night as well, and thick fog, you've got to be so predictable. You've got to decide if you're going to go left. Why are you going to go left? Is it going to be because the gap will appear there, or is there just going to be enough room for you to get there? And then if you go there, don't change last minute, because you need to pick a line, commit to the line, and then just stay there. Because if you start swapping sides of the circuit, you go left, you go right, and you pick pretty much every different way you can, that's when crashes happen. And at this late on in the race, the last thing you want to do is to have an incident like that. Well, I don't have the...
and I was about to say, all of that decision making needs to be done in about under a second, doesn't it? Because you need to be committed. You need to do all of that thinking about, oh, what's going to happen? What will I do if I do this? If I go to the inside, will that be the smarter move? Will he be expecting that? Or will I just try and take the inside, try and get the apex of the corner done first, but then maybe the driver's not going to expect it, maybe he's going to turn across my nose. All of that needs to be done, as you mentioned, in a very short space of time. So you might think, oh yeah, multi-class endurance race scenario is easy, you just drive nice and easy around for like 6 hours, so then you win the race. No, it's all of these little calculations that need to be done in a split second, just in a moment, in an instant, you need to decide, right, this is what I'm doing, and be what may, this is going to work out.
Absolutely, that's when I think experience comes into it a lot, where you look at a car or you look at a battle in front, like this battle for example. If you're a GTE, you see it coming up, you've got to think, right, what do I do? Do I go over to the left hand side and stay well and truly out of the way? If I do that, what's going to happen? There could be a car sat on the apex sideways in the middle of the road, for example. So you've got to think about that as well. So there's so much to think about in split seconds, and that's what I think, not just strategy, but experience and knowing, not necessarily just knowing what you're doing behind the wheel. Anybody can jump behind the wheel of a car and sort of drive it around. It takes a different sort of person to drive it incredibly quickly on the absolute edge of adhesion, and that then comes into experience as well. I'm going to have to go back live. As much as I want to have a look at that replay, I think we might have just had a change of position between DynamiXX and Gregory Franks. We've had, in fact, two. We've been treated to two. Let's have another quick look back at this. So down the straight, this is DynamiXX in the number 22 machine, the furthest car away from you. So he gets overtaken, by Gregory Franks. Gregory Franks on the outside indeed says, "Oh well, you've had your fun now. You got into P5 for about a second. I'll just take it back off you."
Yeah, there must have been some communication going on, just saying, no, you go, you take the corner, because that looked like it was just Gregory Franks giving up that run. He had the car ahead, he had his nose ahead under braking. We've seen time and time again drivers sweeping around outside into or lead of the two cars in that situation, but it seems that hasn't worked out, and now we're seeing some fighting between Tim Rutten and Keanu Bourguignon. First we saw the Sim Racers World Esports LMP2 car fighting with Yuri Crispian, who's then cleared himself up the road to a margin of 18 seconds. Now Keanu Bourguignon's going to try and go around the outside. Is he going to be able to get it to stick? He is. Oh my word, what an amazing move. And it's a move you don't often see, as a car going around the outside there at La Source. A brilliant overtaking move. But now, is he going to be able to hold on going down through Eau Rouge up through Radion? I think he is. The margin is around about 0.7 of a second. So he's been able to make that move stick and not get punished for it down the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, it was great to see. We're gonna have to have a look back at that, because the drive he got off the corner as well, just making the move generally, is very brave stuff. And then look at this, so late on the brakes, round the outside, and the momentum, and just puts his foot to the floor and goes. Does Keanu Bourguignon, knows exactly what he has to do in that situation and executes it amazingly. And he's already gapped Tim Rutten by a full second. I think the DynamiXX guys need to look at that, because these guys have been within a second for the past, what feels like 6 hours almost. But yeah, they're doing a good job, just battling away, not losing major amounts of time. I think they're just quite happy. They're sat rotating an amazing circuit in an amazing car, just having a little laugh with your teammate. There's nothing really wrong with that, and they're not losing too much time while doing it, so why not? Anton, I don't have the DynamiXX link for you, or I can't remember who it was that asked, but Anton, if you want to send me the link in Discord, I will share it around, obviously, because it does relate to the league. So I think it is a good enough reason to share their Discord link into the chat. So Anton, if you wouldn't mind, I'll just drag it from there and put it straight into the chat. We've got a quiet part of the stream again, Ed. There's nobody that's really battling away closer than the DynamiXX guys, and those guys have separated by about 1.7 seconds, and I think they listen to me as well. As soon as I say Keanu Bourguignon's gapped Tim Rutten, what do these guys do? They separate to the tune of about 2 seconds.
Yeah, and if they want to get some screen time, they might as well get a bit closer so we can follow their fight and see what's going to be happening later on in the race. But I am also having a look and seeing that the 37, the race team car, is actually closing in, I think, on Jonas van Wecke, the Reaction Motorsports car in GTE. We're seeing that gap is around about just under 7 seconds. You can see now Mike Mathiasen there, just going through the Fania chicane, seeing how this is going to be working out for him. He's closing in. Last lap he was able to gain a little bit of time, not too much. GS gained, in fact it was definitely a bit of time. It was only 1/10 of a second that separated the two drivers last lap around, but it does seem that I think Mike Mathiasen was gaining a bit more on this lap, and maybe just towards the end of the race, if he's going to plan it right, could be in with a shot of making a last-ditch move here for what I think is going to be 6th position in class.
it does look like there will be a change of position on the cards. The gap has been coming down slowly but surely. This gap here, 4 seconds now between Bod Boland and Bram van Uitven. So that battle, I fear, once again, is starting to ebb and flow. I've seen them further apart, but I've also seen them much, much closer. And with now just over 20 minutes of the race remaining, they really need to get on with it, because Bod Boland's pulling away, and Bram van Uitven, after battling so hard race long, it'd be such a shame to see him miss out on a podium.
Yeah, it would. Bod Boland in the STW Race Masters is the car on the bottom step of the podium at the moment. But it's also just a thing to notice as well, is that it's an all Porsche affair for the top 5 in GTE. It's Porsche's all the way down until you get down into 6th position and see Jonas van Verweke in the Reaction Motorsports car, and then again another Porsche. Then we have the Ferrari, and then again another BMW, another Porsche, and then a BMW, and then a Ferrari. So it seems at the moment the car to be in this series is the Porsche, and I'm wondering if that might change in maybe a few weeks' time when iRacing does its next build, the first build for the 2021 season, if the balance of performance is going to start shifting in the other direction.
Yeah, there's always something to think about, of course, with the introduction of new content as well. That could massively swing the way of one car or the other. Jonas Vermeulen has had an incident sideways to number 40. Does he hit the wall? Does he ever? Sideways into the tyre wall, going through Blanchimont. The number 40 once again getting caught up in another little issue. It's such a shame to see the Revolution Racing Bravo car getting caught up in issues like that. It's just slight mistakes, maybe touching the AstroTurf, and I can imagine it's very easy to do because the AstroTurf and the curbs just disappear at night. The only thing that you can really point out are the white lines either side of the circuit. So it's such an innocent little thing. You carry maybe a couple of mile an hour extra into the corner, and that's what can happen.
Yeah, it's very easy to do as well. These cars, they have a decent amount of weight onto the rear, and it is, as you mentioned, just a little bit too much speed. The rear wants to overtake the front, and oftentimes it will do. It's very difficult to hold onto the car if you do get a little bit of high speed oversteer. It's in fact sometimes better to let the car do what it wants to do and just lock up the brakes and just let it come to an orderly stop before you come crashing into a wall. If you fight it, that's when you start losing more control and you have a higher speed impact, which is definitely the thing you want to be avoiding. But further up now, you can see Keanu Bourguignon and Tim Rutten gap remaining at around about 1.5 seconds. We saw him pull away, did we see Keanu do in the Flemish Simsports white car, but now he's not really pulling away too much, keeping in touch with Tim Rutten. In fact, the last lap, Tim Rutten gained over 2 seconds it was. Tim Rutten did a 2-minute 3.6. Keanu Bourguignon, 2-minute 5.9. So something must have happened to Keanu for the times to be, well, that far apart. I'm not sure if it was just a bit of traffic or maybe a little bit of a mistake, maybe locking up into one of the corners, but that has given Tim Rutten a little bit of a glimmer of hope for getting back a podium place.
It has indeed, and somebody who's on an absolute charge for a podium place is John McConville. He left the pit lane 30 seconds behind Bram van Uitven and Bod Boland. He is now 16 seconds away from Bram van Uitven and Bod Boland. And bearing in mind it's about a 1 hour rate or a 1 hour stint, he will have to properly like, sort of get his ideas together if he wants to catch up to Bram van Uitven and Bod Boland. But we know Bod Boland is starting to pull away, so that could almost introduce a bit more speed to Bram van Uitven if he properly gets shifting as well. So it's pretty bleak for John McConville, but you never know what can happen. We've seen lots of little battles this race that we wouldn't have expected to see, so don't rule it off just as yet. I'm looking through the GT3 field, and they're so separated. This is Christoph Reis in the Flemish Simsports Mercedes, the lead car for GT3, 56 seconds ahead of Kevin Onk, who is 43 seconds ahead of Robin Deville. That's a change of position that I haven't picked up on. DSCDA Esports Silver now second place in the GT3 class. Robin Deville now in third. Then it's 31 seconds back to Daniele Gadici for SimStickers Racing Red. 20 seconds back is Stephen Maris, and then 2 minutes and 21 seconds is Jurgen van der Peer for Dynamics Bell Speed. So a massive amount of field spread throughout, which is not exactly ideal, because I do like a good little GT3 battle, and I was hoping to see a bit more of that, because there are some very quick drivers in the GT3 class, and it would have been interesting to see what they can do.
Yeah, it's just unfortunately though, being in the slower class, I think it's been a race of attrition as we see Crispian coming into the pits. This is going to be his final stop of the race. He was actually, I think, was he in second place actually? He was, didn't he? He had a decent margin to the likes of Keanu Bourguignon and Tim Rutten, about I think 20 seconds it was before coming into the pits. So he's going to hope that these drivers that he's losing out to will eventually have to take a splash and dash. This is going to be a little bit more than a splash and dash that I think he's going to need to take. Got what, 20 minutes left to go in the race, almost a half a fuel tank, I think, judged by what you were saying, wasn't it? About 40 minutes on a full. In about 20 minutes you'd need half, so that's probably what Crispian is taking. He's not taking tyres. He's going to try and take it till the end of the race, but look at that, he's come all the way back out into 6th place from 2nd. So that just shows, as we were mentioning earlier, the dramas that could unfold if drivers have to take splash and dash pit stops. It's going to put them down the order, especially considering that in the grand scheme of things, the LMP2 field is relatively close on circuit.
Yeah, the LMP2 is getting closer and closer together, which is always good to see towards the final few stages of the race. Second place isn't still necessarily decided, as Keanu Bourguignon now in second, Tim Rutten promoted up to third, and there's still 5 seconds separating the pair of them. However, Keanu has displayed his speed over the final couple of laps. There is Gregory Franks and Dieter Ertz battling away. Once again, that traffic has brought them closer together, and you watch it all spread them further apart once again. The leader 3 minutes and 17 seconds ahead of the pitting Keanu Bourguignon. Does Tim Rutten continue on? He does indeed. So Tim Rutten now promoted up into 2nd place. Who was that was just about to cross the line? I think it was one of our LMP2 runners. It was Tristan Martz for DSCDA Esports Red. Has just crossed the line as well to go on to his personal lap 156. The leader is going through lap 160 going through lap 161, pardon me, completed 160 laps, going through Blanchimont like he's done it all race, very quickly, very cleanly, and no real sweat has been broken by our leader. He's just been, or just the team generally, they rocked up, showed us how to do it, and they're probably just going to go home very happy.
Yeah, exactly. It's something that they're going to try and work together though to get, because at the moment, they're up ahead by a decent margin actually, is the RLR Brutes Esports LMP, seemingly unchallenged. They did work hard to get in that position. They don't think it was handed to them on their plate with other drivers losing out. No, this was just their pure pace. Last lap they managed to do, let's have a look, a 2 minute 2.6, whereas the car behind Tim Rutten 2 minutes 6.3, so that was almost, what, 4 seconds faster, which is a world of difference in these LMP machines. This is short of a brilliant performance, it has to be said. I'm very glad we're able to bring this to you here for the dynamic 6 hours of Spa, the first round of what could prove to be many exciting races in this Dynamics Endurance Series, of course, partnered with Track Racer. Though we can see now Keanu Bourguignon in the pit lane, Flemish Team Sport white car was in 2nd place, now having to take a splash and dash, which was promoted Tim Rutten up into 2nd place. And where is Fast Racing Golf? They're already actually up into 4th place, because so many other cars have had to take splash and dash pit stops. So Crispian, while we did think maybe he's going to lose out, no, he's actually could be a big gainer in this situation.
Yeah, he's definitely gained from the pit stops. However, looking through the YouTube chat, I think Keanu Bourguignon, although he might have had to take a splash and dash and he might have just extended it onto that stop, the initial reason for that stop wasn't for the splash and dash, it was for a stop and go, as he had an incident with a GTE, and he was found almost guilty of that one, so he has to take a stop and go penalty, which is not what we were expecting, not ideal for Flemish Sim Sports. Nonetheless, they're still doing well to be there in 7th place. And for the moment, as always, we get to the point where the field has opened up. The closest gap on first glance is 5.4 seconds, and that is between Bram van Oetveen and Bob Boland. You know, the people that we totally haven't looked at the entire stream.
Well, it's always good to see them fighting, isn't it? They've been providing us plenty of excitement all race, and what a fitting away for the last sort of 13 minutes of this race for us to watch this fight unfold, isn't it? Bram van Oetveen trying to close in on Bob Boland, but it seems that Bob Boland at the moment has the measure of him. Further back, John McCoville keeping around about, well, John McCoville's in his own little bubble, 16 seconds back from Bram van Oetveen, and then a little while back from Jonas van Reke. In fact, actually, John McCoville is in the pits. Is he going to lose out to the likes of Jonas van Reke in the reaction on the motorsports? Where is Jonas? He's coming through Blanchimont now. Going to be coming up to the bus stop chicane. And where is John McConville? Is he already stopped? Is he taking fuel? Or does he still have to go through this long pit lane? It's the full combined endurance pit lane. Look, there he is now. He's going to be going up through the first corner here. And I think he's going to be losing out rather massive, because look, around the corner comes Jonas van Reke in the Reaction Motorsports car, and look, we see him here on the circuit, going to be going past. In fact, he might not just be losing out one position, he could be losing out a fair handful, because here comes Mike Norby Mathiasson, the race team car, coming down this downhill straight towards Radion, and there you go. He's gotten that position up into 6th place. Because of that splash and dash, he's lost out on so many positions now.
Yes, indeed. That's a massive loss for himself. Gregory Vranks in the pit lane in the number 32 Dynamics Racing green machine, which means it's another position gained for Yuri Crispin and Fast Racing Gold, the number 7. The only thing they are counting on now is Tim Rutten to pit as well for Sim Racers World Esports LMP2. Only 10 minutes of the race remaining. They pitted 20 laps ago. So, well, 20 laps from the leader, but that will be about 18 laps from themselves. So there's a chance they could get to the end. However, this is all for them to work out. Can they do so? It's up to them. Stephen Maris has had an incident in towards Lecom. A big hit from behind. The number 19 machine of Neil McMath gives him a helping hand around. So we'll ride on board, and it's like Neil McMath, he's already on the grass trying to avoid that. It just doesn't really work for him. And then into the side of him. That was very late for me. I think I'm going to have to put that on the LMP2. If you look, we'll have another go.
It comes from so far back.
Yeah. And just from another camera angle, because I'm interested.
I mean, it's good to let us just dissect this, isn't it? Because it's... Yeah, from that angle, it looks almost a little bit like netcode, actually. So it might be good to see if we can get an aerial slow-mo of that. It does seem to be Neil McMath's the car to be blamed on this, just because of how far back he decides to make the move. Look, he starts to turn in. Is there contact? Oh, I don't know, actually. That could be a bit of netcode. Of course, it was still a move that I don't think should have been on, but still, regardless. That's tricky. It's something you shouldn't be doing, of course, but following here, we're going to see a better shot of exactly if there was contact or not. I don't know, Jack. I think he might have just been able to get away with that. I mean, it would have been silly, and I think he might have collected him later on in the corner, but still, I think it might have been netcode.
Yeah, I think even if there wasn't netcode in the first bit, there would have definitely been in the second part of Le Com. Interesting to see there, just to dissect an incident nice and slowly, like you say. 9 minutes of the race remaining, so 6 hours of racing has gone incredibly quickly. We've had an incident for Jonas Vermeulen straight over the bus stop by the looks of it. We'll have a look. So this is through Blanchimont, and then it's like he was looking down at his delta, gets caught out by the grass, fires him over the road, and bouncing over the circuit. Avoids the sausage curb. I can imagine if you were to hit the sausage curb at a dodgy angle, that could tear a wheel clean out the underside of your car. So it's nice to see that they continue on. Another little incident, and it's just that's it. I feel like they're making up for everybody else's lack of incidents. They're just going, oh, it's night time. I'm just going to make up for everybody's. It's so unlucky. I think that's what it is. It's just bad luck during this race. Little incidents which really shouldn't affect you. Just looking down at your delta, looking in your mirror, and it can affect you in such a little way or such a massive way. And it seems like Jonas Vermeulen is making up for everybody else's.
Every little bit seems to add up, but there has been a bit of a drama in the race overall. Kim Hayat, I think, in the pit lane, the Flemish Simsports red car, and that has meant the Fast Racing Gold car is up into second place. So Yuri Crispian, after their pit stop, found themselves all the way down, I think, in 7th place. Since then, though, they've been able just to navigate their strategy, and I think this has been a race of strategy. I don't think they've been in second place up until this last hour, and it's really paid dividends because this is where you need to be. It doesn't matter if you're leading, I'll say, after the first hour, after 3 hours. All that matters is that you come across the line where you finish after 6, and this has been a brilliant display of endurance racing, great strategy playing out right in front of us here. And now we can see Daniel Bucher. What is the gap between himself and Yuri Crispian? Probably about 4 minutes. And now, as we see Daniel Bucher coming into the pits for a splash and dash with about 7 minutes to go in the race, he'll be safe till the end. He's got 4 minutes behind him, nothing to worry about as we see what's happening here with Bart Ooms. Oh, just steaming the rear. Catching around, he seems to be fine, and then all of a sudden it just goes on him on the exit of the corner. It's a bit weird. Usually we see the sort of the moment happening a little bit earlier in the phase of the corner.
Just on the throttle, I think the weight transfer carried the car out. Does a brilliant job of keeping it out of the wall. Great car control there, just jumped on the brakes, got it slowed down, and manages to continue on without too much of an issue. Here is Bob Boland, still 3rd in class. He's not exactly extending his gap as much as he was over Bram van Uitven at the start of the stint, but 4.5 seconds is the gap as it stands, so a nice little gap there. Yuri Crispian still there in 2nd place overall. Tim Rutten for Sim Racers World Esports there now in 2nd place, so a great result from for those guys. Definitely have gained a fair few positions. As I disconnected from the session, it might not be 100%. But Ed, how many positions have SRW Esports LMP2 gained?
For me, they've gained 6 places from the start, so that has been a brilliant performance as well. So has the DT Ertz car, the DynamiXX Pepe's car. They've gained 6 from the start, but of course the biggest gainer was the DSCDA Esports red car, the number 6 car that started all the way at the back, coming up through the field to gain 33 positions. Of course, it's a little bit easier when you're in an MP2 to gain those positions, but still they've been able to carve their way through the field, keep their car relatively clean throughout, which is certainly no mean feat in a 6-hour multi-class endurance at Spa, a circuit where it's notorious for providing a little bit of drama in multi-class just because of the closing speeds and the different speeds all the cars can take through, not only on a straight line but also under braking into the tight twisty technical bits. Good job all around. And as we come into now the 5 final minutes of this 6-hour race, Jack, what's your opinion of it been? It's been an exciting race from start to finish, hasn't it?
It has. I think the trouble is you can go into an endurance race and from a commentary perspective, you can have if you've commentated on like 30 endurance races or 300 endurance races, it won't make a difference. Obviously the experience helps, but you just never know what's going to happen because you'll constantly sit back and find something you've never really thought of before. So for the drivers to do it as well, it's probably been a bit of a learning curve for a lot of these guys, and you know that pretty much 99% of the drivers have raced on Sim Racers World before, or a series that we've broadcasted, so they've got the experience, we know that, but something might be slightly different. They might have changed the setup since last time. There could have been an update which could affect the car, maybe something that's affected the circuit. They're racing with drivers they've never raced with before, they're racing with different class variation, different teams. So many different bits can change, and I think it's just the variables from one event to the other will be completely different, which is why every single time I commentate on an endurance event, it's an absolute pleasure, because you end up not just sitting here talking about what you're seeing, you sit and, it's going to sound probably a bit stupid, but you sit and watch the race as if you were watching Formula 1. You just sit there and enjoy it, so to speak, instead of just, yeah, like I say, sat talking about it. So it's really been something quite nice to do. I've commentated on endurance race, like 24-hour races, 12-hour races, 6-hour races, but never this circuit with this class of cars. with this grid and these teams. So it's really nice just to go into the unknown, and realise that yes, some guys have had a rough day, but others, they've had a really good day of battling with their mates, with their teammates, with rival teams. But at the end of the day, as long as you cross the line, then it can't really go much better than that. What about you?
Oh, it's been great, yeah, and especially as well as someone who both commentates and races on the iRacing service. It's been rather illuminating to see. I've done races here. I remember doing the Spa 24. Actually, it was obviously only one class, GT3, but it's interesting to see what the other cars around you are doing, especially in this race, seeing all the different techniques some of the other teams are doing, all of the different strategies that are unfolding. It's something that you can, as you mentioned, when you're watching the race, instead of just commentating on it, as we often are doing, we're sort of trying to do both at the same time. You're able to get an appreciation for all of the work that's being put into this, all of the different strategies that are unfolding, all of the different maybe different lines as well some of the cars are taking. Of course, when I'm seeing different GT3s around here, GTEs, never an LMP2 around here, so that's also another thing to consider. It's just what the experience is like across all three of the classes on display here, as we see in instant what has happened here to Jonas from Julen. Again, this car has been involved in a few moments. A Revolution Racing Bravo car just coming out of the bus stop and getting a bit of contact into the wall. They've not been having a good time of things, and that's a hefty whack on the front of the car. Luckily, it's towards the end of the race. They don't need to drive around with that battered and bruised car. And in fact, is that them pulling off? I think maybe into the pits. I think they just, or maybe they just popped out of existence for me. But we're going to follow now back with Johnny Bourguignon, who has set the fastest lap of the race, a 2:02.3. I'm not sure if you would get any extra points for that, but of course this is a little prologue round, not a championship round, I believe. So it's something to maybe consider is that maybe at the end he's put on a fresh set of tyres, lower fuel, and done essentially what's going to be a qualifying run.
Yeah, it's still great to see that you've been racing the car around for almost 6 hours now, and you've got the confidence in yourself and your team in the car to put the fresh set of boots on, know that the car's nice and light so you can enjoy it. We'll stop looking at the trees and just have the confidence to do so. Massive sideways moment through No Name. We'll have a quick look at where Daniel Boucher is. I don't think we will have white flags on the overlay. However, I think this is the final lap of the dynamic 6 hours of Spa Red.
Yes, it is, and well, it's been a brilliant race, hasn't it, from Daniel Boucher. Him and his teammates at RLR Britsy Esports LMP, they've commanded the race from start to finish. It has to be said, from the get-go, it never looked like it was under any real threat. They put it on pole. I don't think they've led every single lap, but they've certainly to be doing so. And now, as we are coming through Blanchimont, apologies, having a bit of a frog in my throat there as the fog starts to come in, a bit of a fog maybe in my throat as they come now through the bus stop for what's going to be the final time here. The checkered flag is being waved here at Spa-Francorchamps, and it will be Daniel Boucher taking the race victory for the first race in the DynamiXX Racing Simulator 6 Hours of Spa, partnered with Track Racer. Great job from RLR Britsy Esports LMP. At the back, we're going to see who is going to come across the line now. This is Yuri Crispien, and then Jacob Selesky driving in the other RLR Britsy car, this time RLR Britsy Esports GT. An absolutely faultless performance from both of the two RLR Britsy entries into this. Just got a few more corners to go. Second place in his class has already crossed the line, so he could just park it and still in the race, but he's going to bring it across the line and celebrate with his teammates. I'm sure there's going to be some donuts at the end going through La Source, but for the moment we'll focus on Jacob Zaleski taking the checkered flag, winning the GTE class by an amazingly huge margin, it has to be said. I don't know what it was from the end of the race, but I definitely think it was something fierce. And then finally rounding out the field, I think it was just before the race leaders came across the line, it was Christophe Reyes just ahead. So Christophe Reyes has an entire final lap just to savor and celebrate. He knows that he's going to be taking the checkered flag in first place, and this is going to be a brilliant moment. He's letting all of the cars pass. He doesn't want to take any risks. just nice coasting through the final few corners. He knows that he's going to be winning. And what a race it has been for the Flemish Sim Sports red car. There was a little bit of dramas when Manti Racing seemingly just, I think they might have had some issues with the car, maybe some issues in real life that had to be addressed potentially, but we are seeing them coming across through the final few corners, and it will be Flemish Sim Sports that capitalised on Team Manti's misfortune, and now it will be Flemish Sim Sports red coming through the bus stop for the final time. A flash of the lights, a celebratory wave, and it will be Christoph Reis taking them across the line to win the GT3 field, Jack.
Yeah, great stuff from everyone involved. I think that is every car across the line. You can see there the two teammates, the two class winners for RLR Abruzzi Esports, doing a final parade lap just to celebrate what they have achieved here today. Two class wins, two dominating drives from one class to the other. 6 minutes and 4 seconds ahead of Jorn van den Akker, I think, was Jakub Zaleski, just on first glance. Sorry about the blinking towards the end. Not sure what happened there, but thankfully we did catch everybody crossing the line. And you can see there, that's going to make for some very nice photos for social media for that team, and I think we will have some results for you. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to rattle you through the LMP2 finishes, and then I'll end up handing you over to Ed to run you through the GTE finishes. But here is how they crossed the line. RLR Abruzzi Esports LMP finished in the lead by a full lap of the Spa circuit. I think given another 20-30 minutes they would have made it too, but great stuff from the number 13 machine. Fast Racing Gold crossed the line in second in the number 7 machine. Sim Racers World Esports LMP2, great drive from them, finished in third to round out your podium. DynamiXX Peppies finish in fourth after a great little battle with their teammate. Flemish Sim Sports White separate the DynamiXX duo in fifth. DynamiXX Racing Green in sixth. Flemish Sim Sports Red finish in 7th. DynamiXX by WMS finish in 8th. DSCDA Esports Red finish in 9th. NSD round out your top 10. Traxxas Esports finish in 11th. Both the Simpact cars sadly retiring, however we are still going to call them out. Simpact with noises yellow finish in 12th. Simpact with noises purple finish in 13th. And DynamiXX Racing Optica finish in 14th. Over to you, Ed, to run the viewers through the GTE finishes.
Yes, thank you very much, Jack. And it was a commanding race, start to finish, from the RLR Abruzzi Esports GT car, finishing 3 laps clear, which just is a clear sign of their domination of this race, ahead of the Traxxas by JMV Services car, the number 30 finishing on the second step of the podium. Third step going to SRW Race Masters, not too far behind them in third position. Then fourth place sees DynamiXX Simulators Red, and just behind him in fifth is the Reaction Motorsports car with the race team, the number 37, incorporated into the team name, sitting in sixth position ahead of Sim Racers World Esports GTE. We're unfortunate to not quite get the strategy right, unfortunate with the splash and dash putting them down the order, considering they were fighting up towards the sort of the top 5 positions. Then we can see Shinka Motorsport Yellow ahead of Team T's, and Radial Motorsports by QSR2 rounding out the top 10. Just behind in 11th, we can see GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing. 12th place going to United Motorsport. Revolution Racing Bravo in 13th, with RP Motorsport in 14th, and DynamiXX Endurance finishing 105 laps down in 15th place. And then I think I can hand you over back to Jack to round out the GT3 field.
Great stuff, thank you very much, Ed. And here is how the final class crossed the line. Great stuff from Flemish Sim Sports Red, crossing the line to take the win after Manatee's misfortune. So the number 12 car on the top step of the podium. DSCDA Esports Silver back up a win at the 24 Hours of Kota, with a podium here at the DynamiXX 6 Hours of Spa. Great stuff from themselves. Flemish Sim Sports White round out your podium in the number 999. Sim Stickers Racing Red finish in 4th. Team MRS finish in 5th. DynamiXX Bell Speed finish in 6th. Fast Racing Silver in the number 417 finish in 7th. Manatee Racing Red, sadly after a disqualification, finish in 8th. IES Sim Racing Schweiss in the 666 finish in 9th. Dynamics Racing AMG GT3 round out your top 10. Then it's Sim Stickers Racing Green in 11th. 12th was Radeon Motorsport by QSR. 13th was Shinka Motorsport Green. Sim Racers World Esports GT3, the number 211, sadly finished right the way down in 14th after an early retirement. And Shinka Motorsport Green, the second. This was Revolution Racing Bravo, sadly showing up as Shinka Motorsport Green, but Revolution Racing Bravo finish in 15th, the number 43 machine, on 150 laps down. And I think we may end up with some interviews available to us.
Yes,
Let's
we
just
do.
have a quick look through. Let's see who we can
I
bring
can
in.
see we have our race leader in GT3. I think I'll let you have a chat to Christophe Reys, who was driving, of course, in the Flemish SimSports GT3 car.
Welcome to the commentary box, Christophe. That was a good race, wasn't it? It all came to you as soon as Manatee had their issues. You just took the reins, got to the front, and you and the team just drove the race you needed to. Well done.
Yeah, good evening. Thanks. Well, it's maybe not the way I want to win, but of course it's part of the game. I'm not sure exactly what happened, because I just saw they had their black flag, and suddenly they disappeared. So well, and from there on, just needed to keep it safe, keep my head down, and I played it just like overly safe sometimes. There were the scary moments, but of course happy to just bring it home.
It was absolutely brilliant to watch, just seeing how you handled that car. The Mercedes and the Audi, clearly the favourite cars out there today, and during qualifying the Audi seemed to be the quicker of the two, but do you think over a race distance the Mercedes had the edge?
It's a tough call. I mean, in GT3 it's always really close. I don't really prefer any car over the other. It's just they have their small differences. Like the Audi is more twitchy and a bit more difficult to handle, while the Mercedes advantages has its straight line speed, but it's more stable to drive. So yeah, if you want to keep it safe, that's the car to go.
Well, it was very interesting to watch, just to see how not necessarily the unfavoured car, but the car that not many people had picked compared to the others. It was nice to see that car just working its way up through the order. In terms of yourself and Flemish Sim Sports, you've had a couple of good results here now, because that's obviously yourself on the top step of the podium and the rest of your team, and then Robin DeVille for Flemish Sim Sports White, and obviously the entirety of the team at Flemish Sim Sports White have both made the podium, and then your LMP2 counterparts finished P6 and 7, or P6 and 8, I think, come the end of the race. So is this a track that seems to work for yourself and your team?
I think for sure, definitely. But yeah, we've always had the mindset to first of all keep it clean, and then the results come by itself. And yeah, we just enjoyed racing during that time.
Well, it was a great show, and I've got to bring it up. What made you want to do this solo? Because it's a tricky circuit in a car which is a Marmite car. I think you can either love it or you hate it. And what sort of went, yeah, you know what, I'll do that, and I'll do it solo. But then if I were to tell you that you're going to be sat here in 6.5 hours' time as a race winner, what would you have said to me?
Well, the idea came up because mainly we were with an uneven number, and well, 6 hours is doable. I mean, I did some 24-hour races in the past where I had some triple stints, so I knew it was achievable. I knew it was a challenge because pee time and stuff and the food. But I worked my way around it, and I got the support from my teammates as well during the race to have a talk with them. They spotted also for me, make sure the strategy worked out and stuff. So that went great. But if you would tell me I would win, I'd call you crazy for sure. I thought really was the team to beat.
Great stuff. Well, it was an absolute pleasure to watch, and once again, a massive well done on the win. Before we let you go, is there anybody else you'd like to give a shout out to, or say a quick thank you to while you're live here on Sim Racers World TV?
I think my biggest shout out would go to my brother, because he was feeding me while I was racing. But also girlfriend who's watching at the moment.
Great stuff. Well, thank you very much, and that's a very dedicated brother indeed, making sure he keeps you supplied. Once again, massive well done on today's finish, and we hope to see you very soon.
Thank you for organizing this.
That was Christoph Reisert, and after a solo win, he has still got a hell of a lot of energy. I wish I could have his energy a bit more often. Ed, over to you. Pick a driver, any driver.
I think I'll bring in now. We've had a focus on the GT3 field. Now we're going to focus up to LMP2 and focus on the Sim Racers World Esports LMP2 field with Bart Daleman. Great race from you, getting on the podium after what has been a grueling 6 hours. I'm sure you're going to be pleased with that.
Yeah, we didn't expect that. We I didn't practice a lot. The team did do a lot of practices, and I was really struggling with the setup. My teammates, they all had a few setups they liked, but I had no setup at all that I liked on this track. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with. It could have been more. We could have been P2, so we had some mistakes in strategy. But yeah, we're happy with P3. I would have signed for that before the race.
Yeah, it was an exciting race as well. There were some strategies that played into the end, notably with I think the car that finished just ahead of you actually fast racing. It seemed that the splash and dash was a little bit too much in the end, and unfortunately you did lose out. But I don't think that's going to take away from what was an exciting race, especially that early phase where we saw drivers having moments left, right, and centre. Just how was that earliest part of the race for you?
Yeah, the earliest part was driven by Vic, and yeah, he struggled a lot. We were kind of lucky that we are not taken out. We had some issues in the first hour, and when you have 10x at the first hour, then you know it's going to be difficult with only a 25x limit. So, but we managed to keep it in the limit, and the last 2 hours we had only 3 incidents left before we had a drive-through, and the team did well to manage to keep it to be fast and to keep the incidents in check.
Yeah, I was about to mention actually the instance you kind of got the one before me is that this Spa circuit, especially on iRacing, is notorious for being quite harsh on the track limits. I'm guessing that factored into your strategies a lot and maybe trying to avoid the drive-through.
Yeah, I mean, when I did the 24 hours like 2 years ago, I had like 400 X's. I was dropped down to almost rookie license. So for me it was especially in practice, I was always taking those X's, trying to find the limit, and then it's a case of finding speed and keep it in the track limits, which is also a big game of skill, and yeah, it's the same for everyone. So
yeah, definitely. Well, thank you very much. I'll let you get back to your teammates, but before we do, is there anyone you want to give a shout out to here on SRW TV?
Yeah, I want to thank the team. I want to thank Vic de Blick and Tim Rutten for driving and reaching this goal. And thanks to Nick Schuurmans, who also helped us this week to practice.
Well, thank you very much, Bart. We'll let you get back to your teammates there. And now, Jack, we've got still a few more drivers coming in for interview. I'll let you have a pick of the field now to have a chat to.
Well, we've had one from every class, apart from GTE, so it's only fair if you bring him in. Ronald Moons, welcome to the commentary box. That was a busy old race for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, good evening, guys. First of all, be gentle, because this is my first ever interview, so I'm an interview virgin.
Well,
but yeah, it was quite a busy race. At the start, we had some bad luck going up the Radion. A car in front of me spun. I could avoid it, but then I lost the car, so we had to tow back to pit lane, take the fast repair, and then it was just like, yeah, give everything and keep the focus to get back. And I'm quite surprised we got P3 in the end. I really want to thank Bot, because he's the robot he is. Without incidents, just running lap after lap at a good pace. That's an amazing job he did.
It was amazing to watch, and obviously it's a familiar livery to Sim Racers World, having taken part in the in the Sim Racers World GT Series. Do you think yourself and Bod having that experience helped you going into this circuit, because it's renowned for its off tracks and it's renowned for its almost difficulty? Do you think that experience helped you today?
Yeah, definitely, and especially the many hours in the car for me was a great help. I know Bud only recently changed to this one, but he's a great driver, so he can adapt very quickly. And yeah, I think when I handed over the car for the last stint, we had 11 incidents. I'm not sure if Bud picked any up during the last stint, but we had quite some margin concerning incidents, so not really an issue for us.
Well, it was really interesting to watch as well, your battles with Bram van Uitven, and then with pretty much anybody that that was unlucky enough to get behind the wheel of the Sim Racers World Esports GTE entry. Anybody who got in that car, you were straight on them, straight giving them some grief. Do you think that is also something to do with a little bit of trust? Because here, like you've done, obviously, you've got your experience from Sim Racers World GT Series. Having that experience with the drivers as well, do you think that helps because you had a bit more trust in their capabilities, so it made you race it that little bit closer?
Yeah, the guys I know, of course, you know what to expect. There are some new people in it as well, but then we both me and Bot we did practice, so you get to know the names, you know what to expect. But yeah, the problem we had as well was although we took the fast repair. We were still down on top speed, so sometimes it was difficult to overtake a GT3 because they are very good on the brakes and they have a lot of power as well. So we really have to set every overtake up strategically, because we were down on power as well.
Well, it was very interesting to watch, just to see how the dynamic changed throughout the race. And once again, massive well done on that podium. It was very well deserved. You, yourself and Bod and everybody else that does anything at SRW Race Masters clearly deserved that one today. While we've got you in the commentary box, and before we let you go and celebrate with Bod, anybody you'd like to shout out or give a quick thank you to while you're live?
Yeah, first of all, you guys for the broadcast, and of course Bod for being a great teammate. And also want to thank John McConville and Mathieu Sophie for lending out Bod, because we changed a little bit the teams, so I had the opportunity to drive as well. So I'm very grateful for that gesture of them. So yeah, thank you.
No problem at all. Great stuff. Thank you very much for the nice comments, and we'll let you go.
Okay. Good. Goodbye, guys.
So that was Ronald Moons, and then we're going to have a quick chat. We've got last two guys waiting for an interview, and I think we'll have a talk to one of the quicker guys on the circuit, LMP2 field. You, Crispian, us racing gold. That was a bit of a last moment move into second place, and the strategy really paid off.
Yeah, exactly. We never expected after like the first half of the race that didn't go so great for us that we would end up at P2. We had like a combination of luck and like pushing as hard as we could while maintaining the same strategy that we originally intended. So it worked out for some reason. Quite happy with that.
It was great to watch as well, especially on the earlier phase when you weren't able to get through there. How was managing the traffic and trying to keep your strategy on par though? Because I imagine that was a very difficult thing to try and balance.
Yeah, exactly. Because we didn't want to lose too much time with the traffic, but yeah, we were lucky to have participated in the 24 Hours of Solar a couple of weeks ago, where we drove the Radical, also the fastest class, and yeah, we pretty much gained a lot of experience there managing traffic, and yeah, pretty much everyone of our team also has quite some endurance experience in multi-class, so we ended up managing it quite well.
It was a great race though from start to finish. Are you going to take some lessons from this and take it forward into the remainder of the season?
Yeah, definitely. I think we have to be a bit more cautious in the beginning of the race. We had some stupid incidents, which unfortunately ended up with a black flag for us, where we lost 55 seconds. So that was really a pity. So yeah, be a bit more careful. But other than that, just keep pushing. We have the pace. to be on the podium. So yeah, quite happy with how today went.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Yuri. It's been great to have you here in the booth with us. But before we say goodbye, is there anyone you want to give a quick shout out to while we're live?
Yeah, definitely to you guys. Amazing job for commentating all of this. It was great to listen to this while I was not driving. Next to that, of course, the full Fast Racing team. They're all supporting us every race we have, both in real life and on the sim. So that's always nice. And yeah, lastly, my parents, also ex-racing drivers, and yeah, they always support me. So that's so great. So glad for that.
Very, very happy to hear that, Yuri. And I think that is, in fact, we have one last driver that Jack is going to have a quick word to, and it is the driver in the GT field in the Reaction Motorsports car.
Welcome to the commentary box, Jonas. You have been very highly requested. I've had everybody in chat. I was thinking, right, okay, we'll just wrap it up with Yuri that we've just had in the commentary box. And I thought, well, I can't let everybody down. Welcome to the commentary box. That was a busy race from yourself, and can you explain to me why you're so popular? What is it that you do?
Well, I don't know. Good evening, first of all. I don't know. I've been on the service for about 7 years now. Maybe that has something to do with it. I used to race for a different team as well, a smaller UK team called Radical Racing UK, which used to take part in big endurance events. But apart from that, not really much.
Oh yeah, definitely highly requested. It seemed like today the BMW, not the favoured car, the Porsche seemed to have the edge, but you definitely brought it to them. You had Bod Boland, Bram van Uitven, and the number 64, the SRW Esports car, hounding you for lap after lap after lap, and then eventually it seemed like they just seemed to get one over on you. But that you never really gave up. Is it the car that you just enjoy because you've gone against the grain, really? Porsche being the most popular, but the BMW, you've definitely shown it's still competitive.
Yeah, the funny thing is, this was our first race in the BMW actually. We bought it about a week ago, or 2 weeks ago, to try and see what the car could do. We did notice that the Porsche was faster, but nonetheless, we didn't want to change to the most popular car just because it's faster. We just made the most of this one. Steven's put a lot of effort into making the setup work. We tweaked it quite often until it, well, finally started to take shape and worked in all weather conditions, because it started out being a quite hot track temperature and then dropped down low to 21 degrees Celsius. So yeah, it was a good test of the setup as well.
Well, it was great to see you pilot the car around the Spa circuit once again. Well done on your result today. Just getting to the end definitely seemed like a bit of a challenge, and you kept it between the lines, and you did exactly what you had to do today. So it was great to watch along. While we've got you in the commentary box, is there anybody you'd like to thank or shout out?
I would definitely like to thank Steven for, again, making that setup work so well on the BM, and then Pascal for also driving the car with us and keeping it safe, and then of course the support group, the team, has been rooting for us. So everyone in the team, thank you, and also thank you guys for making the commentary exciting and making it a nice broadcast again.
No problem. Thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box once again. Well done for today, and we hope to see you very soon.
See you soon. Bye.
That was Jonas van Verwerke in the number 29 Reaction Motorsports car, and sadly, it's that time of the night again. We've got to say goodbye.
Yeah, we do. It's been an evening's race that's been absolutely brilliant, though, hasn't it, Jack? We've been seeing racing all throughout every single hour of the race. There's been something going on, and it's been a real treat to bring you this first little preview of what's to come in the Dynamic Simulators Endurance Series. And well, I'm really looking forward to the remainder of the season, as I'm sure, Jack, if you're able to get on board with it, if you can, maybe later on in the season, we'll be able to bring you into the booth as well. And carry on throughout the remainder of the season.
Yeah, let's hope so. It's just shown just by today we can have some very close racing throughout. And speaking of close racing, today marks obviously round 1 of the Dynamics Simulators Endurance Series here at Spa. Tomorrow we have the final round of the Sim Racer eCoin GT Series. That's at Barcelona. I think that starts at about 8 o'clock in the evening. And then next Tuesday, we have Sim Racers World TCR. Next Wednesday, we have Porsche Club GB as well. So lots coming up. So make sure you hit that subscribe button and the little bell just alongside to stay informed as and when we go live and upload. Make sure you like the stream as well if you've enjoyed what you've seen today. Any final closing comments from yourself, Ed?
No other further things to say other than yes, another thing to mention, of course, is on January the 16th, starting the new year off with a bang in the Dynamic Simulators series, because we're going to be going to the lovely land of Spain for Barcelona, another 6-hour endurance race, and that's going to be something to look forward to. So mark that down in your calendars. The first proper round Dynamic Simulators series will be up and running. And that's something you don't want to miss. So I think we'll round it out now, Jack. And from me, it will be a goodbye. And I think you'll be able to say the final, or let you say goodbye before we finish up.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Ed. And yeah, just to echo Ed's comments, that is it from us today here at Sim Racers World TV. Thank you very much for watching along. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring the Dynamics Endurance Series to you. And the 6 hours of Spa has been great to watch as well. So well done to everybody involved. Thank you very much for watching along, and we'll see you all soon. Or we'll hopefully see you all very, very soon. Bye bye.